Welcome to the third hearing of Portfolio Committee Number 8, Customer Service, for the additional round of the inquiry into budget estimates 2024 to 2025. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the land on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Emma Hurst and I am Chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Dibb and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of customer service and digital government, emergency services, youth justice. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for giving the time to give evidence today. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. However, there are a few other witnesses that do need to be sworn in. Ms Sanderson, Mr Lehnen, Ms Quilty and Commissioner Wassing, you will need to be sworn. Starting with the first witness on my left, could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Malcolm Arthur Lanyon, Chief Executive Officer of the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
Michael Wassing, Commissioner State Emergency Service New South Wales. Affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Have we got Ms Quilty and Ms Sanderson?
Yes, Lee Ray Sanderson, Deputy Secretary, Policy, Strategy and Governance in the Department of Customer Service. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Ms Quilty? Thank you.
Joanna Quilty, Head of Preparedness and Recovery at the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And just to our other witnesses, when you are called to come forward, if you could please bring your nameplates as well, just for Hansard. Thank you. To all other witnesses, I also remind you that you have already been sworn before the committee during this inquiry and therefore do not need to be sworn again. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30 p.m. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 to 1 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 11 a.m. In the afternoon, we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 3:30 p.m. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated to government questions at 10:45 a.m, 12:45 p.m. and 5:15 p.m. And we'll begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Minister. Thanks, everyone, for coming along. Minister, there's a fair bit of water moving down Western New South Wales at the moment, coming from Queensland, obviously. Can you tell me when that's going to hit Wilcannia and at what levels?
Yeah, well, thanks so much, and good morning to everyone, to the committee. And can I just start by thanking everyone for agreeing to reschedule talking about water. I think the day that we were meant to be in the original committee meeting was the day we ended up moving up north when we were dealing with the issue of Tropical Cyclone Alfred. Mr. Barrett, you're correct that there is water that's moving around the state at the moment, and I know the SES has been working on that. I get regular updates. We've had some that's come down from Queensland. Working through with Wilcannia specifically, it might be better if I ask the Commission to give more of a closer time around the date. But this whole, I suppose, moving of the water, we're talking about potential a number of weeks. It could be 6 weeks, it could be 8 weeks. we're just preparing for that. But if you like, I can ask the Commissioner to give you specific
Sorry, I mean,
dates.
you sort of pointed to it then. Like, that's a pretty big range that we've got there,
Yeah.
6 or 8 weeks.
Yeah.
I get my questions are about, do we know when it's going to hit there and what height it's going to be? And if we don't have some specific information on that, why not?
Well, look, we refer to the latest advice that we get, as we did with the cyclone, for example. You know, we work with the Bureau of Meteorology. That advice, we're noting every single thing that's occurring. There are different parts where some of the water's being absorbed into the ground at a different speed. It depends on the tides. You know, it's being continuously updated. But to ask for something to be given a precise detail, that's a really difficult science, especially when it's so far out. What we have seen is where some parts of the state where we thought would be more severely impacted were not, and other parts that maybe we'd thought were not going to be as severely impacted got a further impact. But the thing that I want to assure you and assure everybody on the committee is that just like we did with Cyclone Alfred, the SES as the lead agency, working with all the other partner agencies and local community, is doing everything they can in terms of preparation. Only recently there was some areas, for example, where had been isolated, and prior to that we'd made sure that we supported those communities in preparation for isolation, in terms of evacuations, in terms of putting in contingencies such as the sandbags and other forms of water retention. But I'm not trying to be cagey here. I can't give you an exact date, an exact time and the exact thing. All I can tell you is that we're working, the SES is working as hard as we possibly can and continuously monitoring the situation. And I said it changes, it changes in terms of if we get more rain, it changes in terms of how dry the ground is, it changes in terms of how much of that is being absorbed into the banks. That's sort of about the best that I can give you. I can hand over to the Commissioner who can tell you precisely what we're working on, which I would appreciate, but that is obviously the operational element.
Commissioner, do you have any sort of more detailed or accurate estimations of when that is going to arrive?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think as the Minister's described, it is, we work with both local knowledge and we've currently got estimates and we have reconnaissance flights constantly on a daily basis in terms of the different flood aspects. We're working through the emergency operations centres and through our incident management teams very closely with the local governments and the local community with respect to the progress of the floods. There's been lots of localised messaging in respects to the progress of those floods. As the Minister has described, it's not a normal river system, it's a multi-channel aspect. What we are aware of and what we've already seen in the Winaring area in terms of the community that's currently isolated is that the flood levels have been in excess of the 1990 flood levels, and we're expecting that to continue down through the catchment. What we are seeing at the Winaring level, the peaks have now levelled out, and we're starting to see a decrease in those peaks, but the isolation for that community in particular will continue to be there for several weeks, and we continue to work with the local community and the local resupply with regards to that. And now we're watching that water and working with the local communities as that water moves right through to the Barwon River and beyond. I do have a range of details in terms of a lot of different locations, but they're quite complex in terms of...
Perhaps we can get some of that taken on notice or maybe even explore it this afternoon. But are there gauges and monitoring systems, Minister, upstream from Wilcannia and Menindee that help inform these decisions?
Yes.
It seems like there's a lack of information. Sorry, I'll just preface that.
Sure.
The community is certainly feeling a lack of information coming to them that could be given, you think, given the technology that we have these days?
Well, Mr. Barrett, I'm not 100% sure about the lack of information. I think what we have seen, particularly with the way that we've dealt with recent events, including the cyclone, was actually a change in the way that things were dealt with in 2022. We took the learnings from 2022 to make sure that we got information out quickly, that we had coordinated messaging. One of the things that came about from the inquiries after the 2022 floods were the fact that gauges were not consistent, not all the gauges were working, and we've really worked hard as a government, but across all government agencies, to ensure that we can do better. And I think that's really important, and we saw the outcome of that with Tropical Cyclone in terms of the way that all government agencies work, the way that the community responded. we are keeping people updated, as best as possible, whether it's through social media channels, understanding not everyone is on social media, whether it's through traditional things like community meetings, whether it's working through local elected leaders, whether it's working through community organisations. I can understand sometimes people's frustrations, but they feel that there's not everything there, but the information that we are providing is designed specifically to keep the community informed and to help us be better prepared. We can pre-deploy and we then need to respond, but at the very heart of it, what we're really trying to do is make sure that we protect communities and most importantly, protect people and then protecting property. But in terms of that communication, the SES as the lead agency works at the state level, but also then with the local levels through all of their different partner agencies. And the Reconstruction Authority also does a lot of work there, as well as the Chief Scientist. So if there are some people who are feeling that they're not getting all of the communication, we'll continue to try and improve, as we always try and do. But I would question that, it isn't much information getting out at all.
We might come back again later this afternoon. Minister, Commissioner Baxter was moved on in 2023, and you're citing budget blowouts as a result of his dismissal. Is the organisation in a better or worse position now than before that decision was made?
Look, I said at the time with Commissioner Baxter that we came to an agreement that we wanted to go into a different direction. So whatever language you want to use, you can use. But let's go back to what had been inherited. We had inherited a fire and rescue service that had been, for want of a better phrase, exceeding the budget by an exceptional amount. Overtime had been a real problem. There were a couple of issues that I was concerned about, particularly as the incoming minister. And then we went through a rigorous process after that. And to that end, I've got Commissioner Jeremy Futrell, APSN, who is sitting next to me, was a successful candidate. Commissioner Futrell, I've had the opportunity and the pleasure of working with him for, I think, about the past 18 months in this role. And I can see, the efforts that he's making, not only across the board, but the incredible respect that he's held in by firefighters, and the way that he is seen as a firefighter's firefighter. And there'd been some budget allocation that was in the first budget that we had to provide to remediate an overspend of we're talking about over $200 million of overspend with fire and rescue, and I would say we're in a much better position. I thank former Commissioner Baxter for his service, and I acknowledge the excellent work that Commissioner Futrell is doing. You
pointed specifically to the overtime as one of the reasons for that decision. Has the amount of overtime gone up or down since that leadership change? It's gone down. We've implemented an overtime controller, and what that person is charged with doing is making sure that they're looking at where the overtime things. But let me start about how we got to overtime to begin with. There was actually a structural deficit. We inherited, as a new government, the previous government had left 84 firefighters that had not been budgeted for. There were 284 firefighters. So we're already starting from behind the eight ball. We, in the last budget, this government in the last budget, made sure that they were funded. What we also did was, I said, looking at this as a major focus around fire and rescue in terms of how do we bring things under control, under management. We made an election commitment for 600 additional firefighters. Fire and rescue had been structurally underfunded to be able to do the job that it needed to do. I know the Commissioner implemented a overtime controller, working on what we can do to make sure that we can reduce that overtime. But fundamentally, one of the key things was there were just simply not enough firefighters that were required to do the job. And as a result of that, there were, people were having to fill in gaps, and it was paid for with overtime. And I think that would be, I would say the overtime has gone down, and it's a body of work we continue on. But fundamentally, it was what we have done as a government off the bat is make sure we've secured 286 firefighters with permanent full-time employment. Only last Friday, I was at a graduation ceremony with the Commissioner where there were, I think it was close to 170 firefighters that had graduated. Thank you, Minister. And so I guess as you talk about bringing it under control, how many fire stations have been offline in the past 12 months due to staffing shortages?
So the offline, you're talking about stations offline that are, sorry,
That are closed. That have been shut.
for different
because
for different periods of time.
Yeah.
Yes, and this is again, this is not a new thing. My preference, of course, is to make sure that we've always got the firefighters there. In that situation, some of those stations that have been offline for have been periods of things like 5 minutes, 20 minutes. We're not talking extended periods of time. But again, fundamentally, we come down to that really key issue, which is actually about needing more firefighters. Now,
So sorry, perhaps then to get the answer to that question, can we take on notice then how many fire stations have been shut in the past 12 months for more than half a day, so?
for more than half a day, so 12 hours, yeah?
Yeah.
Sure. Can I just, sorry, just back, when a station does go offline, other neighbouring stations are there. There works on what they call a dynamic, so they're constantly watching
Yeah.
where the different stations are. So the communities are protected in different ways.
Thank you, Minister. If I could,
Hi.
according to the department's own report, appropriations fell from, and it is a big number, so we'll just say just over 3 billion in 2023 to just over 2 billion in 2024. So that's a cut of, say, 995 million in just 1 year to the budget for customer service. Service New South Wales has been the gold standard for Australia, and yet almost 1 billion has been cut. Where has that 995 million gone?
Ms. McDonald, what are you referring to? Like, where was that? Was that in the budget papers, or where was?
Well, it's to do with your appropriations. So, yes, it is in your budget papers. I don't have the page number with me because I didn't bring mine, but I'm glad you brought yours.
Well, no. Look, prepare for anything, as the Commissioner tells me. That's the motto. If you give us
a page number.
Let me have a look at.
Sorry, I was thinking. I was going to my
DCS,
other
this is
questions.
and did you say 2022, 23?
Sorry, Minister, there's been a point of order.
If the member's quoting from a particular set of figures or a report, I think it's only reasonable that the Minister be availed of that. If the member could perhaps table that for the committee's benefit.
The customer service report.
Is
it the annual report? Is that what? That's what I was going from.
Sorry, could I get a copy of that page? Would that be okay?
Well, I have my copy, which I've tagged.
Did you want to get a copy of that and then come back to those questions? I'm sure
I'm happy to take
that would
the
be
question,
good
but
for
I
the
just-
committee
Ms.
to
McDonald,
be
you'd appreciate. I just want to see what
Yeah.
it is that you're referring to specifically.
Okay, all right. So I.
We'll get another copy of that. Perhaps the Secretariat can help photocopy that section, and then if you come back to that line of questioning.
So okay, so it was.
We can come. I'm more than happy, Ms. McDonald, to come back to it,
that
but I'm
one.
sure you can appreciate that. I just
Yeah,
want to
yeah.
have a look
All
at
right.
what it is.
I will give it to the Secretariat.
Thank
But when we do get to it, is page 155 that I'm of the annual report. So the Department of Customer Service Annual Report 2023-24. But I will get a copy of that to you. So I will move to different questions. Sorry.
Sure.
So last month, the Premier's own department was responsible for an alleged, it says, accidental leak of highly sensitive personal information, including the home addresses, sorry, do you want me to stand closer to the mic, of former ministers responsible for police and counter-terrorism. Can you confirm, has the Information and Privacy Commissioner been formally briefed on this breach?
Look, can I take that one on notice? I do know that obviously we work in terms of with the Privacy Commissioner and work in terms of with data and digital team, but I can take that one on notice and get back to you before the session's over.
If you take that on notice, can you also, if the Commissioner hasn't been briefed, can you give the committee a date either way, like if he was briefed or if he wasn't briefed, and what kind of information he was briefed on with regard, because I mean this is quite
Sure.
serious when
Yeah.
you think, you know, addresses of former ministers for police and counter-terrorism, so they would be cautious.
Oh, of course, and any data breaches are a major concern for us. And you know, we've got Cybersecurity New South Wales that we do work with. Obviously, it was through the Premier's department. You know, the Commissioner is an independent authority that, you know, I've got some responsibility for, but we will get that answer to you. So can I just get back to you on that one? And I'm happy to take that one on notice, just so they can give you a correct answer.
Okay. It's alarming that you don't have an answer.
Well, not really.
But,
I mean,
yes,
not really, Miss McDonald. Not really. It is the Premier's department. I'm not responsible for the Premier's department, and the Commissioner is an independent authority.
But we're talking like cyber security, so that is under your
Yeah, well,
remit, is it
and
not?
I can talk to you about some of the cyber security, like some of the recent cyber security work that we've been doing. For example, with DCJ, which a government agency has been working really closely with them. The work that we're doing in cyber security in New South Wales, we take it incredibly seriously. We made sure that it was well funded and well resourced. But you'd know by now, Ms McDonald, that I'd like to give the correct answer rather
Yes,
than just
I
say
do know
something
that.
that
Yep.
I'm not 100% sure of.
Okay, thank you.
And it was a privacy breach, not necessarily a cyber breach in this case.
True.
Minister, the pipeline the pipeline that goes from Lake Endeavour into the town that supplies drinking water to the town was knocked out in the 22 floods, and still hasn't been fixed. This is critical water infrastructure for the town. Why wouldn't this come under flood recovery funding?
Yeah. It's I think we've had this discussion for quite some time, not with yourself, but you know, the disaster recovery funding arrangements, that's an arrangement between the Commonwealth and the state. This does not fit within that, and I think I see the real challenges. There's been very strong advocacy from the two local MPs there. Andrew G is the federal member, and Phil Donato was the local member for the area, have been very, very strong advocates with this. We've continued to work with NEMA, which is the national body. There's been a body of work that's also been undertaken where states have worked with the Commonwealth about whether the DRFA is still appropriate or not. That work is continuing, but the short answer, Mr Barrett, is that it just does not fit within the guidelines of the DRFA. And, you know, I know that it's been raised with me when I was responsible with the Reconstruction Authority along with Minister Scully a number of times. It is not something that has been a set and forget. There's work that's been going on, but obviously these are the biggest challenges that, you know, if it doesn't fit within that, it's really hard to just say we want to fund it out of the DRFA.
So similar sort of infrastructure was funded in the Northern Rivers, I believe. How come this wouldn't apply to the Central West flood?
Well, I wasn't the minister, nor were we in the government. Well, I wasn't the minister certainly when the Northern Rivers thing happened, so I don't know how they funded it. But if I'm looking at the DRFA specifically, this is you know, it does not fit in the DRFA.
Do you think it should?
Well, I've made my when I was the minister responsible, and I had a conversation, and I was able to have some input into some of the ways that we can improve the funding arrangements between the Commonwealth and the state. I was very clear in saying that I think that there are things that need to change. We need to have a look at things in individual circumstances. I also recognise that, you know, this is an expensive thing for small country towns, but it's also a really important piece of infrastructure. I've been on the record with that. I've been out there in the communities and said the same thing. We'll continue working on that. And, you know, I know that the Reconstruction Authority continues having the, you know, these discussions with the NEMA, isn't it? Yeah, continues with NEMA, which is the national version of a Reconstruction Authority.
Thank you. Dr. Amanda Conn.
Good morning, Minister.
Morning, Doctor. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. I have a few questions about the Resilient Homes program. I understand that the Reconstruction Authority is moving to a different ministry, but obviously you've been responsible for this for some time.
It has moved to another minister, yeah.
The NRRC originally asked for $1.5 billion for the Resilient Homes program. Do you accept that this program's been underfunded?
Look, the program in terms of just the resilient homes element, I think is about $900 million. There was a discussion of a tranche 1 and a tranche 2. Previously, people had talked about a tranche 2, but there'd never been any funding that was allocated to it. We are still working through that money. The actual $900 odd million still hasn't been spent. And as you know, some of it is for buyback, some of it is for retrofitting, some of it is for home raising. The previous Premier and the current Premier, a lot of people said, we'll continue working with that community in the Northern Rivers. I think while I was the Minister that incorporated the recovery element, I think I visited probably about maybe 9 to 10 times. This is sort of front and centre for us, but there is still funding in that resilient homes package.
So my understanding is that as of December, only 16 grants for raises or retrofits had actually been granted through that program. How many applications have you had for raises or retrofits?
Can I just, if it's okay with you, ask maybe the CEO of Reconstruction Authority, in terms of, but what I do know is there's been a lot of inspections and advice and so forth. But maybe in terms of that specific number, if it's okay with you, if I ask the Reconstruction Authority CEO to answer that question.
If he's got it quickly, please.
Mel, do you have that?
Yes, Doctor. There's been 262 homes assessed that may be eligible for Resilient Measures program. For raises, there have been 41 offers approved to date, and 420 homes are prioritised for what would be resilient measures, so either raising or retrofits.
Thank you. And how many of those grants that have been approved are the works actually completed?
For retrofits, I'm advised that there are 4, and for raises, 17 at this time.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you having those numbers to hand. So, Minister, it's now 2025. You can appreciate from those figures that's a very small proportion of applications actually getting approved and a very small number of homes that have actually had works completed. Do you think that's an acceptable pace of works with the funding that's currently available?
I mean, what occurred in the Northern Rivers is the biggest natural disaster we've ever seen in Australia. It's certainly the most costly. We've seen a record investment by the previous state government and continue with this current government that we're part of, by the federal government. I'd been up there probably the week after the floods hit, and the devastation was quite phenomenal. When I became Minister, Minister Scully and I both went up there to look at a reset, and part of the thing was looking at what it is that we need to do, and that's where the retrofits and the home raising came in. I think it might have been about August or September, I'm not 100% sure, last year, where it went up and actually saw how the home raising would go. We also worked with one of the local groups there called Resilient Lismore as part of a 2 rooms project, I think it was called, I think it was 2 rooms project. So some funding. So we're looking at doing things in a different way, but ultimately with the community. But I do recognise that, it has been taking a while. We're trying to get it right. We're also trying to make sure that we can get all of the people who are, for want of a better phrase, tradies and people there to be able to do that job. But it's certainly not from a lack of the funding or a lack of the effort. Indeed, the Reconstruction Authority has been out door knocking, over the past year to just find out what people's specific needs are. We're trying to make sure that we work with people for their individual needs. We've got this pool of funding that falls under the Resilient Homes package, and what we want to make sure is that people get the thing that works best for them. But yeah, look, obviously we continue moving, at the best speed that we can. But the home raising itself is quite a delicate operation. You've got to brace the home, then you've got to crudely drive a truck under it, lift it up, jack it up slowly, and then reset it. And they're pretty specialised sort of work, but we'll continue working with those. But I'm really pleased to see that the number of, say, inspections and pre-approvals is quite high.
The modular housing in the Northern Rivers, I understand, is due to progressively come to an end from mid this year. Given you've visited frequently, I'm sure you appreciate the scale of the homelessness crisis in the Northern Rivers at the moment. What additional funding have you sought or advocated for the modular homes?
So the modular homes, there are some that were for a certain period of time, basically like local government. So local government or private property owners would have allowed us to put effectively like temporary homes on there. It was always to be temporary. The Reconstruction Authority is working with the people there. but also working with community housing providers to try and relocate people in suitable accommodation, recognising, of course, that there are some challenges in terms of where people can move to, but we're not like flicking a switch and saying, okay, everybody needs to go. The government is working with them. There's the community housing providers, which when we did the that I suppose reset to people said we want local decisions being made by local people, and the community housing providers have got better access to things. There's a investment in terms of social housing. There's support. We've seen now some of the places that have been moved. I think Mount Pleasant is almost ready to go, where homes are being relocated to Mount Pleasant. We're opening up the resilient lands. Has now been, there's been some agreements, and some of that infrastructure is in place. We're not going to be just saying to people, okay, you've got to go, time's up. But the fact of the matter is, when these agreements were entered into with government, they were agreed to at a certain period of time. Each individual household, call it, has also got their own transition plans. Like, we are working with people on an individual basis, and I just want to make that clear that people aren't just being sort of left out in the cold. They're being worked with individually. We're working with the community housing providers, and we're making sure that we support them into that next step. For some, they'll be able to move into their old home. For some, they'll be able to move their home. Others have sought out, new properties, and others have built properties. But each person is being worked with as an individual, because each case is an individual case.
Thank you. The Honourable... Oh, sorry. Did you have finished, Minister? Sorry.
I'm out of time.
Thank you. The Honourable John Ruddock.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, can you confirm that you have awarded a 10-year, $400 million contract for the management of the Rural Fire Service to a Canadian company called Coulson's? And can you also confirm that the tender was open publicly for 6 weeks over the summer holidays at the beginning of last year? And is that time frame standard for awarding of a contract so large?
Mr. Radica, just to clarify, so it wasn't for the administration of the RF, just specifically for aviation. Yeah, and it was a 5-year and a 5-year contract, and yes, I can confirm that. Commissioner Rogers, it was a 6 week. It was an open tender. And is that a 6-week tender?
Whatever the period was that we were required by procurement guidelines.
Yeah. We worked within the procurement guidelines.
Well, industry is very concerned. It was only a 6-week period, and it was only, I think it opened in like the first week of January. And there was a contract awarded by the federal government for the helicopter services in Antarctica recently, and they had a 3-month open tender process. So I think some of the local operators felt like they weren't really given an open opportunity. Do you think that's fair?
Well, Mr. Radic, I mean, we worked within the guidelines that are there for us, which is the state procurement guidelines. That would be the first step, that everything was done in relation to that. In relation to what the federal government did, you'd appreciate that it's not my place to speak about what they do.
Yeah.
Can I go back to one of the reasons why we've also made sure that we've tried to secure aviation? We need this, and we need something long term. We continue, even with this Coulson contract, to work with local operators. But if we ever think about what occurred just recently in Los Angeles, post Los Angeles, the United States have now tried to tie up pretty much all of the available aviation aircraft to support that.
Well,
we've also got situations where fire seasons in the past used to pretty clearly defined. They now overlap. So this is about making sure that we've got the resources that we need, given that we will have fire seasons that extend for a long period of time.
The bushfire inquiry after those bad fires 5 years ago did say that the local operators did a good job. So I'm still confused why we had to outsource it to Canada. But are you aware that when the contract was approved by yourself, that Coulson's was under investigation by the Australian Transport Safety Bureau for 2 of the worst fatal firefighting crashes we've had in recent history? That's the one in Cooma, and that is the one in Western Australia.
And I believe that there was a report that's been handed down with Cooma.
Yes, well, that report was being prepared while you issued them the contract, so it was still in play.
Mr. Ruddock, the tender went out openly to everyone who was willing to apply. People were aware that there was a tender. We need to make sure that we have the best possible protection that we can for our state. We currently own a large air tanker. We're the only state that does it. We own a Chinook. We're the only state that does it. But as we've just seen in recent fires across the state, and I'm so grateful because we're able to see the use of our aviation to support people on the ground, I need to make sure as the Minister, and I think that anybody would like to know, that we've got every possible resource at that. As part of the contract, as an example, there was also an element that had to involve local work, local training.
Yes,
so
but
that
the
we could
local
build
work
our
has been
local-
very significantly reduced. You would agree with that, haven't you? And we're talking about at least 24 operators, good, thriving businesses, which has had a very good relationship with the RFS for several decades. And now those operators are in serious strife because we've given $400 million to a foreign company.
Mr. Ruddock, you'd appreciate we're still using and we're still working with our local operators. Indeed, we have throughout the summer. I think businesses. That's right. What I need to be very, very conscious of is making sure that when a fire happens, we've got the resources that are in place. And I'm comfortable that in New South Wales we do the very best that we can to make sure that we've got those resources. It was an open tender, and that open tender was available to everybody to be able to put in I suppose a bid. Now Coulson put in the successful bid, and as a result of that, we're able to secure their services. There's been, just to give you an example of how it would work, we need to procure, even like with all of our locals, we still need to procure aerial fleet at different times of the year. These are becoming much, much more difficult to procure, much more expensive to procure, and other places are starting to just tie them up. We're actually in a good place in New South Wales with that. I'm happy to make sure that, I have to use the public, obviously the responsibility is, the public funding to be used in the best way possible. This is the best way possible. For some of the specifics, I'm happy for the Commissioner to elucidate a bit more on some of the specifics that you're referring to, but I'm confident that we continue to use and continue to work with local operators, and that we've done the best that we can to ensure the safety of the people of New South Wales, particularly when it comes to fire season.
Okay, so Minister, when you did award that very large contract to Coulson's, and there was CASA was investigating these two crashes simultaneously. Now, you're right that CASA has now delivered that report, and the Sydney Morning Herald in January this year summarised those reports, and this is what it found about Coulson. It said the investigation found that Coulson Aviation's safety risk management processes did not adequately manage the risks associated with large air tanker operations, and that there were no operational risk assessments conducted or a risk register maintained. Now, then CASA went on to complain that a lot of their safety records are held in British Columbia. And so those reports were, there's been two crashes, and CASA has said, look, we're not thrilled about the safety record of this company. Is that a concern to you, Minister?
I think anybody would be concerned about safety, but Mr. Ruddock, I go back to this. There was a process, and people and companies were allowed and enabled to be able to make a submission. Now, I don't know whether some of the contractors you've talked about made a submission or not, but obviously when it's
they said that they just didn't have the time, and it was as though the tender process was not friendly towards local submissions. That is the strong evidence, that feedback I'm getting from the industry.
Well, as I said, we continue to work with local industry. I think there's 22 contracted aircraft. I think we've got an availability of up to 230 aircraft. When I'm dealing with a fire that's potentially spreading across the state, I want to make sure that we've got all the resources that we've got there, Mr. Ruddock.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning, Ms. Hurst.
Minister, the latest Oscar statistics show a 32% increase in the number of young people in custody following the introduction of punitive bail law reforms, which have now been extended for another year. Minister, as the Minister for Youth Justice, were you consulted on the decision to extend those laws?
There's a discussion that happens between, in party rooms, Ms. Hurst.
And Minister, do you support the decision to extend the bail laws?
It's a government decision.
Do you?
And I'm part of the government, and I obviously supported that.
Thank you. Do you think that what we've seen so far, a 32% increase in kids in custody, is a good outcome from the perspective of youth justice?
Ms. Hurst, I know your sincerity in this, and you know my sincerity in this, and the belief, and I think everybody here in this panel, that we'd love to see no kids in youth justice. We'd love to see kids be able to live their best life. I think Miss McDonald's, as a shadow minister, and I were at something about a month ago. It's inspiring, but the reality of it is we've got to balance community safety with also giving a consequence for young people, and at the same time trying to give them some hope and trying to give them a chance to change and redeem things and maybe get onto a better path. So, I've been on the record very, very clearly about that, the support for young people, trying to make sure we get them on the right path. And the same token, though, I've also got to make sure that for people who commit, and there's been some pretty serious crimes, young people who commit some pretty serious crimes, one, we need to stop that crime. Two, we need to get to the heart of why that crime is occurring. And three, being able to support that. My job as a youth minister, when they come into, I suppose, my responsibility is, after the courts have made a determination, what I do with my youth justice agency and other agencies that I work with is saying what is it that we can do to make things better. And to that end, like the commitment in terms of funding, that I'm really proud to have been able to secure nearly $67 million of funding. It's the first time that someone has secured $67 million of funding specifically towards working in terms of with diversion, with young people, with communities. But at the end,
and Minister, I'm not questioning. I know that there's several good things that you are doing, and certainly I don't mean anything negative on that.
No, I know. I appreciate that.
But at the same time, I'm sure you're aware the impact of these laws on Aboriginal young people, with the number of Aboriginal kids in remand increasing by 22% to 129, according to Bosca. I'm just wondering how that's consistent with the work that you're doing and the work that the government's doing on closing the gap. We've sort of got all this work, this funding, these other great things that you're doing, and at the same time, we've got legislation passing that's putting more and more children in custody.
Look, and that's the complexity of it. I wish there was just one straight line or just one simple solution. I think 10 of my predecessors would have done it if they could. We continue to work in diversion. We continue to work with communities. We work with Aboriginal community-controlled organisations. We also work with local communities and what the community leaders want. We also work with education, health. What's the holistic thing? In terms of remand, sometimes the young person is in remand for effectively maybe like a day. It could be 24 hours. It could be 20 hours. It could be until their next court date. So what I'm also looking at is, in terms of sentencing, are more young people being sentenced for longer periods of time, and what can we do with them in terms of trying to help them change this behaviour. But we also need to be, one of the things I'm really passionate about is making sure that if we put a young person back into the place where they were doing the wrong thing, how are we supporting them so they don't do the wrong thing? Are we helping them, say, into education? Are we helping them into schooling? Are we helping them with a whole family wraparound service? That's how those two things work together. It's not, there are so many pieces to this and there's a complexity, but there is a genuine will and a desire to make things better. Even people who advocate, when we visited Moree recently to announce the bail accommodation service, I met with some people who had been victims of youth crime. And even they, with all of that, while they're advocating in terms of making sure that these consequences are given to young people, at the same time, they were also saying we still need to provide hope and we still need to provide opportunities. And it's trying to find that right balance. But of course,
and just in regards to Moree, and I understand that there's just an appointment of a provider for the Safe Aboriginal Youth program in Moree. And the contract is to commence this month, I believe, and continues for 4 years. Are you able to explain why this contract's only commenced now rather than when the bail changes were introduced, if we're really trying to focus on building these bridges to help these kids rather than a punishment focus? Like, why has it taken so long for this contract to commence?
And I think that's a fair question and a fair point. At the time, Ms. Hurst, I think I was with Mr. O'Reilly, and we were talking about this, and we made it pretty clear too that these things would take time in terms of firstly defining what it was that this program would be, working out what the parameters of it would be, then working with local providers in terms of what they could provide, how they could provide it, and then the next bit, which is actually sourcing, which is the step now, which is actually sourcing the accommodation. Where if we try and rush it too quickly and don't work with the local community into what works for them, then I think we run the risk of doing it wrong. And what might work in Moree is not necessarily going to work in, say, another place, like where we're doing some work, for example, in Coffs Harbour or in Dubbo. But we take those learnings. But we, youth justice is absolutely prioritising this. I mean, it's almost a constant discussion that we have. They're on the ground there working with people. The two successful tenders, I think it's Mie Beret and the Shea Academy, have got deep roots into the community, highly regarded. Whilst this has been going on, there's also another body of work that's been taking place in terms of making sure that we're engaging young people in nighttime activities, because when you look at the data, most of the behaviour that we're talking about here occurred, during early hours of the morning. Kids need to be engaged and then brought back to what could be home. But again, these are complex situations, some complex family situations. We're trying to work with people, and no one could work better with local young people than local community providers.
Thank you. We now switch to the opposition. The Honourable Aileen McDonald.
Thank you. So the report that I'm referring to was the Department of Customer Service annual report.
This one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But I've got a few other pages, but the first one...
Okay, but this one, okay, thank you.
Yeah, the first one is page 155, and it's basically the last paragraph. The Appropriation Act appropriates the sum of, and you can see just over $2 billion there, and in 2023 it was just over $3 billion. So my question is, where did the missing $995 million go?
So, Miss McLaughlin, so the one on the right, if you don't mind, so the one on the right here, the column on the right.
That's what it was.
Yes, yeah. So
and now it's, so what I really want to know is...
So that's 2022-23.
Yeah, so what programs have been scrapped, shelved or gutted to absorb this cut?
Well, I mean, Ms McDonald, having a look at this, the thing was talking about a cut, but what you could see is 2022 and 23 was the last budget of the previous government, who we knew just were just putting out money all sorts of places, and we inherited the largest debt ever handed to a government,
Yeah.
$187 $7 billion black hole. And
I recognise that, but so...
Well, I mean, that was the fact, is that we inherited that debt because money was being spent. But in terms of
so what programs, so my question is, what programs have been cut or scrapped or shelved as a result of this?
Well, if you have a look at then the following line, you can look at not necessarily cut spent, but that one you referred to, for example, the Digital Restart Fund, money has been spent from the Digital Restart Fund. The Rental Bond Board, still the same, but then you go down to the next...
I'll ask some more questions about that then,
I know, but that's...
in terms of... So you've got a copy of the report now?
This is the page that you've provided me.
Yeah, but I have other questions with different pages which I will refer to.
Can we get a copy of that?
Sorry,
this is of the annual report.
Sorry, Minister. Sorry, Minister. Yeah, there's been a point of order.
In terms of consistency with your previous ruling, if the member wants...
I would have thought that the
well,
Minister
can I finish
would
the
have
point
a
of
copy
order?
of that report.
Is that okay? Can I finish the point of order?
Sorry.
If the member wants to quote from a document, it would be good for the benefit of the committee and the Minister if the committee was availed of the documents so that we can scrutinise them and be availed of what she's talking about. So I would ask you to ask her to table the documents if she's going to quote from them.
Look, if it's a simple report...
It's 217 pages. I'm not going to table 217 pages.
Order. If it's a simple report that's on the public domain, it doesn't necessarily need to be tabled with the committee. It's up to the member. Of course, it can help to get some really clear answers from the Minister if we're referring to very specific parts of a large report to ensure that he's able to refer back to them. To be able to get answers to those questions, but it's not a requirement that the member has to table or has to provide it. But it will make it very difficult for the Minister if it's too specific.
Point of order, and that simply is
that I think it's a matter of courtesy that if a member asks a question, the Minister should be able to have time, reasonable time. He's attempting to answer to the best of his ability in terms of lack of detail. The member's asked a specific question. She has provided us with page 155 of the document that the Minister's seeking to respond, and then we're now moving on to another line of questions. I think the Minister, as a matter of courtesy, should at least be able to answer.
I'm happy.
Can I
Thank
do
you,
the
sir.
point of
Thank you,
order?
Madam Chair. I'm happy to answer the questions on this page. Like, I'm more than happy to that. But what I just asked, if there's other things that you're referring to, if I could just know that. I said to you before, I'm more than happy, and I will answer that. And your question was about what programs. I mean, if I'm looking at this page, I'm looking at things like the medium-sized business support grant, for example, which was a COVID stimulus package. That was not, as a priority in 2023-24 as it was in 2022-23. The Dine and Discover vouchers, for example, the flood relief support grants, they were from the 2022 flood. So it's not a case of budgets being cut, as opposed to that budget was no longer required, because as service, it's one of its responsibilities is when a government makes an announcement about funding grants, then it's run through Service New South Wales. But there are COVID things here that are no longer relevant. There are flood things that are no longer relevant. And I mean, we're talking about a budget from 3 years. We're talking about 2 years budgets ago. But that's that answer to the question when you ask me about what it is that's not there. And that's why I appreciate you giving me the paper, because now I know what you're talking about.
But do you have a copy of the 217-page report available to you now?
Not with me right now, but I'm sure if we need to, we'll get a hold of it.
Sorry, just
But I
to
didn't
interrupt
bring it. I mean,
you.
I brought-
Sorry, the
I brought
Secretary
7 budget books.
is printing a copy of that out for you. Unfortunately, just because of the length of it's taking a little bit of time.
as I say,
It will be here soon. Thank
217
you.
But even if you give me
pages.
the numbers of pages, that's fine. But like, obviously, I'm talking about this year's budget estimates. This is for something from a couple of years ago. We've
but
brought all the documents for
my
this year.
further questions will be in relation to this. So
Sure.
I can tell you the pages that I will refer to are page 38, page 55, page 71, 75 and 76, 148, 91, 27 and 23.
Okay,
I
no
believe.
worries. We've all made some. There's a few questions there.
There is, yeah.
Chair, point of order, can I just clarify, will we be getting a copy of those
Yes.
pages?
Yes, you will. Yes.
Thanks.
Great. Sorry, the member may continue.
Sure. Thanks.
Okay. And we
But
might,
so sorry, Ms McDonald,
and
you're
some you
happy
might
with
have
the
to take
answer
on
with that
notice.
I've given you in terms of why it looks like it's less? It's because those funds were no longer distributed through my department. So it's not a cut. It's just that those funds were no longer required. COVID stimulus, flood stimulus. That's why it's
that's part of the
different.
reason. Okay, thank you.
That is the reason. It's not part of it. That is the reason.
So in the report, there are other ministers involved in putting together the report. So they refer to Minister for Better Regulation and Fair Trading, Minister for Building. But do you have oversight of this cluster?
So we don't have a cluster model per se. I'm the minister responsible for the Department of Community Service, but within that, as you've said, there's now Minister Saffin, for example, with small business.
Yes.
Minister Kotsis with industrial relations.
So I'll just ask one question then, and you might say no, that's not within my remit, and then I'll move on.
Okay.
So with regard to, say on page 38, the portable rental bond scheme. Is that something that you would like to comment on, or?
Well, I'm assuming that does that fall under the Minister for Better Regulation?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's not. So the ministers.
That's all right. I'll move
Yes.
on then.
Yeah.
To the. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Yep. Okay. So I will now refer to page 55.
Okay. I'm trying to answering here without knowing the pages, but we'll give it a go.
Okay, it's about the licensing program.
Sorry, at the point of, are we asking questions now about the document we don't have and the Minister doesn't have?
To the point of order, the member's asking questions about the portfolio of the Minister. She's using a publicly available document as the basis of those questions. I don't think it needs to be tabled. These are things that the Minister should be across. She doesn't have to say where she's getting this information from.
Point of order, Chair.
She does,
Point of order. The issue is not whether or not the Minister's across his portfolio. To expect him to memorise by rote every line item of a particular budgetary item is just unfair. So if the committee wants to waste time so that the Minister can spend the next half an hour looking up the pages of a 400-page document,
It's 217
but isn't it
pages.
easier just to
that's
table the
fine.
documents and give them to him? Like,
Yeah, look, the documents are coming, as I said earlier. Look, there's no requirement for the member to table the documents.
What I'll do
but it
is
won't
I'll
make
wait for
very
the
good
tabled
questioning if the
documents.
Minister can't answer
If
the
I may,
questions.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to
No, it's
do
all
the
right.
best. No, I'm happy to do the best in answering the question, but just appreciate that.
No.
I'll have to do it. And just to the other point, very much. I think you've seen Mr. Barrett. I pretty much answer every one of the questions that I can. But yeah, I mean, I don't know the document you're talking about. But I'm happy to try and answer
It's
that
all right.
question as I just
I
did.
will, Mr. Barrett will ask
So
questions.
there's a copy coming to you now, Minister.
Okay, well, what was it? Page 38.
No, that's what we were on.
Oh,
We're now on
55.
page 55.
I've written them all down. Thank you, Sam.
There'll be other copies for the committee coming soon.
Right.
Okay.
Sometime this afternoon.
And so,
Okay. So licensing and e-regulation.
yes,
Yep.
and it's on page 55, has its own little title, licensing program. I'm just wondering, why is the licensing program claiming, and it's 850 million in projected economic benefits without any actual proof of that? And you usually see the government licensing system will transition to Licence New South Wales with more than 850 million in economic benefits projected to be benefit generated by 2031. Can you give me a breakdown of that 850 million claim? And has Treasury verified these projections, or are they internal estimates?
Sure. What I'll do is I'll give you a bit of an overview of it, and then if it's okay with you, I might hand over to Laura Christie, who's the head of digital. But the licensing program that we're doing, again, is like a nation first thing. Just like the photo card that we've just launched, we're really leading the nation that way. I would assume that you might have a digital license. There's other license that we've got. We trialled the Working with Children's check, for want of a better word, license as well. But there are a number of licenses right across the state, whether it's like your plumbing license or whatever the different licenses are.
Yeah, I have a few.
Yeah. what we're trying to do is we're going to make your life easier, Ms. McDonald, and everyone else's in the state by having them available to you in that same concept, that wallet, which is really good at making sure that the consumer's also protected, that it's the right person who's able to provide that information, that if I ask somebody to come in and fix a leaking tap, that they are legitimately of it. Now that's where we're doing it. We've got 52 licenses, I could just say, that have been delivered to date. We've still got 78 schemes that have been moved over, and it takes them off the legacy. In terms of the economic impact, part of that is that we're moving them off legacy technology, which is, by its very nature, it's like it's going. And the other one is also the impact that it has on communities where there's a lot of people who have to rectify things in different ways. So this is in terms of productivity gain. I'm happy if you are to ask Ms. Christie to provide more detail than that, if there's more specifics that you have.
I might do that this afternoon.
Sure. And Ms. Christie is head of digital, DepSec head of digital, but what you'll find is that what I've explained is pretty much what the licensing program is.
All right, thank you.
Thank
you. So if I can now turn to page 70.
Okay. And thank you to...
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for whoever printed this off. Page 70?
Yes.
70,
and we're
71?
talking about Revenue New South Wales compliance activities.
So Revenue New South Wales, so that falls under the responsibility of Minister Husos. In the same way as before, like we'll talk about Minister Shanthavon with the, this is Minister Husos.
All right, I'll move on to my next question then. Page 75 and 76. And this one's right up your alley. That's the Digital Restart Fund.
Right. Just give us one sec. Yep, I'm right.
Page
I'm just trying to
75,
find that one.
76. How many of the digital restart funds or funded projects needed extensions, amendments or top-ups?
So the way the Digital Restart Fund works, it doesn't work necessarily on extensions and those things. What it does is it starts off with a little bit of seed funding. So let's say, for example, you're a particular department, Ms McDonald, like say you're responsible for the department of something, and you've got this idea, and you would make an application to the Digital Restart Fund, which then gets assessed, and it might be, we need to trial this, we need to start up with a seed program, and can we have some funding for that, and can we get that different support, and at different points of time, more funding is released if you meet sort of what we call the gateway. In the end, what also happens is that the department itself makes their own contributions and continues. So in terms of like extensions and things like that, that's not necessarily how it works. There's one that there's amazing projects out from the Digital Restart Fund. One of the really great examples that I could point to is schools. So no one knew I didn't know what QR codes really. I did know what they were, but I didn't use them until COVID. We all started using QR codes. It became the norm.
Yeah.
That was developed through the digital team. Now what they've done is the Department of Education has said, we want to adapt that into something so when school visitors go in, so you go to a school now, instead of the olden days like 2 years ago, when you used to have to write on that, you used to have to write down your name and your details and all those things, you now do the QR code, and then where the benefit of that is all the data, making sure that the right person is going in. But the next step as well is that if you get people who are tradies and so forth coming in, they're working with children's checks, all of that sort of thing. That to me is an example of what Digital Restart Fund does and really good ideas. So that's an extension, but that started with a bit of seed funding, continuation, and now the department will run with it.
So with those extensions, what's the return on investment, say, for any that have been extended to 2034?
Oh, the return! I can actually give you a number. The return on investment is quite phenomenal. If you just give me 1 sec. I think I had a number for particular return on investment. Laura, you said to me before, the number of dollars for every dollar we spend. There you go, $3 for every $1 that's spent. I mean, in terms of as a return on investment, we've done the digital birth certificate national rollout recently, the rural access gap, RegStar, which is a driver learning license, the Youth Justice KIMS program, which is all of the database work in there, as well as cyber security are just some, but the return on investment is good. What's been really important with this is that Digital New South Wales is working with individual agencies to make sure that they get the best outcome and they actually produce the best systems possible. So we're using our expertise in digital with the expertise in individual and respective agencies to make sure that we do the very best that we can and get a really good outcome. But 3 to 1 is pretty all right, I would say.
Yeah. All right. So if you can now turn to page 148.
148. Okay. I'm just going to put this back. Sorry, I've just got 148.
And you've got, it's to do with licensing. So why did the government reclassify over 100 million in licence and regulatory fee income?
I would say that might be a question specifically to the financial team. Michael, would you be able to be able to give you a quick answer on that, Michael? If you wouldn't mind, sorry.
Yep, that's okay.
And I think is it us or a chance of one in that one as well?
Remember which line item you're referring to, just so for our
Well,
reference?
there are several.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wherever it says licensing, you mean?
Actually, the secretary, sorry?
I think
Where
you'll
you can
find-
see in, yeah.
Sorry. I think you have a range of licenses presented here as required for the preparation of the accounts, each of which will be a licensing scheme that's accountable to a different minister. So you've got licences here, mostly in Minister Chanthavong's portfolio. Mr. Tsoumalis, who's the CFO, may be able to make a general observation on why, from an accounting point of view, the reclassification was required.
Thank you, Graham. We've reclassified between retained taxes and that line, basically after discussions with the Audit Office, to make sure that we're reflecting it in the most appropriate accounting line as possible.
So with advice from the Audit Office.
That was a very quick answer, wasn't it?
Sometimes if you ask the person who knows the exact answer, they can give you the quickest one possible.
Refreshing.
I have one question in my last 50 seconds on page 91.
91. Whoop.
I will go to it. Okay, and it's to do with consultants. The third one down for Keystone negotiation. Where are we? Oh, sorry. What return did taxpayers get from spending nearly $190,000 for advice on how to negotiate with Microsoft?
Do we know when? So this was from the 2022-23.
That's your report.
Well, no, but from the 22-23 budget.
23-24. That's what we're reporting on.
Yeah. Keystone negotiation. Can we?
We'll come back to.
I'll come back to that. I'll come back to that one.
Thank you. The Honourable Rod Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Good
Thanks
morning,
for your
Mr.
attendance this morning.
How are you?
Look, you have a very diverse portfolio and a very diverse day in front of you, so I'm just going to make a bit of a sort of statement to get you around where it is we're at. In rescue incidents where minutes make the difference between life and death, you would think that measuring the performance of various New South Wales Emergency Service agencies attending rescue work would only improve outcomes across New South Wales. But recently the chair of the State Rescue Board confirmed that little or no data is being analysed to evaluate the suitability of our rescue arrangements. So this means in an area, and we'll use Port Macquarie for example, despite a rapidly growing population, you have the SES sitting in one shed and right beside them, physically right beside them, is the fire brigade, who are constantly on duty at Port Macquarie. So therefore, in Port Macquarie, you're relying upon the SES to do the rescue work, although the firefighters are right next door. So, Minister, do you agree that staff firefighters at Port Macquarie responding to a local road crash incident are more likely to be able to attend in a quicker response in 99% of all those occasions?
Is the Port Macquarie, and I'm not trying to play games here, but is the Port Macquarie fire station a retained fire station? It's a full-time station.
It is full-time, and that's why I'm asking.
That's why I wanted to ask you that.
And I want it just clearly on the record, this is no disparaging remarks towards the SES, right? We're just talking about, they do an extremely good job, but we're talking about practicability, right? You've got volunteers being called out from home to run the SES. You have full-time firefighters sitting in a station. The work's going to the SES, surely. In these circumstances, the best trained and most available unit is the fire brigade. What's your comment in relation to that?
So the State Rescue Board obviously looks at all of those things, and all commissioners across all of the different agencies work really well together. There are accredited rescue designations at certain points of time, but they also work well enough together that if one of the agencies is the first one to get there, then they will be there and they will do that work and they'll be supported by the others.
They may be, but who's called first, Minister? That's the question I'm getting at, right? There's no data. As I said, the chair of the State Rescue Board says there's very little data collected or analysed. So we don't know how long it's taking various volunteer rescue units to attend an accident scene, where we know the not retained firefighters, the full-time firefighters at Port Macquarie are there, ready to respond. No call out from home, no getting dressed, no nothing. Ready to go.
Mr. Roberts, I'll look into that one. I do know that they are working together, and there's some discussions that have taken place that are around that. And obviously also what we're seeing is, and you highlighted it in your opening, where the changing demographics of communities, and we're seeing the peri-urban now become urban, and we're seeing the semi-rural become more rural. But in the end, it's the police that actually coordinate the whole rescue, which they do that.
Yeah,
I'm
we know
responsible
that,
for
Minister.
those.
I'm not
We'll-
stopping you, right? I'm not interrupting your answer. Your answer is correct, right? We're not disputing that. Who coordinates what?
Yeah.
We're talking about the practicality of a call-out arrangement from somebody coming from home, if in fact they are available. They're not at the kids' soccer practice, or they're not at the church fete or something, where the fire brigade at Port Macquarie 24/7 rostered on duty. Surely practicalities would say, in every instance, there you go, two people.
And I think that's a good point that you make, because obviously what we want to do is go, how does this occur? What is the reason behind it?
An undertaking from you to reassess all this then?
Look, you got an undertaking from me. I'll have a conversation with you. I'm happy to get a briefing with you as well, with that, where we can have a discussion about it, and I wouldn't mind finding out. And if there's things that we can do better and areas that we can improve, you've got my undertaking that we'll do that.
Right. Well, then, going further on that, you've recently commissioned a report that's been released about volunteering in rescue agencies, for example, and unfortunately, a reflection on society today, perhaps not enough people are volunteering anymore. So your numbers are dropping.
True.
Right? So then, in relation to that, surely that would tell you alone that you need to rely on your full-time employed rescue trained operators, not a dropping and diminishing volunteer workplace. Wouldn't that tell you something in itself? And it was a report that you commissioned.
Yeah, look, and we committed that report, and I've just got a little note to just say, just go back to that point. So Port Macquarie, for example, Fire and Rescue New South Wales is the accredited road crash rescue authority there. So we might use.
Well, that's
look
not
at
what I've
other
been
places.
told. I've been told it's the
They're
SES.
accredited for road crash.
They're accredited for
road crash.
SES is the
Yeah,
GLR.
yeah. So they're accredited.
Sorry, I
for
didn't
it,
hear
so
what
they
the
can-
Commissioner said. The SES is what?
The accredited GLR unit, the General Land Rescue Unit.
Right, okay.
So, but I'm more than happy to sit down with you, to ask for a briefing we can do together. The issue around volunteers, you're right. We're seeing different volunteer numbers fluctuate in different agencies. Interestingly, Surf Lifesaving, which is one of the the emergency service that's a non-government one, has actually had an increase in the number of volunteers. SES has had an increase in the number of volunteers. What this report was about that exact thing that you were talking about, Mr. Roberts. Let's have a look at what we've got, where we're at, what the problems might be. Are there other ways of solution? And as a result of that report, one of the things that we did was also then enabled some the grants for what they call like spontaneous volunteering grants, where local organisations can have volunteers ready to go at different times and have some training. I tip my hat to people who volunteer. I'm so grateful for them. I saw them, as Miss Higginson did up in the North Coast not too long ago, from all of the different agencies. Volunteers are people who put others ahead of themselves. They're like the best of us. I could wax lyrical, as I'm sure you would as well, knowing how much you respect emergency services. We work together. All of the emergency services do work well together. I'm not, the training that's provided, particularly say RFS, does a lot more than fight bushfires. They also do rescues. I get messages from the Commissioner pretty much on a daily basis about crashes they've gone to. SES does more than just flood rescues. We do have a problem.
Can I rudely interrupt you? And
Sure.
I know it's your answer and you're entitled to your answer, but we're on the clock. I've got limited time, and then I'll be gone. I'll be out of your hair. So I just want to finish these.
I don't have as much hair as I used to.
Well,
right?
I seen you, Minister,
You should
and
have
there's
seen me in
probably a good reason
2015.
why.
I had a mullet.
But what I'm getting at is, though, we know that volunteer base is diminishing, right?
Yes.
We know that.
In parts.
In parts, but in parts. So surely then, going forward, we should be looking at how are we going to best serve our community, and perhaps in some locations it's best served by those that are fully employed and trained in rescue units.
Look, there's a continuous looking at the where we're at, and I use that phrase where we're at.
Well, there's not, because the chair of the state board said we don't analyse the data in terms of emergency rescues.
Individual agencies do keep their data,
Yeah, but
and
it's
maybe
not compiled.
Well, maybe then
We
that
can't
needs.
sit back with an overview dashboard and say it takes this agency so long to respond and this agency so long to respond. You don't have that data.
We do look at them regularly. Maybe then there's a bit more of a directive that can be spoken about what it is that we need to look at, which is where I think you're doing. But Mr. Roberts, I know that you're not trying to, but I just really want to make it clear that our emergency services, whether they're the paid or whether they're the volunteers, are there for our communities in their time of
Granted.
need. They turn
Not
up,
disputed. They do an
they're-
excellent job.
yeah,
Excellent job. And that's why I praise the SES
Thank
in
you.
opening this.
Thank you.
This is not an attack on the SES or the RFS.
Yeah.
So this is not a gotcha moment for you, Minister.
Yeah.
This is concerning stuff that
Yeah.
has been brought to my attention, and I think it needs to be brought to your attention, and I think it needs to be addressed because it's a problem. It's an identified problem. It's a problem that's getting bigger, and it's one that needs attention.
You know, I've just, I'll take that as a comment. But the work that they do together is actually quite incredible. I saw that in Port Stephens when we had the storms a few months ago, and I went to an RFS station, but the SES were there, the fireys were there, others were there. They work well together. We'll continue looking and assessing at what it is that we need to do, where communities change. So the Commissioner for RFS, Mr. Rogers, has told me, and he knows it better than one of the issues that's happening is even the changing nature of rural communities, where farms that used to be big farming families used
Chopped down into smaller
the-
ones.
the-
I live
and-
in the rural farm.
Yeah, and of course, so what we're seeing is less people who are then invested in terms of volunteering or who are available, which validates part of the point that you're making. We do work well together. There's joint standing fire committees, there's joint standing committees. I've said to you, and I'm more than happy to have a conversation with you outside of this process, and you know me enough to know that I'm sincere.
Right,
So
well,
if
let's
we can
do
work
that then,
together,
mate.
we will.
One final question then. So you've got the
Oh,
SES,
you're still
the
going.
RFS, and the Fire Rescue New South Wales all competing for budget from state government. We agree?
Well, everyone competes for budget.
Everybody,
yeah,
I know
yeah,
that. As
yeah.
I said, there's no traps
Yeah.
in these questions, Minister, right? These are just factual
Yeah.
things. Competing for budget. I think there's circumstances and red flags about government inefficiency. But anyway, do we have duplication in rescue and emergency services more broadly?
I think this year's budget allocation to the emergency services was about 2.2 billion maybe. So the funding, they're getting well funded. There's been a bigger funding increase since before 2019. The duplication bit is the bit where we work together in terms of trying to make sure that we support. So for example, in flood rescue, one of the recommendations of the inquiries from the floods of 22 was that we need to increase capacity in all of the agencies so they can support one another. They work together. We're actually getting better at also sharing resources. Recently, I'd lost track of time now, but there was legislation that was passed, even in terms of that duplication and more efficient, to ensure that training credentials are recognised across the board, so that if you remember, as many people are, they're part of the SES and the RFS,
yeah.
training in one place, which is not common sense. So we've been able to do that in terms of the equipment that we can use, in terms of making sure that we can use those same procurement. That's where I think we can work together. My word that I love to use that probably drives my office a bit, annoys them, is interoperability. We've got to, each one is unique, each one is special, but there's a lot that they can do together. There's a lot that they can operate together. There's a lot that they could share together. And your examples of sheds that are next to each other, we're seeing some of that, like even down at Maruya, where we're going to be building stuff that is where agencies can be together, so they can actually share that training, so they can share the resources, so they can learn from best practice. So what you're saying is the track that we're on.
Thank you.
My time's expired.
It has. Thank
you.
you. Mr. Higginson.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister. I just wanted to ask you
yeah, sure.
about, when we were all up in the Northern Rivers and we were somewhat relieved Cyclone Alfred wasn't as bad as we were prepared and thought it might be. Whilst we were still there, Chris Minns came back to Sydney and jumped onto 2GB and said that he was going to start demolishing homes in Pine Street and the squatters had to go. It was really divisive and it was really nasty. Do you think it was really regrettable?
Miss Higginson, we were up there together.
Yeah.
And I remember we had a bit of a conversation. We missed each other, but
we did.
But it was that incredible. I've just done a sigh, almost like a sigh of relief, because that's how it felt.
Yeah.
The day after, and I just wanted to say thank you to the community.
Yeah.
For the work that they did, and obviously all the emergency services. The thing that you're referring to are the comments that the Premier made in relation to homes that have been bought by the state because they were in an unsafe place.
Well, can I just interrupt if it's okay? Yeah, sorry. I mean, I hear all of that. I just want to cut to it. We have such limited time. You know, as well as I know, that he came to Sydney and he literally sat on 2GB and said, those people, so members of my community, have just got to get out and it's untenable, and we're going to demolish those homes. You now know the demolition program has commenced, and people are really, really hurting. And I'm asking you, A, do you think that's regrettable that he said those words and took that stand on that morning at that time about those people, and the demolitions that are happening right now are really hurting people? Do you acknowledge that? So there's 2 points.
Well, Ms Higginson, I mean, I think the question about what the Premier said and whether there's any regret in that is probably better directed to him, and I think I'll leave it at that. The second part, which is about the homes, and I think just before you came in, we were talking a little bit about that. I think there's been about 48 buybacks. There's been 600 plus buybacks. I think 648 buybacks that have occurred. The reason those buybacks occurred is because they were homes in places that are deemed unsafe. And I think we need to keep coming back to that particular thing. You would remember, as I did, at that time of the cyclone, we were so grateful for what happened, but the lead up to it, that anxiety and that fear and the not knowing what was going to happen, when the cyclone was going to hit, the impact, whether the levee was going to overtop, all those. But,
I know,
but
Minister,
I just need to
we've lived with this for
I
a
know,
long,
and
long
you've
time.
lived through it much more than I mean, I was just a.
But I just want to
visitor.
know. Do you see that the Premier coming to Sydney, punching down on a small part of our community, has actually really impacted us? There is a lot of division. There is a lot of pain. There is a lot of trauma and suffering. And Min's coming to Sydney the day after he was there, punching down on that small part of our community, I believe was regrettable. I hear that you're saying that that's not a question for you to answer, but do you think?
Well, I think it isn't a question for me to answer. It's a question for the Premier.
But do you see that it's responsible for some of the division and the hurt and the pain when the leader of the state comes in and punches down on one small part of a community who would otherwise be homeless?
Well, look,
sorry,
let's go back
Minister-
and have a look at
Minister-
where it is that they're at and how we got to this particular position. I will go back again. It seems to me I'll come back to the same point, but it's the key point. The state bought those homes as part of the biggest buyback program in history because those homes were unsafe.
But do
Ms.
you
Higginson-
acknowledge that the
Michelle,
basis...
Point of order. Order. There's been a point of order taken.
I was reluctant to do so, but now this is becoming quite repetitive. I understand the member's trying to make a subjective political point. The Minister has answered to the best of his ability, that is that the homes were unsafe, but the member persists in recharacterising and framing it in a political sense.
Point of order, I'm happy to move
I asked
on.
it should be called to order and move on because
I'm happy to move
we've got
on.
the
Thank you.
answer.
I know that the member's happy to move on.
Do you accept, Minister, that many of those homes were purchased on the understanding that they would be relocated, and now, for some of those homes, a different decision has been made?
The decision at the time, there was always a potential that those homes would not be able to be relocated, not to be repaired. We had, I think, just recently, and I will preface it with, there's a new minister who's responsible for this, but that's not.
And I've got mail this afternoon.
And I won't deviate from that. I will accept what I did when I had the responsibility for it. But we did have an expression of interest that was open, as you'd be aware, where we really went out, like I said, these are some homes, some of them they can be repaired, they can be relocated. We've opened up Mount Pleasant. There's like a bit of a display village thing happening with, I think there was 3 homes when I was up there. Really wanting people to move those if they could.
So can I ask about the timeline? Why is there so much haste now that we've got to get these houses now? We've got to do it. Where did this kind of acceleration, given the Resilience Land Program is nowhere near ready in terms of commensurate time for the buyback program? We know that that's been a flaw in the recovery process in terms of that, and I can talk to Mr. Lanyon more about it, but where has this haste come from? Were you responsible for any decision about, come on, we've got to get this program go?
Look, at the time, my biggest focus was making sure that people were safe, and as you know, that included people who were in areas that had been brought back from the state, making sure that we had our emergency services prepared, operational, making sure that we knew that the community was going to be fine, even in terms of the evacuation orders. That has been, that was the focus, because it was in that response phase. But, to go back to that other question, the expression of interest process had been running. It has closed up. They were working with local communities.
Why do we have all these finish end times?
Well, I
and
mean,
dates?
I think
why can't we take a more iterative approach to the recovery?
Ms. Higginson, well, look, any future
Yeah,
recovery
I know,
questions,
that's for Janelle.
and I'm sure that Minister
Minister
Saffin, who is
Saffin.
incredibly passionate and capable and knows that community and has a love for that community as much as you do, and I take that with respect, that
Not
this
the
is about
squatters.
a local community, that's your community, I get it.
Can I just,
But if I could just say, if I just come back to when the cyclone hit, and the biggest fear that I had at that time was that it was going to hit and make landfall at the same time as high tide. The second biggest fear that I had was it was going to be during the middle of the night. And so that's why that decision that was made by the
to
SES.
evacuate earlier. I understand all of that. And people did evacuate. People were brilliant.
The good thing, there was not another 600 homes that we had to go and door knock, that we had to go and make sure that people were not there, because that was considered the most dangerous
I
part.
contest all of that. The people evacuated.
But that's where
they did brilliantly.
I mean, you might, but that's where we were at that time. And I agree with you. I thought the community was exceptional, and I'm so grateful, and we all are.
Can I ask you, Minister, in my last couple of minutes, I just want to pivot to some of the youth justice issues. Are you concerned, well, I know you're concerned, what are you doing about the 85% recidivism rate in youth justice that was exposed before the Senate inquiry by the Honourable John Dowd, AOKC, and the cost of $1 million per year but per detainee?
Yeah. And thank you for recognising my passion and support for this. The recidivism, so while they're in a youth justice centre, while young people are working with, say, whatever the order might be, we're trying to help them change their life in terms of whether it's improving their skills, in terms of some education, in terms of setting them up with the supports that they do need. I said to a bunch of the kids, I won't mention which one of the youth justice centres it was, but I did say to them, I said, look, boys, and I said, boys, I love you, but I don't want to see you again. And I don't know how they took that, but I go, I don't want to see you here. I want to see you doing really well in life.
So
and that's the passion of youth justice.
So have you ensured that every cell in New South Wales that holds a young person has telecommunications, allowing them access to their family wherever they need it?
I might take that one on notice.
Thank you.
Because you've asked about every cell in New South Wales, so I might just take that one on notice.
Okay, so are you aware that there are, do you have understanding of which may or which may not, or are you aware that some do or some don't?
I know that there's been a lot of discussions. I just got the note. If I could just do, anyway, do you mind if I just give you this note here?
Sure. We're running out of time.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to just go a couple of seconds over.
So, Minister, look, I'm happy for you to take that on notice.
Yeah.
I
can give you the answer.
Are you
on
concerned
notice.
right now that you are incarcerating young people under laws that are more harsh for young people than they are for adults, the new bail laws? And I know the Chair spoke to you about those awful bail laws that we have right now, that justices of the Supreme Court are really struggling with. What's your view? And I know you've said it's a government decision, but you are the Minister for Youth Justice.
And I will continue supporting young people who are in the youth justice system, as I have, and as I always will, when they come into, and I say mine because I take it as a responsibility into my portfolio and responsibility, we will do everything that we can to support them. My preference, of course, is not to see young people, engage with the youth justice system.
You're putting more kids in prison than ever before.
And the part, Ms. Higginson, that I can change is that when they're in there and when they're engaging with the youth justice system, we do everything we can so they never engage with us again.
Thank you. There's 1 minute for the opposition.
Sure, a couple of half-hours, Minister. Minister, the St Joseph's Catholic School in Newgowra have developed an early warning system. They won a couple of awards with that themselves. I've actually seen a presentation from the kids. I just wonder, Minister, will you look into this one for us and perhaps meet with those students as they look into how they can now apply that technology to put a bit of homegrown peace of mind in the local creek there?
I think it's fantastic, and I think it's brilliant that young kids thinking about how they can solve problems. I'd heard a little bit about this, and we're very, very keen on early warning systems. Minister Chanthavon and I made a commitment a while ago and provided some funding specifically to be able to explore early warning systems. More than happy to. And to the kids from Yagara, was it? Would they say Saint? It was St. John's, St. Joseph's, St. Joey's at Yagara. Well done. We'll catch up soon. Maybe you and I, Mr. Barrett, can do something together. But I think it's exceptional that young people are engaged in this. And if they can find a way that we can create a better solution that will protect and help the community, I'm more than happy to. And if they ever come to Sydney, please let me know. But maybe we'll get out to Yagara.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now go to government if there's any questions.
We're all good, thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
That's just going to happen.
In that case, we are now on a morning tea break and we'll be back at 11:15.
until we actually see what.
Thank you and welcome back to budget estimates. We will throw now to the opposition for further questioning.
Thank you. Minister, in the last session, I asked you about return on investment and to do with the Digital Restart Fund, and you said, and I can't quote exactly, but you said something about the national rollout for the digital birth certificate. And if I look on the digital website, it says will be available soon. So
the state one, not national. I said we were leading the nation.
Leading the nation.
We were leading the nation, but
Okay.
we've had the rollout of the digital birth certificate.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
All right. So yeah. I just wanted to see if. Yeah. Okay.
No. So sorry. So as a state, we're leading the nation. It's we lead the nation in everything, including state of origin at the moment.
Right. Okay. All right.
And when was that launched?
There was a pilot that occurred a while ago. It was within the last 6 months, I think. Was it within the last 6 months, Laura? It's fairly recently. I mean,
We might, yeah. We can just get someone to check that.
yeah, sure. In between the two budget estimates, like the last budget estimates and this one.
Yeah, that would be good. Okay.
Yeah.
Minister,
And
can I
sorry,
just-
even before, I can update you a little bit on the Wilcannia stuff, Mr. Barrett. I
Sure.
just got some information. So the current level at Wilcannia at the moment is 0.57. The minor flood level's at 9 metres. No rise at this time. We're receiving regular SES, regular impacts. Menindee, we're also having a look at it. It's at 3.6 metres, so we're just keeping that close look at it. The bomb has got a service level agreement with the SES. They're warning around 3 days before the flooding, so we're still preparing for it. And in terms of community engagement, the Western Zone community communication includes community warnings through the Hazards Near Me app, but also regular updates on our website, social media, regular meter, virtual and face-to-face community meetings, and twice daily radio interviews. So we're trying the digital and the non-digital as well as the face-to-face.
Thanks, Minister. Yeah.
Sorry. With the birth certificate, if we are leading the nation, but it's not yet available on the website, how can we be leading the nation?
We're the first state in the nation to do it. So that's how we're leading the
So,
nation.
but when will it be available though?
So we're still in that, the 31st of May looks potentially, they said the trial is taking place to go. That's never happened before. We are well through the trial at the moment. We've been forecasting this for a while.
Yep.
In terms of some of that digital, the verifiable credentials, and this would be one of them. Okay. And we work with our colleagues in other jurisdictions in terms of sharing the different things.
So on notice.
Minister, can I quickly circle back to parks? It's been more than 2 years now. You said it's a big deal that they don't have water. We're not shifting the needle as far as the national disaster recovery funding. I was out there on the weekend. It's getting very dry. You can imagine the concerns of running out of water for a community like parks. Is it not time to fund this repair under some other fund? Can we commit to that?
Well, we'll continue working with the Commonwealth. As I said, I mean...
It's been working for 2 years and we're no closer to getting there.
Well, I mean, a part of that work is about making sure that we can, if we're possible, we can look if the guidelines aren't working, are the guidelines at their right setting? Do we need to have a look at other guidelines? There'd been some serious conversations as well as reports into whether the DRFA is actually still fit for purpose. The commitment is that we're working. I said there's no stronger advocates than the two local MPs there, Andrew G. and Phil Donato, who are just going constantly at this. This is a future decision, funding decisions to be made.
So for all their advocacy, we still don't have any closer, and we're no closer to having this pipe fixed. Outside the funding, the tinkering you're doing around the funding, can we get some, around the national agreement, can we get some funding to get water into parks?
Mr. Barrett, look, it's more than tinkering. We've got to still be able to get the funding from somewhere. We continue working with the Commonwealth. These are decisions, future budget decisions that are still be made. I know that the current and the new minister will continue to advocate for this. I know that the CEO of the Reconstruction Authority can expand much more on that, as you have said, the inference that tinkering of the actual genuine serious work that's been taking place. But the bottom line is, Mr. Barrett, it currently does not fit within those funding guidelines that we have. It's a partnership between the Commonwealth and the state, and we use our disaster recovery funding arrangements. You know, if we can't get it to that, our effort is to try and change the way that we look at these disaster recovery funding arrangements. And Mr. Lanyon, is there any, can you update further on that?
We can talk more about the broader
Yeah.
funding arrangements later. I was just wondering whether,
But even in terms of
whether
where
your
we're
government
at.
can provide some money
Yeah.
to help parks secure their water source.
Yeah. So there are different things that we're doing at the moment. Mr. Lanyon, if you want to...
I'll come back to
more?
Mr. Lanyon afterwards.
Yeah.
Thanks, Minister. Land buybacks in the Northern Rivers, the Northern Rivers Resilient Home Program, about 650 homes have been brought back. How many are we expecting to buy back?
I think, give us a sec. I just want to make sure I don't give you the wrong figure here. If you just give me 1 sec. Sorry, Mr. Barrett. So we've got the $800 million fund, and nearly $900 million fund that's been approved.
Sorry,
as
the
you said, there's been
specific homes, like that fund is for the whole Resilient Homes Program.
the Resilient Homes Program.
I'm talking about the buybacks. You've bought back 650 or 648. How many? What's the target of buybacks?
Well, there's 884 buybacks that have been approved.
Okay, out of how many homes in that affected area that are eligible for buybacks?
Well, these are the ones that were prioritised as buybacks, given the ones that we prioritise as the ones that are in most danger and most prospective danger. That's 884 that have been approved. Also, keep in mind that in terms of some of the homes have got different values as well, so it could be more than that. Like you're asking for an exact figure. We don't know the value of every single home. We'll work through that, but 884 have been approved for buybacks. And also we'll add, Mr. Barrett, it is a voluntary scheme as well. So there are some that were eligible that the families just said, we don't want to.
So we're hearing people are taking the buyback offer and then buying homes in that area that has been designated for buybacks. Can you assure me that's not happening?
That's the first I've heard of that. I don't think that would be the case, but can I get back to you on that,
Sure.
Mr. Lanyon? Have you heard that before?
No.
Not within those specific areas. They would be buying within the LGA, I would be assuming. Within the LGA, say somewhere like Canelabar, which is much higher as a place, or buying in another more secure place. But that's the first I've heard of that. But Mr. Lanyon, have you heard that?
Yeah, Mr. Barrett, it goes across the 7 LGAs up there, and to your question before, just to assist the Minister, we're targeting up to 1,340 homes for buyback. At this stage, we've approved 880 offers.
Okay, thank you. Of the 150 million of the Northern Rivers Recovery Resilience Program, what are those projects, what mitigation work has been done? How much of that money has gone to mitigation projects?
Oh, I can give you one example of mitigation that actually succeeded quite well. I can't remember the exact place, but it's where there's a sugarcane growing area. I think it's in near Wardell or somewhere. I think in that part of up in the Ballina area, where some of the money that was put in terms of that resilience and mitigation type work was the drains there had not been cleared for a long time, for years and years. And funding was provided to be able to do that. And with the recent cyclone, what we saw was the benefit of all of that rain that fell. It didn't affect that town at all. There was another one as well up in the Tweed where something very similar had happened. So we're working with the local communities as well, with local councils to identify what we could do in terms of mitigation. We're still awaiting also, there's a CSIRO report that we're awaiting. I know that Mr. Hogan up there, the federal MP, has spoken to me about it. He's spoken to the Premier about it. There's some work going on there as well in terms of what other forms of mitigation. But when we developed the State Disaster Mitigation Plan, we did that with the purpose of, and it's the first one, again, first in Australia, and it's being looked at in other jurisdictions about what we can do better to try and mitigate a natural disaster, try to mitigate the impact of the natural disaster, to change the way that we do our funding. So basically, 95% plus of the funding that's used in natural disaster is used post-event.
Yep.
We need to invest more money prior to the event and well before that to make sure that we build better, that we build in the right places, that we're making sure that when massive rain comes or massive, whatever it might be, that we're actually better in terms of mitigation. So it's also a change of thinking, and those are a couple of really good, simple examples that I've given you, and we saw they worked just only a month ago.
So what difference are they going to make to another weather event? So what infrastructure or what mitigation measures have been put in place that would actually make a difference to the height of floodwaters coming through that area?
The height of the floodwaters coming into the area is dependent also on the weather and what actually happens with the weather.
Obviously.
How much, and I've said this publicly, we can't control the weather, but what we can be better at is predicting it. We can be better at responding to it, be better at trying to mitigate it. I've just given you a couple of other examples, and we'll continue working with those. The Reconstruction Authority has got projects in the pipeline as well, Mal.
Mr. Barrett, we're happy to go through those this afternoon if
Yeah,
you'd like to talk about the NRRP and some of the projects. There's been a number of particularly town drainage programs that certainly reduce the risk. There's two types of flooding up in the northern rivers that we are trying to reduce the risk of, both riverine flooding and obviously flash flooding. So there's a range of mitigation strategies in place under the NRRP, and more than happy to go through those.
Let's do that this afternoon, Minister.
And I just think that I think that's that really, and you appreciate this, and it's actually a really important change way of thinking, where we're putting that idea of disaster mitigation planning and saying, we're going to spend this money, where can we spend it? So it's actually about protecting communities and minimising the impacts.
In the Central West,
Yep.
how many buybacks have been completed in that area?
In the Central West, specifically, sorry, just give me 1 sec. Yeah, I might just for the latest.
Can we get that on notice?
Maybe for the latest, but there have been. But I do know that there's been people move back in a home. There's some retrofits that are going on, some raising, but the specific number, Mel will do it. That's $100 odd million.
Speaking specifically of the buybacks, is the intent of that once people buy those homes, they leave the community or stay in the community?
No, the intent, and I'll preface this with, obviously it's not my responsibility anymore, but it always was the intent that people would stay in the communities. And indeed, with the lessons from the Northern Rivers, there was a lot that changed when it came to the Central West. And the first point was making sure that community had a lot more say in what was going on. And that Community Leaders Forum, for example, that was chaired by Mr. Donato and included all the state, federal, local elected representatives working with community groups to say what would work for yours. What we want to do is make sure that communities still thrive. And that Yagara community, there was something pretty special about it. The couple of times I visited, we used the word salt of the earth. They were just genuinely salt of the earth people. Who made it quite clear that they didn't want to leave. And that's why you'd see more of the home raising that's going on. It's a difference in that situation there. I think there's been a very clear decision by this government, led by the local community, in that they want that community to thrive into the future.
So unfortunately, some of those salt of the earth people are having to leave because there's no land available to build new homes on in that Yagara area. In the Northern Rivers, and please don't take this to me begrudging anything
that's
the
okay.
people
That's
in the Northern Rivers. The Northern Rivers had the Resilient Lands program, $100 million to unlock some more land up there. Will you provide the same sort of package or same sort of assistance to those in the Central West so new land can be opened up so people can stay in these salt of the earth communities you referred to?
Yeah, I think the last time that we were there, I spoke. We had like a community meeting, and then also spoke to people afterwards. Miss Saffin, of course, will deal with it, but I know at that stage they were actually actively exploring possible land that could be opened up. A lot of that land around that area is held, in big farms and so forth, and people don't necessarily want to, give up that farm. But I can't remember if it's called the Progress Society or the actual, the name of that, is it Progress? Yagara Progress Society, who are really at the heart of this, working with everybody. And I distinctly remember the conversation, talking about looking for land and hoping that people would be able, they were in those negotiations. That's a really important point. I know that, again, Minister Saffin will be very much of that view as well. So she'll be able to continue with that work. But the local community is working on that. The availability of land is, it's not in our hands, but if it becomes available, of course, we'd love to see it opened up.
And will you assist the councils to open that up? Obviously, the councils don't have the budgets to develop that land. Will you assist the local councils as occurred in the Northern Rivers?
Oh, look, I'd personally, I'd love to see it happen. What I can do in terms of my ministerial responsibilities are a little bit different. The Reconstruction Authority is now held, the legislation for it is held by Minister Saffin and the Premier. I've just said that I know that Minister Saffin would be very keen on seeing communities thrive. I know the Premier would be. There are powers within the Planning Minister to be able to make things significant. What we don't want to do is just go in and just go, this is us imposing. It's what the community wants, and working with the community and us helping enable that. That's the philosophy. But definitely, you want to see communities thrive.
Thanks, Minister. When you buy those houses back, who now owns that block of land?
It's owned by the state. Is it correct?
Which agency?
Well, can I take those specific?
A couple of follow-up questions to that, then, Minister. You might have to take all these. How much money has then been allocated to manage the pests and weeds on those blocks of land? And who has a responsibility for managing those blocks of land? If someone dumps a fridge on that land, or asbestos, or a tree falls over, who has a responsibility for managing that block of land?
So if that's okay, we'll take those on notice, and maybe Mr. Lanyon may have an answer in the afternoon for you. We're talking about 20 odd blocks of land in Eugowra, but it's a point.
It's 650.
Yeah, it's a point that you make.
Yeah.
But there won't be 560 blocks that are there for the buyback. But of course, Minister Saffin, I'm sure we'll follow that up. But Mr. Lanyon may have answers for you this afternoon. Otherwise, we'll take it on notice.
Thank you, Minister.
Thanks, mate.
How many RFS trucks were equipped with Starlink before the start of the last bushfire season?
Well, we're rolling Starlink out, and it's a process. There's I think 4,000 odd trucks in the fleet. But I can't tell you the exact number, but we are rolling them out progressively. Okay. Maybe Commissioner?
I don't have the actual number. I mean, it's a 3-year program.
Yeah.
To roll them all out, because it's 6,000 vehicles we've got to install.
Sorry.
Okay, so can we just we'll come back to this afternoon again. There was a $69 million announcement made in last year, in August last year.
Yes. Yeah.
Is that on top of the 11 million that was announced in 23-24 for that, or is that included in that?
The 11 million.
So there was an 11 million commitment made in the 23-24.
Or was that vehicles as a node, maybe?
Yes.
So vehicles as a node and Starlink are slightly different. So the vehicles as a node is also being used across all of the emergency services. So if next time you see an SES truck, or if you see like a circle, like a disc thing on the top, that's the vehicle as a node. Basically what that is a communication device that hooks up into the satellite with the great work of the Telco Authority. That was that particular thing. The RFS one is specifically Starlink. And can I give some examples of, we've used the vehicles as a node, for example, not only for the emergency services vehicles, but they can then also be used in terms of communications with communities. So we can triangulate. Now I'm getting technical. We can triangulate. And then, of course, we can use Starlink, as we have in emergencies, where if the communication goes down, we can use those. This is to try and continue. So the vehicle node and the Starlink, vehicle node more across the whole board.
Minister, this is one that's come from my local RFS brigade, and we can come back to it later this afternoon as well. But is there any reason we can't or haven't already looked into individual fireground comms?
Maybe I might leave that as an operational thing. Well, fireground comms, like as in
for each person on the fireground,
like a walkie-talkie.
Yeah.
Well, we issue some for the truck, so there's some on the truck, but I mean they're not intended to have every single person, but normally they carry 3 or 4 fireground radios on the trucks.
Yeah, and the things with the making sure that we also have them set up with those nodes and with the Starlinks is also to make sure that everyone knows where they are at any given time. There's other forms of communication, but yeah, every truck has got some form of communication on it.
Having worked in disaster recovery myself, Minister, I have seen the negative impacts that donations can have into communities, and that was massive in the bushfires. How are we better set up now to manage donations? How are we better prepared for that than we have been in the past?
Well, I think I think, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if you used to work with Give It, and I think when we met, we'd come with that. I've got a lot of time for them. I love what they do, and the government has actually entered into agreements with them because we saw people's good intentions can actually sometimes create problems. We saw that with the bushfires. I remember going down to Cabargo, and we did what we thought was right as a community, took some stuff down, only to discover that there was a whole heap of other stuff and other communities missing out. So we're saying we'd give it with the partnership, with others with partnership, to say let them work with the local communities. I think that's a really fine line between saying to people we want your help and not sort of dismissing them, but kind of saying, look, this is not really the kind of help that we need. So I think those are really important with other community organisations, but anybody who helps in terms of supporting, much appreciated. I commend you for working with Give It. I genuinely have a lot of time for them. This government has done partnerships with them before my time. But I think it's that idea of saying, what is it that particular communities need at what point in time? And I know we're sort of short of time, but just indulge me for 1 sec. I remember things that I would never have thought to donate, but they'd been buying things for families like toilet trainers, because that's what people need, or little bikes, or for people who'd lost everything. I think that's really special. I think that's probably where I'd say we've made a really, really big improvement. Everything is about continuous learning. I talk about Kaizen, about the continuous learning and getting better and better. And that's not, the worst thing you could do is diss on your predecessors. They did the best they could. I will do the best I could. And my successor will do the best they can. But if we're not learning to make continuous improvement, then I don't think we're moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Amanda Khan.
Thanks, Minister. I'd like to turn to the revised heatwave subplan, which has made some really important and welcome changes. Thank you for the work that went into that. Specifically, I'm interested in the role of local government, and the new heatwave subplan encourages councils to identify cool spaces that the community can use during heatwaves. What we've seen over this summer is reduced opening hours of facilities like pools and local libraries, particularly in places like the South Coast, because councils can't actually afford to keep those facilities open. What engagement have you had with the local government sector, or what support are you looking to provide to allow them to play their important role in responding to heatwaves?
Dr. Kane, can I thank you for your involvement with the heatwave subplan? I think it was one of the first things you spoke to me about when I was a minister, and I genuinely thank you for your engagement in it and your good contribution for us to be able to make the changes that we need to. So New South Wales Ambulance is the lead for the heat plan, as you know, and the idea is to make sure that it's a sub-plan that works with everybody. What you've raised there are really important points, because I saw the messages over summer and the warnings that were going to say, stay indoors if you can, stay cool if you can. Of course, some people have got means more than others, but we do work with that. If you just give me a moment, so they get that info, they work. I initiated the review for the emergency response not long after our discussion, and also making sure that we've established an interagency urban heat committee. Now, on that also means that local government play a role. The key, I think, is making sure though that how do we implement some of those things, and how do we look at unique circumstances? How do we make sure that we use some of the funding in the right places to be able to support those communities? So recently there's a Disaster Ready Fund Heatwave Hub, Commonwealth funded, $670,000, and the New South Wales Government has committed $690,000, which brings us to about $1.34 million, which then means that there is some ability to maybe to work in terms of accessing some of that funds. But ultimately, local government, as part of that task force as well, we all work together to say, what is it we need to do and how is it that we can do it, and if there's ways that we can move forward. But, the fact that the plan's there and the committee's there is an excellent point to be able to launch off with.
Thank you.
And now there's some
funding to support implementation is very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, and the good thing, state and comma. We've got some money
so
out of those guys.
Can I just clarify on behalf of local government? So if councils need funding, for example, to employ lifeguards for enough hours to keep their swimming pools open on hot days in summer, is that eligible for the funding?
So the Premier's Department at the moment is actually tasked with developing a cooler local places framework. And I would assume that when that happens, again, what are the cooler places? How do we establish the cooler places? What are the obstacles for the cooler places? And that may be that there needs to be some of that funding is accessed. But Premier's Department is currently working on the framework. If I flick over to another portfolio that I had with Youth Justice, there was an issue with a swimming pool in a community town where in the middle of summer, it was mid-30s, kids had nowhere to go in the afternoon because the council couldn't, we were able to provide some funding through Premier's Department because it had a better end outcome. I would assume something like this would be quite similar.
Thank you. I'll come back to it before the next summer, but appreciate the importance of implementing what is a very good plan. I just wanted to follow up. Mr. Roberts asked some questions about State Rescue Board data.
Yeah.
So my understanding is that they do collect data on incident attendance or incident response times, but not on the actual outcomes of those responses in terms of how successful they were. You previously said you would take a look at that, at the possibility of collecting outcome data. What work have you done on that?
Well, I mean, the fact that they collect data to begin with is really important. I'd be very worried if there was no data that was being collected. We ask about the data. The respective commissioners keep me updated with what data is being done. In terms of the success, I'm looking at how well the situation was resolved, what the situation was, depending on what the complexity, how we were able to access that situation. Did the relevant agency respond? Were they able to respond straight away? Did they need any assistance from their colleagues? We were talking earlier about Port Macquarie, where, for example, SES and Fire and Rescue, who is accredited, but the SES have got the lead accreditation there. That wouldn't mean that Fire and Rescue couldn't actually do that task. And I know emergency services personnel, they just turn up and they help out. But the thing that I've done personally is asked the State Rescue Board to actually have a look at this and to develop some better data sets for me to be able to analyse, with a view that we're using this data to help inform better decision making and better planning processes. But we've already made a start with that.
Thank you. That's helpful. And do you have any kind of indication of timeline from the State Rescue Board in terms of coming up with the data they're able to collect?
Well, they meet on a, I think, is it on a three? Is it three? Yeah, it's every 3. It's a quarterly basis. And next May, so this next month, is actually one that will consider the framework, risk framework, and so forth. So work is underway. Now that doesn't mean it'll be completed by May, but it is on the agenda for the May meeting in a month.
Thank you very much.
We'd like to discuss some of the work that's already happened with a view to what more still needs to take place.
Thank you. If I can just come back to the Resilient Homes program, which we discussed this morning.
Northern Rivers?
Northern Rivers.
Yeah.
So we're talking about less than 10% of applications for raises and retrofits actually being approved and work being done. From the annual report, it's clear that the Reconstruction Authority spent 35 times more on staff, including their 38 directors, than what's been spent on the retrofits and raises. I appreciate that you've visited that community a number of times, you talked about the RA door knocking again and asking people what they want. They've been fairly clear with what they want for people who want to stay, who are asking for raises and retrofits to their homes. They've made applications and more than 90% of them have not been approved or responded to. Are you confident in that performance and priorities from the Reconstruction Authority?
Just in the first bit about the Reconstruction Authority, so it was established as an Act of Parliament, I think November, just before I think it was in the last week or so of the last Parliament. So you would expect that in the initial part of 2023 and ongoing, as this thing's been established, there is going to be money that needs to be spent on setting up the organisation itself. We've also tasked them with doing quite a number of things in working with communities in picking up the work that had not been completed and in developing a framework that we've required through that state disaster mitigation plan. The retrofitting and the house raising and the buybacks is all part of that. Process. I recognise that there is that frustration, but they are working away at it. Mel, I know there's a lot of places that have been. So the approvals happen. We talked about buybacks a bit earlier, where approvals have occurred, but it hasn't yet gone through the process for any number of reasons. Those reasons could be unique to certain circumstances. They could be to the fact that we need the specialist there to be available. But Mel, is there? I think the inference of your question was, is it going to be speeding up? Is that kind of what?
The emphasis on my question was it's to do with your, I suppose, satisfaction and confidence in the priorities and the performance of the RA when less than 10% of the people who've applied for raises or retrofits have actually had a response at this point.
I know Minister Saffron will look at. We've had some discussions around that. I would I like to have seen it faster, of course, but it's got to be done right. There's a particular reason why there's been some delays in some areas, but Mr. Lanyon, there's some unique circumstances there as to why some of the delays have occurred.
Yeah, Ms. Cohen, if I can just take to that. The RA unashamedly focused on the buyback program in the first event because they're the houses that are deemed to be in the highest risk of current and future flooding events. When you speak about the number of applications that have been made compared to those that are completed, there will be circumstances that actually slow that process down. So it's voluntary for the homeowner. Homeowners may wish to move at a particular pace. If they're doing a raise of a home, that requires a DA, so there's a process to go through and that slows that down. We're absolutely committed to speeding up that process. There is little doubt that when you look at those figures compared to where we are with buybacks, it's skewed, but there is a reason for that. The focus obviously was on buybacks. And I think we saw that with Tropical Cyclone Alfred, the benefit of having 640 households that were no longer on the floodplain, but we are committed to speeding up the Resilient Measures program.
So that's how I knew there was a reason.
Thank you. In my last few seconds.
Sure. And look, and in fairness, I took a little bit of time off others, so I'll make sure
thank you.
Unless it's a bad question.
Queer Family is an outstanding service provider supporting LGBTQI young people. The organisation's called Queer Family.
Mm-hmm.
They're a service provider in the Northern Rivers. They received a Community Wellbeing and Resilience grant, which they were very grateful for. Despite that grant, the service has had to move to an inadequate temporary space that's not suitable for the services they provide. And I understand that following a resolution of Byron Shire Council to identify potential sites for Queer Family, that some meetings have taken place. Are you aware of this, and can you provide an update on any work that's been undertaken to provide a suitable space for this organisation?
Well, I probably could. Minister Saffron to be better for that, and I know that the grants had been received earlier, but as to where it's at the moment and where they move forward, probably Minister Saffron would be more appropriate for her to speak to it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to some more questions about youth justice before moving on. You've stated on the record in the past that you're a big believer in diversion and diversionary programs. I'm just trying to understand then how you reconcile that with the decision now to introduce punitive bail laws, given obviously that it defeats the purpose of diversionary programs that are actually meant to keep kids out of the system.
So the bail laws themselves fall under the jurisdiction of the Attorney General. You're asking me about my personal view, and I appreciate that you've acknowledged my view on the opportunities for young people and what we can do with young people. As government, you make some decisions. As a member of that government, you're also part of that decision-making process. So I accept that, and I agree with that. I think the issue around the bail laws doesn't necessarily have to be conflated specifically with the diversion programs. I said a bit earlier, one of the proudest things that I've been able to achieve as Minister in Youth Justice is the nearly $67 million, I think $66.9 million in diversion funding to make sure that we can keep programs that work with communities specifically to diversion. And that's the focus that I have really, really strong. I will continue working diversion, whether it's through the youth conferencing whether it's the SAY programs, the Safe Aboriginal Youth programs, whether it's programs like the Shadow Minister and I have been to, whether it's working in terms of with community groups to develop skills. We've got Youth Justice at the moment working with jobs providers so that we can try and help young people get into a better pathway. The Youth on Track, for example.
I guess my question, Minister, is: are you concerned that while you're funneling within your own portfolio a lot of effort into these diversionary programs, that legislation that's also being passed is going to severely conflict with that and cause more problems in regards to the effectiveness of those diversionary programs?
I think the effectiveness of the diversionary programs will be in that young people are diverted away from the youth justice or the criminal justice system. That's the strongest effect that it can have. In terms of what I can only do what I can do, what I've got responsibility for, things that I can manage, and things that I see as a potential way of making those change. We've said a bit earlier, it's about balancing the community safety as well as making sure that there's a consequences. I was a principal of a school before I came in here, and it was a school that absolutely love it. And shout out to Punchbowl Boys. I can imagine every single kid's watching Budget Estimates today. Not really, but I would always say with those boys that if there was a misbehaviour or something that was wrong, there had to be a consequence, and that didn't mean that we valued them any less or that we didn't think that there was a hope for them or a future for them. It just had to be this acceptance that there's a consequence. The changes to the bail laws also only apply to some of the most serious things. We're talking about repeat offences, when it comes to things for young people that are already on bail. It's about what support we can provide. It's not the first option there, but I will continue, no matter what, to advocate and to do everything within my abilities and within my portfolio responsibilities and outside to make sure that we get young people away from the youth justice and the criminal justice system, because I think that's the least that we can do. But I do acknowledge that there are some young people who commit crimes that you can't just keep saying diversion.
With the last sentiment about working with the community to ensure that young people aren't finding themselves in the jail system. Did you meet with any of the organisations that oppose the bail laws and in regards to their impact that they'll have on vulnerable children?
Sorry. Did I just cut you off? Sorry.
That's okay.
Specifically about this, no, but I meet with a number, and I've met prior and continue to meet, particularly with Aboriginal community-controlled organisations, and I can understand that in some of their cases they're disappointed in this, but they also can see where we're coming from and know the work that we do. I also spoke to different community groups and organisations about the focus on local place-based initiatives that are community-led, community-managed, and maybe sort of fit a little bit outside the box, but they work for that community. So something that works in one place doesn't make the others. I met with ACOs when I was in Moree. They made their views known to me. So I acknowledge their views, and then going, okay, what can we do? And just recently we announced lots of $2 million, lots of $2 million to certain communities to be able to try and work on what would work effectively for them. What are some of the diversionary measures? What are some of the alternative measures? How do we establish the SAY program? How do we keep pools open? So
in regards to moving forward, and I've asked you a few times about the overdue review of the Young Offenders Act, which was a recommendation of the 2018 Upper House inquiry. Are you able to provide an update on the progress of that at all?
It does. The Young Offenders Act sits with the Attorney General.
And have you advocated to the Attorney General to prioritise that review for young people?
We've had a lot of conversations, the Attorney General and I, over the last couple of years, and I think we need to look at this not just in isolation, but certainly the Attorney General, he's receptive to conversations that we have, And he's committed, like I am, to try and make sure that young people, as this whole government is, that young people are given the best opportunity to succeed in life.
And so you are advocating for that review to happen soon?
Look, I wouldn't say in those words. I say we've had lots of conversations, and the reviews obviously come up, but it doesn't mean it was like yesterday or last week. We have conversations about a range of things, particularly when we talk about this one that sits with him. There are other parts of legislation that I share with others as well, but my views are pretty well known.
Thank you. I have a question about the Fire and Rescue New South Wales Fire Investigation and Research Unit that employs a canine unit as part of an Accelerate Detection canine program. Are you aware of that program?
I know there's a program, but I didn't know that was the long title. And you'd probably would be understanding if I said I might just ask the Commissioner about this one. But is there a specific question? Am I
yes,
aware
I
of
have some specific questions for you, Minister.
Mm.
I've actually been contacted by a whistleblower who said that some of these dogs have accidentally been killed in this program, and I'm wondering if that's come to you.
That specifically, no. But I'm more than happy, if you are, for the Commissioner to also answer about that thing.
I can categorically deny that. There's no such thing has occurred.
Okay, thank you. Can I just, for absolute clarity, Minister, ask you to take a couple of questions around that on notice?
Sure.
If you could take on notice whether the unit suffered, where any dogs in the unit suffered any injury or died in the past 5 years due to heat stress, and whether any dogs that may have died, the details of those dogs and the cause of death?
Yeah, we
can answer those questions now if you'd like, Chair. Certainly for the heat stress one, we've had no animals die from the heat stress. I'm also not aware of any of our dogs passing away in the last 5 years.
Could you take it on notice?
I'll take that on
Say
notice
you're not
confirmed,
aware.
but
I'd just like to have on the record.
The animal welfare is top of the list for our handlers and us as an organisation. So they've always done a very good job looking after their dogs.
My understanding, what we received from my office is that that transport of these animals can be an issue where only some of the vehicles in the fleet have standalone air conditioning, which can produce air at the back, and so regardless of whether the car is running, so dogs can sometimes be left in the car or in the back where temperatures can reach 40 degrees. Are you aware of that issue?
So at the moment we're in the process of upgrading the fleet that carries the dogs. So there is a newer vehicle, and then as the older vehicles are due for replacement, they'll be going into a replacement one similar to the new ones, which do have a separate pod on the back with a separate solar-powered battery supply to run an air conditioner in there. The other older vehicles that are in service are a more traditional sort of ute with a drop-down tray and a door at the back that can open. So if the dogs are left in the vehicles during periods of inaction, and it's a regular part of their operational routine, it's a well-ventilated space, and the handlers have also installed misting systems in there to keep the dogs cool.
Can I just add to that? I've seen the way that the emergency services are with the animals that support me. They care for them like you wouldn't believe, and I'd be very surprised even if they would just leave them, unattended. But if the Commissioner can come back to you specifically, that'd be great.
Just further to my answer, Chair, they've also at different times we've had inspections and checks by the RSPCA, and so the way that we're handling and transporting the dogs has all been sort of externally assessed and endorsed.
Thank you. The opposition?
Thank you. I might turn to PEXA questions now, if you like. And there's an article in Payday News, March 2005, where a elderly Sydney couple didn't get to enjoy their home overnight because of a PEXA regular outage. And I'm advised that in the past 12 months there have been over 95 instances of that in the PEXA network. Are you aware of these outages and PEXA's claim that they have 100% uptime?
So, sorry, did you say 2005 or was it 25? I thought I heard 2005.
Sorry,
Sorry,
2020.
I may have misheard it.
March 2025.
March 2025. Sorry, maybe
ha-
I thought you said 2005.
No, that was way before PEXA.
I know. I know. I'm aware of an outage that had occurred and the resolution to that.
Is it being investigated? Because I'm advised that there's been more than one. There's been over 95 outages.
Any outage would be investigated. I haven't seen the specific article that you're talking about. Harold, Telly.
Sorry, payday. I can table.
I've got the LRGs here, local lands and registries.
Well,
Miss
I have
Cameron's
another-
here. If you'd like, she can probably answer that.
I can answer. I can ask in the afternoon, but I have a further follow-up question, in terms of what is your plan?
ORG. I said no. I said, what did I say? LRG. Sorry.
I knew what you meant.
She was the OG.
If there was, say, a CrowdStrike incident with PEXA, what would be your backup plan?
I mean, we're talking about some hypotheticals, and in the first instance, we make sure that, as we do with everybody, we have a certain expectation in terms of what, they're protecting some really important information here. So there'd be an expectation in terms of what they have with cyber protections. But I mean, and not to sound too political, but we're talking about an organisation that was privatised. This is a result of privatisation agenda of the previous government, and we're asking questions about what I would do. I mean, in the first instance, I wouldn't have sold it off.
You wouldn't have. Okay, all right.
This is how we're ending up in this situation. We're asked to make comments, and what we will do to respond to something that had actually been a great New South Wales government thing that the previous government sold off as part of the whole privatisation agenda, and this is the problem that we get.
Okay. Going on that then, so with interoperability, the Australian Registrar's National Electronic Conveyancing Council, or ARNECC, are going to commence a review into interoperability, which would deliver a backup if PEXA went down. Do you see a way forward which delivers competition sooner?
Well, look, I mean, that's ARNEC, and Miss Cameron from the Office of Registrar General is a part of that. We have been asked lots of questions about this over different times. Again, I just want to come back. We're dealing with this because it was something that was privatised. It was sold off, and then after it was sold off by the previous government, then they introduced a reform to say what we want here is we want interoperability, but that wasn't sort of part of the original thing that they sell off, and this is a situation that we have. I've said then, as I continue to now, we are working through this process. There's a Senate inquiry that's underway at the moment,
yes,
because this is linked to a national reform. I've only recently met with both of the major ELNOs. I meet with them equally to make sure that they, there's no one perception that one is, seen in a better light than another. But what we've actually got is a situation here where, to use a pretty, if I was to use it's a one-liner, like what we've got a situation here is this was a government agency or government acts. It was then sold.
Yep.
Then after it was sold, a reform was introduced. That's like taking the cash and then moving the goalposts afterwards. And what we're left with as a government is to try and clean that up. We're working through it. It takes time. All states are at different stages, and we've been through this over and over again.
Okay. All right. I'll move to youth justice, and the Premier, I guess he used Moree as a circuit breaker, promising a visible turnaround. Yet communities across regional New South Wales are telling us that the crisis hasn't improved and that they're still scared. Why almost a year later is the bail accommodation and support service still not fully operational, and what exactly will it look like when it is operational?
Ms McDonald, I might start with that second point about what it would look like when it's operational. What it would look like is a situation where a young person who is eligible for bail but maybe doesn't necessarily have somewhere to go, rather than putting them into remand, having them into a house or a property where they've got some wraparound services, they've got some support. So rather than
similar to A Place to Go, which we visited,
which was excellent.
We kind of have an idea of what it looks like.
Yeah. So,
but when will that be delivered?
Well, Youth Justice is working like the clappers on this one.
Yeah, but wouldn't it looks like you put the cart before the horse. Like, wouldn't it have been better to, instead of announcing the projects without delivering the necessary workforce, therapeutic supports, and it just frustrates the community and puts distrust out there.
Yeah. Look, we're working with the community. At the outset, we said this is one part of a package. It's not the panacea. It's not going to be the one thing that resolves all the issues or fixes all the issues. We said that it would take a little bit of time. I went through a little bit earlier and explained the processes, in terms of, first of all, having the design of what it is that you want, then making sure that we awarded that contract, so to the organisations, the two local organisations that will lead on that. Youth Justice is working, I use the phrase like the clappers, but they're as hard as they can to try and secure a property. Now, some of that property, it may be something that's already built, and maybe something that we need to build. It may be something that's been included. Youth Justice is working with First Nations communities specifically on this as well. So it does take a bit of time. And then the second part, which was the initial bit, which is about across different regions, there was that commitment that was made for funding specifically to different parts of the state for specific local place-based solutions that the community deems would work the most.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Has the ongoing public sector psychiatrist dispute impacted children in youth detention?
So Youth Justice is part of like the government working committee, conversation that I'd had with Mr. O'Reilly and really early on, and Secretary Tidball was about the impact. There hasn't been an impact on Youth Justice.
And you can guarantee that all children in all the 6 Youth Justice centres, whether it's metro or region, will have equal access on moving forward, or as a result?
Look, I'm advised that that's the case, and
okay.
also that obviously we provide all the support that we can, and Youth Justice sits on a committee that a whole of government committee there. But I'm advised that there hasn't been an impact.
I'll just ask one more question.
Sorry, Mr. Tidball.
I'll come back to it in the afternoon.
But just
if that's okay.
Did I say something incorrect? Sorry.
Not at all.
Just in case I said something that was wrong.
No.
I have got it for this afternoon.
Yeah, if you could, thanks.
But Minister, if I can ask you a question on notice, has the department undertaken any economic modelling on the opportunity cost of the increased expenditure on incarceration? Say, for example, what would be the potential impact if these funds were redirected to education programs for disadvantaged children? So that's a question on notice.
Maybe
it might not be for you.
Say, what I would say is that the department is continuously looking at everything possible. There's a pretty clear direction set by the Minister. That we'd love to see more diversion, but in terms of that specifics, I couldn't answer it at the moment.
Minister, what did we learn from the second trial into the use of the farm firefighting vehicles?
It's still under. We had the trial towards the end of last year. We had the trial to begin with. Was it the fire season before that?
There was a trial. There was a trial from January to March last fire season, and then after a debate in Parliament, there was a trial from. I think about the same time.
I think it finished at the start of this month or something. Only just recently finished. I'm still waiting for those findings. It would have finished within less than a week. The point that we wanted to make at the time, and it's now the Minister for Roads, but the Minister for Regional Roads and myself, was to see what we could do to enable farmers to be able to still have their farm firefighting vehicles in a way that they didn't need registration, but there was certain expectation of their roadworthiness, so to speak. We'd worked also with Farmers New South Wales about this, but it's only been literally a week since the trial is finished. Like I said, sort of still going. We'll get those learnings. With the intent of it is to say, okay, how do we now make this a regular feature so that we don't have to do? We just didn't have enough data with the first one.
So the intent of the first trial was to have something in place by last bushfire season. Are we going to have something permanent in place by the next bushfire season?
I would really hope so. Transport will look at that. There's some things that need to be ironed out, particularly when it comes to things like, say, your third parties, your things like your insurances. The intent is a really good one, but we've got to think about what happens if Mr. Barrett, as a good Samaritan, jumps in his firefighting vehicle, drives down the road but has an accident. Like those, but the car itself is not registered. Those are the things that we're kind of working through as well, and that's where Transport will take the lead.
Minister, I think it was yesterday you visited the SES at Goulburn. Were the local, state or federal members invited to that visit?
I didn't go to the SES at Goulburn yesterday.
Recently?
SES at Goulburn?
Did you not recently visit an SES emergency response
in Goulburn? No,
facility?
Not that I can think of. The Premier was there yesterday, not me. I was the
Premier was there.
Mate,
Sorry,
I was here. No, mate. Mate, thanks for the promotion, but it wasn't me. Who wants that job?
Your invitation's
Look,
still
there's
in the
plenty
mail.
that'd line up behind you. But Minister, do you know then if the local, state or federal member was invited to that event?
I don't know, but I do know that this Saturday there's actually an official opening of the centre, and that the state member is there, and I'm assuming the federal member will be there as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Minister, can you tell me the timeline for the completion of the Surf Beach SES headquarters?
I think, is it still out to tender, Commissioner? The tender has closed, and the design has been it's pre-designed. The Commissioner and I visited it. It's ready to go in terms of now that once we agree on the tender, we'll start building. So, look, we would anticipate, depending on the building times, it could take potentially 12 months or so. But there's nothing to stop it now.
What's been the hold up? Because the preparations works were done 18, 19, probably 20 months ago now.
Yeah.
What's been the hold up to now?
So I understand that part of it was in getting the land, securing the right land. It needed to be a big parcel of land as well, because I believe the ambulances, it involves other emergency services, not just the SES, RFS and the AMBOs and SES. So it needs to be the right land. And now the land has been, I suppose, cut out and been prepared. I've also asked that SES be the ones responsible for making sure that this project is completed.
Okay, so that initial work you were talking about was 20 months ago. Are we now going to see some quick movement on this?
I would hope so. And if you get a chance, it's just before you get to Maruya, you'll actually see that the land, because it's on the side of a hill.
Yeah.
The land has been, I think the technical term has been cut away. It's all been laid out. The fact that we've actually got the design means that, when we go out to tender, which is now closed, we would expect that if, whoever the successful tender is, they're ready to go straight away. There's nothing they need to do. We've got council approvals, we've got everything ready to go. What we need now is for people to start building it.
I understand the initial funding allocation was $3.9 million. Given the time that's passed, is that still enough to cover the cost?
Look, it's going to be fully funded.
Minister, back to flood mitigation. Can you tell me what mitigation has occurred in the Central West since those floods in 2022, particularly Eugowra and or Molong?
Look, for that one specifically, I take it on notice, also understanding that it would now fall within Minister Saffin's office, but I might take that one on notice in terms of specific mitigation for those two areas, if that's okay with that. I mean, you'd appreciate that, I wouldn't off the top of my head.
Absolutely. And in doing that, can we also have a look at the Molong Creek there? I know has some issues as far as growth, etc. in the creek.
I think I know the creek you're talking about. That was the...
Well, I'd hope so. It was the one that flooded the town.
No. That was the one we went to when there was the... one of my recent... beautiful looking creek, and that council did point out there's a lot of the growth areas, but that would be part of that state disaster mitigation plan work that would be undertaken in terms of working with the council about what could we do in the future as government and any agency to make sure that water can flow. Where there's I think there was some tree problems around there and that's what potentially led to, the flood itself being more problematic.
Yes, so I was hoping to put those issues on your radar, particularly given some of the, to use a cliche, some of the green tape around getting that moved.
Yeah.
Can I also put on your radar the?
I'll put it on Minister Saffin's radar now, but
Sure.
that's okay. But I can send her a text message later.
Okay, fantastic.
She's going to be so happy.
Within that text message, can you also include the railway bridge at Canoundra, please, which I think is also contributing to blocking up of the Ballubula River there and causing flooding in town. So can we include that on your text message this afternoon?
Yeah, look, I think so there is a fund that's available. It's been administered by regional New South Wales as well, and that would work very closely with the Reconstruction Authority and with Minister Saffin, specifically about those things. But as I said, I think the key point is, I may sound like I was sort of a bit overexcited, but that's where the State Disaster Mitigation Plan is just such an important document, because it really puts it front and centre. This stuff that you're talking about, which if that's clear, it will have less of an impact onto something else down the track.
The new Lithgow fire station, I believe there's been a block of land purchased there for that station. There have been concerns around flood zoning and potential flooding risk. Can you update on how those concerns have been addressed?
Commissioner?
Yep. So we've been doing or undertaking a revised flood study in that area, working closely with Council. Council are also, I think, in the process of updating their flood analysis of the area. And obviously the design of the station will be taking on board any feedback around that, and there'll be appropriate drainage and access to make sure the station's still readily available to be used.
Were there other sites considered?
It was a very difficult process finding a suitable block of land in Lithgow. It took a number of years to identify the best site. So there were other sites that were looked at that were found not to be suitable, and even after that site had been selected, there were further conversations with Council on the promise that they had identified sites that they thought might be suitable, but subsequently they were found not to be.
Minister, back to the mitigation, and you spoke about that, changing the breakdown of preparation funds versus the reaction funds. I'm probably using the wrong terms there, the 95% versus 5%.
I think Scully might reckon it's 97%, but I'll go 95%.
I'd certainly always heard 97%, so I'll give you the benefit of the doubt that there's been some change in that. But I just wonder what other works have happened in New Gowra. Like, it's a clear... there was a clear event there that we saw. We've now seen the mapping. What can we do to reduce the flood next time this event occurs?
Well, I think some of that thing that you've been talking about specifically, you've given an example there for Molong, and you've given an example for Canoundra. The same would ring true then for Yagowra. Like, how did the flooding occur to that point? Was there anything that was in its way that could be rectified that would, in that situation, stop a similar thing occurring? We know Yagowra has flooded before, but what happened in 2022, and the locals have said to me over and over again, they said, it was, and I thought it was an incredible phrase, that it was like an inland tsunami that just kind of came and went. And I remember they showed me some footage of it, and it was just, like, it was actually, you could see why it was so distressing for the community. And of course, let's not forget the fact that, people tragically lost their lives there, and the impact that has had on that, but the Community Assets Program, the $25 million that was allocated, is specifically to try and do some work on restoring some of those things. The SDMP, but of a specific one, I might have to ask that, either that with Minister Saffin.
Can I just try and jam one more quick question in?
Sure.
The land that you're buying back and removing homes and leaving those as vacant blocks, have any studies been done or research been done on what impact that might have on future water movement through those communities in a flood event?
Not that I'm aware of, but what I can say, and not necessarily to Yagowra, but say to the Northern Rivers part, where the local council there, so the local government, is actually looking at, with that land, what they could do with that land for community purposes or other purposes, making sure that that land doesn't necessarily just sit there. But in terms of that water thing, I couldn't give you a specific one. But obviously, if we're buying a home back, then we're buying it because it was really in harm's way.
Thank you. Dr. Amanda Khan.
Thank you. One question for me and then I'll go to my
Sure.
colleague. It's about the New South Wales bushfire inquiry. So recommendation 61 was about reviewing fire control centres in areas that were heavily affected by fire and looking at combining those centres with the Emergency Operations Centre for co-location. RFS personnel are still working out of facilities that are not fit for purpose, and I understand that in Tumut, Wagga, Queanbeyan, Bega and Cooma, the fire control centres remain in the same locations as they were prior to 2019-20. Is this something that you're going to address in the next budget?
Dr. Cohn, I think, was it Maria? We've actually just done like the sod turn, or no, not quite the sod turn. It was a sod turn. It was an interesting sod turn because we were still waiting on the Aboriginal Heritage Trust report. We couldn't turn the sod, but effectively there's the parcel of land there in Maria for that control centre for everybody. So that one is ready to get going. Recently, I think I was in Kudjagong late last year for that one there. But obviously we continue working through our bushfire inquiries and continue working through that. But the South Coast one that you're talking about, the Commissioner and I were there about 3 months ago.
The Tumut one, we've been trying to work with the council, the Snowy Council there for some time to get this sorted. We've got the money. The money is there. It's just trying to secure the bit of land so we can actually build it. So it's fully funded and we're ready to do it.
And Minister, just clarifying, it's your intention to continue rolling these out to complete the implementation of that recommendation?
Well, the funding's there. I mean, we've continued with the recommendations of the bushfire inquiries and we'll keep delivering them, as the Commissioner has just indicated. Like with one in the Snowy Valleys area, for example, it's not an issue of the funding, it's an issue of the right place. It's sort of not too dissimilar to what's happening in Moree. We've committed the money. We've just got to sort of be able to get the place to be able to make sure that we can continue in terms of implementing that.
Thank you. I'll go to Ms. Boyd.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good to see you. I might just highlight that I've got some questions that you may need to go to Ms. Young for. So perhaps if Ms. Young wants to come up, just in case. But let's see how we go. As you know, our New South Wales Workers' Compensation Scheme is a publicly underwritten one, and there's just this limited group of self and specialised insurers that take up coverage over some really kind of narrow sectors of the workforce. Do you support an expansion of the specialised insurer schemes to cover more of what is currently within the nominal insurer scheme?
So CIRA is working through those other ones that you're talking about. There's some that are open. I think what's really important is making sure that we've got insurance schemes that are not only fit for purpose, but they actually cover. There's enough coverage, and organisations can apply obviously for those different insurance schemes, and then CIRA processes them. So if there is a situation where the insurance scheme or an insurer is for a bit of a bespoke, and they can fit all the criteria and all the guarantees, I don't see that's too much of an issue.
So you'd be aware that Trinity Insurance has lodged an application to extend quite alarmingly the coverage that it would have of workers. So going from just covering what I understand is workers within certain church and church-related settings to actually being able to cover a whole range of people in different industries. Such an approach really would threaten the financial viability of the nominal insurance scheme. Would you be ruling out that sort of broad extension of the self-insurance within nominal insurance?
Sorry, Ms. Boyd, sorry to interrupt you. I think you need to be careful as a minister not to be ruling things in and out before they've been completed. The role of CIRA is to make sure that they assess the impact that it might have on the rest of the sector, assess the viability of this. I know that they're working with that. There's been no decision that's been made specifically on that, but as minister, I wouldn't be saying here, I'm going to say yes or no. If I've got an agency that's tasked with making sure that one, it's viable, two, it's possible, three, it's not going to have that impact that you're talking about, then I'll take that advice. But we're in that process at the moment, and I don't know if it's okay if there's anything that Ms. Young wants to add to that, but have I answered your question?
No,
already?
I think so. I'll just ask you one more, I guess, and I think you've alluded to this, but section 177A3A
dash 3B
of the Workers' Compensation Act states that you can't really approve that sort of extension if it does have an adverse effect on the scheme. There's been concerns raised by a number of people that have contacted my office that this would lead to basically an erosion and undermining of the entire foundation on which our publicly underwritten workers' compensation scheme rests. You would expect that would be adequately considered by CIRA then in making its decision.
Oh yeah, they will, and I've met with a range of different stakeholders as well, and obviously the best advice that I get is from the agency, which is the absolute expert in this, and these decisions aren't made lightly. There's a direction to be given. You don't give those directions without letting the agency do the work that they need to do. What you've referred to, I can't remember the exact number, but what you've referred to, Ms. Boyd, is exactly that point about making sure that this is viable, that it's sustainable, that it's also possible for other existing, as I said, insurers to be able to be into that market. At the very heart of it is about making sure that there's compensation schemes that protect people, that provide comfort to people, that do all of that. So I think I've sort of answered that question for you in that way. But
thank you.
I don't
will
mind
just,
if you're okay with Ms. Young.
I'll ask Ms. Young just if there's any update on where that application is at, but also concerns were raised that the consultation period closed on the 10th of January and it sat over that really awkward end of year period. Have you, I guess, got sort of any ideas for extending that consultation, or are you satisfied that everybody who needed to be consulted had been consulted?
So I think to your point, Ms. Boyd, it is a very big decision to make because they are asking for a broad range of industries. So we're very conscious of that, and we need to seek some further information to be able to make that decision. So we're doing some work additionally at the moment around the legislative implications. We're working with our actuaries on what some of the implications on the funding of the scheme and how that works, as well as the policy and market structure. And we will work through those. So it's not a rushed decision that we're making in respect of this. So we'll continue to work through that, and Trinity have been advised that the decision won't be made imminently, that we need to get that information together to make a really informed decision. In terms of the consultation, there were 2 consultation periods. So there was one in August last year and there was a second one in December, which is the one I think you're referring to there. Once we get back the further information, we'll continue to consider that and can also consider through that process if there's a requirement for another consultation period. There has been a range of people come forward from all sides and with all sorts of views on this, so it is a really big decision to be making, and we want to make sure that we make that with all of the information in front of us.
Thank you. I will come back to you this afternoon. But while I've got you there, I understand from iCare that they do tell CIRA of the number of people who have suicided or self-harmed while they have been in the workers' compensation system. So I'm talking about people who have come to the workers' compensation system with a claim, but who have then gone on to suicide or self-harm. I asked iCare for the current numbers of how many in the last 5 years, and the answer was a little bit hard to understand, but I think they're saying that there were 50 suicides in the last 5 years. Are you able to tell me what the accurate number is?
So we did get those reports up until January 2024. So we wouldn't have an accurate number for the last 5 years because we only received those reports up to January 2024 because it was part of a transitional arrangement from the previous legislation.
Right.
So I couldn't give you an accurate figure for that period, but I could potentially, but this afternoon, give you some numbers in terms of what we have got reported up until that date.
That would be very useful. So on the basis of the questions, the answers to questions on notice that I received, Minister, I was told that there were 32 suicides in the TMF and 18 suicides in the normal insurer in the 5 years to 2024. As you may know, my office continues to be contacted by people who are very concerned about the way they're treated through the claims system, which I know CIRA has some sort of ultimate responsibility for. Have you been doing anything as Minister now responsible for, technically for overseeing CIRA, in terms of ensuring that we have a more psychologically friendly claims process?
Yeah, thanks. And I think, so CIRA is interesting. I'm responsible for CIRA again, I think, about 5 months ago. But there is a CIRA inquiry particularly around looking at what we can do, what we've learned from the past, what CIRA can do better, how it can be better at the roles that they play, how we support people. For what you've described is, you've got to be absolute. There's nothing left when, to get to that tragic point and the impact that would have on family and loved ones and communities. And you think, was there anything along the line that maybe could have been done differently? So the work that CIRA has been undertaking, and especially in relation to the review, is making sure that things can be done better. Putting that sort of heart and the compassion into something that's so critically important. We're looking at the moment, CIRA is looking at PTSD claims with responders as well, in terms of making sure that we don't get to those points. But in relation to the question specifically, this is the work that we're doing. We're asking, and I've asked and are doing that work to undertake a review of what needs to be done and things that can be done better.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I've just got a couple more questions in regards to the concerns with the K9 unit.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I just wanted to ask Minister if Fire and Rescue New South Wales is being provided with appropriate funding to ensure the vehicle fleet is fit for purpose, including ensuring appropriate vehicles are available to transport animals safely to avoid heat stress. I'm particularly concerned to hear that some of these dogs are just receiving misting systems in 40-degree heat.
Well, Miss Hurst, I think, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner, I think there was it was 19 or so million, around $19 million in the last budget allocated, for appliances. And, and there is a whole fleet. There is a whole fleet that we have across all of fire and rescue. Obviously, we work within the budgets. There's been an increase in that budget. I'm happy to see where that's going. The misting, as the Commissioner explained, we're actually rolling out and changing and renewing the fleet at different points. All of the newest fleet that we've got, particularly in relation to that canine transport, does have those things that would make it more comfortable. The solar-powered, air conditioning, cooling, operating system. The misting system, it's what we've got at the moment in some. But again, I will restate my point that in all of my emergency services, when I've seen their work with canines and the people, the handlers who are responsible for them, they treat those animals like
I'm
you
not
would
talking about. I'm not talking about the personal one-on-one
But
treatment.
there is no
heat stress of animals going out in 40-degree heat with just a misting system. Did Fire and Rescue New South Wales receive the full amount of funding that they requested for those fleet upgrades? I know you said that there's been an increase, but I'm just wondering if there was any kind of gap between the money that they said that they needed for the full upgrades and the amount actually allocated.
Oh, look, the full upgrades, they're an ongoing. I think we've got 741 trucks, for example. You're not going to keep upgrading and replacing them all of the time. We push as hard as we can in our budget, and we're able to do this. But we'll continue to work with Fire and Rescue on the resourcing and provide that. Commissioner, I think Commissioner's sort of chomping at the bit to say.
Look, Chair, I'm happy to take on notice the timeline of when those new vehicles are due to come in. It's part of our minor fleet.
I think I'm probably more concerned about when the old vehicles are going to be removed and stop
Well, that's
being
the
used.
point when the new vehicles come in. So
they're all going to be gone.
Yeah. So as I say, we've got an old generation of vehicles, one of which was already replaced with one of the new dog carrying pods. As those older vehicles that are still in service are due to be replaced, they'll be replaced with the current or the newer version as well. So as I say, it's part of our regular minor fleet program, and we're happy to provide that on notice for you to give an indication of
Fantastic.
expected timeline on those.
Thank you. And Minister, maybe that's something you can give me a bit of a briefing on as well in regards to timelines for when we'll be getting rid of those problematic vehicles.
So maybe, I'm happy to commit to that. So the Commissioner will have have some information if we can get it later today. Otherwise, happy to take it on notice. More than happy to have a briefing as well, specifically around that. And we might even get maybe at the time we get one of the operators to come in and
bring the truck.
Great, thank you. I understand that there are only 4 Fire and Rescue New South Wales stations trained and equipped to respond to animal rescue situations in New South Wales. These are often referred to as the tech rescue teams. Concerns have been raised with my office that this can sometimes leave gaps across the state and lead to longer response times in regards to commencing rescues. I'm just wondering, Minister, what's being done to expand the coverage of that tech rescue capacity, and is it something that the New South Wales Government is looking at investing additional funding in to be able to expand that further?
Look, we've got large animal rescue capacities across different parts of our emergency services, but because it was specifically about fire and rescue, if you don't mind, I might just ask the Commissioner.
I might go to you, Minister, because the question is whether or not the New South Wales Government's looking at investing additional funding and what's being done to it, like by the government, to actually expand those programs. I'm quite across the programs and where they're located.
So is the question, is there specific funding for this program?
The question is it something that, because there's one in Lambton, Liverpool, Blacktown and Wollongong, and so the complaints that are coming to my office is that because they're quite spaced out, there's often long response times to certain areas because they're quite a distance away. So my question to you as the Minister is the government looking at investing additional funding in these programs to expand them further, or is anything else being done to expand the coverage of those rescue capacity programs?
It's probably one that I would need to work with the Commissioner. We have, if I think about Alfred, for example, we made sure that there's a consideration specifically in terms of animals, that there were some animal rescues, but also we can take animals to shelter, and I acknowledge your contribution to that with part of that whole rescue plan. I know that there's been a couple of thousand animal rescues by fire and rescue last year. If the agency feels that they need to expand that capacity to have them in different places, I think those are really important. Obviously, we'll fight for every bit of dollar in the budget, and then also, operationally, the Commissioner and the team will also work out where that money needs to go. But if there's a potential for it to expand, if they feel that there's a need for it to expand, certainly wouldn't be be saying no. But I don't see at the moment, Mr. going here, this is specifically for this money. I'll try and get as much of a budget as I possibly can. And every single agency would always say they want to get as much of a budget as they can.
I understand.
I can add a little bit more to that.
I might come back to you this afternoon just because there's such little time left. I understand that the Fire Brigade Employees Union's been calling for greater distribution.
Sorry, I just missed a bit. Sorry.
I understand that the Fire Brigade Employees Union's been calling for greater distribution of rescue areas to Fire and Rescue New South Wales, so away from volunteer agencies, so that they can guarantee a response to incidents and can more effectively manage that risk. Is that something that's come to you as well to sort of help deal with the concerns that have been raised in this space?
Look, the State Rescue Board manages and considers these decisions, and I need to make sure that they do that. In terms of discussions with the Fire Brigade, the FBEU, Employees Union, I have regular meetings with those, as I disclose in my diary disclosures, and they raise a whole range of topics, including topics of this nature. But really, that's why we have a State Rescue Board, because they look at it from across a range of different factors.
Minister, is this something that you're willing to explore, and how the government can actually support the expansion of these tech rescue teams across New South Wales, to look into that further?
Well, we're exploring it, and I think when you consider and I used the phrase peri-urban a little bit earlier, that the changes in nature of our communities, our societies, are current places accredited? Do they have the capacity to do it? What I won't do though is pit any of my emergency services against each other. I think they all play an incredible role. They play a collaborative role and an interoperable role, and I'm really pleased to see that the way that they work together. So in making sure that there's accreditation, we'll keep working through the State Rescue Board with that. But I certainly won't be characterising it as, well, one group's going to do it because the others are volunteers or whatever. We work
Sorry, I think
with
you've
everybody.
misunderstood the question there. It's not so much that some are volunteer agencies, it's the fact that these volunteer agencies, there's only 4 of them that have been given the funding to be able to do this. And the concerns are that there's obviously a desire to expand that, because in some emergency situations it can take a very long time, given that there's only 4 locations where these where this kind of ability to help animals is located. And so one of the solutions that's been put forward by the Fire Brigade Employees Union is to expand it so that other organisations can also help and assist in this. And the other option then, of course, is to invest more funding so that more of these tech rescue teams can be put together.
Yes, I think all of the agencies have got to play. Maybe I sort of misunderstood a part of it. All of the agencies have got a role to play. Obviously, Fire and Rescue, as does SES, as does the RFS. I think some of those decisions also need to be made, within those respective agencies. As I said before, the commissioners work well together. Someone talked about duplication a little bit earlier. We don't want to see a duplication, but if we can complement and filling any of the gaps, then that would be. But budget decisions like that, there's a whole range of processes that need to go through. I'm happy to facilitate meetings between yourself and the emergency service agencies to be able to advocate for that. More than happy to do that. But I also think I need to leave it to the agencies to do the bit that they need to do.
Thank you. The opposition has 1.5 minutes.
Just one question, sorry, Minister.
Sure.
What arrangements are in place should an incident occur that requires national input during the election and caretaker period?
You mean like? Let's go back to Cyclone Alfred.
Yeah.
So if that was in caretaker period?
Yes.
Really? So there's still the obviously there's still.
Oh, sorry, all the floods coming down.
Yeah. Okay. So the floods coming down. So there's still a minister for. There's still a minister, obviously, for emergency management at a federal level. But the other things that do occur, the things that don't change, are the agencies. And in New South Wales, for example, we've got the Reconstruction Authority, and in the Commonwealth, we've got NEMA, and they will continue to work together. But the ministers, will still work. When you're in caretaker mode, you don't stop being a minister. It's just the decisions are a little bit different. And I think I would expect, I hope it would never happen. But if we got to the next election and there was a natural disaster, and I was still the minister, but we might have been in caretaker mode, then I think the expectation would be that it'd be there as we still are in that continuation, and we would work with the Commonwealth as we do. But the agencies will do that, because you're not going to make a decision in that nature other than to try and do the best that you can to support local communities.
So there is still a minister with the authority to sign off on funding.
Yeah. So to that point, like Minister McAllister federally, we were only having a chat a little while ago. They still will sign off. Like, it won't be the agency, except that last a little bit. Yeah.
Thank you.
No worries. Thank you.
Dr. Amanda
Thank you. Minister, the Red Cross recently published a really excellent report on the power of social capital in disaster resilience that I understand was sent to all members of Parliament. We've had evidence to a number of other Legislative Council inquiries, so the Social Issues Committee looking at loneliness, Portfolio Committee 2 looking at mental health, about the role that neighbourhood centres play in building and supporting social capital. Is there any work happening to better integrate neighbourhood centres into our preparedness and response strategies?
So part of it would be, and again, I may say all these things on behalf of Minister Saffin now, but she's going to be my best friend by the end of this. Part of the safer places that we have is working within what's the local community in itself. So putting aside evacuation centres, which could be neighbourhood centres, could be community centres, could be anywhere, part of it is what is the strength of the local community and what's the social capital that we can work within that local community. There is some of that work that is being undertaken. I saw the Red Cross, I think it was Julie, was like the bubbly face that I would see every day when I was up in the Northern Rivers recently, and the work that they do as part of the whole coordination around the response plans and the the recovery plans, I suppose shows the value that they're held in, but work is being undertaken on that.
Okay, and are you aware that those neighbourhood centres at the moment are not actually receiving any ongoing funding for the role that they're playing in disaster preparedness?
So within local communities, there's the local emergency management committees, and they work with them. And for them, it's part of that determination of what would be the funding, what would be the appropriate funding. Is the funding accessible through some government grants? Would they receive funding based on a recovery model on other things?
Yeah,
But
so I suppose this is the specific issue I'm getting at. Where there are neighbourhood centres doing this really important work, they may get some sporadic one-off short-term funding, but they're not funded for disaster preparedness and recovery as part of their core role. There's obviously places where they're playing a really important role, and it's good that that's being recognised by local emergency management committees, but is there an opportunity to consider long-term ongoing funding for the important role that these centres are playing?
Look, I think that there might be, and it'd be good to have things that are ongoing. Obviously, budget things are always the challenges that everybody has. The role that they play as part of a collective within the community to support community is really important. Most of the time, the neighbourhood centres in different parts of the states are, not necessarily funded for the work that they do, but they just do it because they believe they do it. As a government, we committed to like 5 years continuous funding of government of neighbourhood centres, of community centres, to make sure that at least there was that funding there. There'd be individual grants that are available through different agencies, but the local emergency management committee would have access to all of those sorts of things as well.
Thank you. I'm out of time.
Thank you. Are there any government questions?
Only, Minister, if you've got anything you'd like to clarify or
Do you know what, because I haven't spoken enough today, but I might.
But can't get enough.
I thank you very much to the committee. I might just take a moment, if I can, to clarify or add a bit of information to things that I've taken on notice a little bit earlier.
Sure.
Here we are. It was in relation to the breach about the Microsoft.
Oh, yeah.
So the Microsoft breach. The driver records breach. Sorry.
Yes.
You asked about the Miss McDonald. You've asked about the former ministers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that is part of the GIPA Act. So that was in error. I'm advised the Cabinet Office has acknowledged the seriousness of this incident and has apologised for the error. The incident was notified to the New South Wales Privacy Commissioner as is required, which is I think what the question was. It was also notified to the New South Wales Police and to ID Support, which can support any person in New South Wales whose personal information is compromised. In terms of other engagement between the Cabinet Office and the Privacy Commissioner, they would be the best place to answer those questions. But what I want to really note, though, is it was not a cyber security breach, rather a breach, like a privacy breach, that was caused by human error. So there's that one, that response to that one there. Wilcannia, I've covered for you.
Yeah.
This Microsoft one, I don't think this was a question actually. Yeah, on those. And there were the Starlink answer that we've got as well, I think, Mr. Barrett. So 4,950 units to be installed. To October or January was detailed design phase. 20 units have been installed for testing and trials, and part of this, to date, 50 have been installed. The installation has been phased over successive years. I think it's over a 3-year period. So we've got the design, the testing, the phasing, making sure that's all of that. The Microsoft. Sorry, that's what it was. The Microsoft.
190,000.
The Keystone one. Yes, sorry, no, that was your. So I'm advised that over the 3 years to Financial year 2023, New South Wales spent over $500 million with Microsoft. The benefit of DCS negotiating all of government contracts is the substantial savings that result from volume discounts by aggregating these arrangements. This approach makes sense that we can negotiate the best value for money for taxpayers. The investment with Keystone reported in the annual report provided assistance to DCS to make sure it was getting the best possible deal in negotiations. While some of these details are commercial in confidence, I can assure you that the savings to the government are in the 8-figure range. So that's what that was for, to help us actually bring down what had been previously so much money. What was it in the previous years to that? Had been over $500 million had been spent prior to us coming into government on consultants. This was where I make sure we could save money. Madam Chair, if I may just indulge if it's okay. I'm sure everybody's just hanging with bated breath. I normally do this. I just want to thank the committee. I want to thank you, Chair, for chairing the committee. Can I thank everybody for the participation in it and the respectful way in which it was conducted. I think we come here always trying to be respectful, and we're treated with respect, and I personally really appreciate that. So thank you to the committee for that. Questions on notice. We will continue. I also want to thank the parliamentary team. Sometimes in all my thanks, I forget to thank the parliamentary team who do all the work behind the scenes. So thank you for the work that you've done through budget estimates, and sorry to stretch it out so long for you, but thank you for what you did. You see the teams around me, the estimates, the group around me, incredible human beings, determined to do the very best and represent amazing people, whether they're volunteers, whether they're people who service New South Wales, whether they're people who are just trying to make our lives better. Can I thank all of the public servants right across the state for the work they do. It's difficult, but it's really important work, and we're so incredibly grateful to the people who did the folders, who sat down with me, who questioned me. Appreciate that, and thank you for that bit of work. Of course, my own team, my ministerial team, as well as the DLOs, as well as my team in Punchbowl, who I know are watching, but they're probably eating a banh mi from Bankstown rather than popcorn, as everybody else is. Thanks to guys, we can't do this by ourselves. And I want to also just take this opportunity. I didn't really get it to do it properly during the estimates. But Cyclone Alfred, to the committee, thank you for your understanding. And to the chair, I really appreciate the way that you followed it up for me. It wasn't something that had been planned, but obviously we needed to go there. But what I got to see in that few days up there was, I think, some of the best things that we should be proud of. In 2022, that community had horrific floods and storms, and they still remain traumatised by that, and we saw that trauma. And I want to acknowledge the Premier's leadership on this, in going up there straight away, in there with the communities, the work that our volunteer agencies, the SES-led response, and Commissioner Wassing, I think you've been only a couple of months in the job, the work that he did in leading that, the Reconstruction Authority with Mal, but every single one of our emergency services were there. And so was Service New South Wales, setting up all of the systems to support. We don't often say it, but these are the best of our people who give up their time to help others, and we could just be so incredibly grateful. And to the community in the Northern Rivers, thank you for the way that you worked with the agencies, the way that you responded. We were so lucky, we were so grateful, we were prepared for the worst, but we hoped for the best, and we got a really good outcome. But I think everybody would agree, regardless of what political persuasion you have, that the response to this incident was just, an incredible demonstration of the learnings from 2022. And given that it's I'm the last estimates for today, this one, but it's also the last opportunity that I might have to say before the Commissioner, with Commissioner Rogers. As you're well aware, Commissioner Rogers will be retiring in a few months. I just want to publicly put on the record, Commissioner, my thanks, and governments of all governments over the years. So I'm the last person to be here. Thank you for over 40 years of service. to the RFS. You've risen from a volunteer to the Commissioner. I appreciate the work that we have done together, particularly over the last 2 years, and I'm sure we'll get to say a proper thank you and a proper farewell, but I just wanted to say it here as well. And just with that, I can say I've still got half a thing. Dr. Cohn, you've made me feel really bad. I'm never going to eat these lollies again. But can I just thank you, and to everybody watching at home and on their computer screens, thanks for the work that you do. This is what holding governments to account's about. Have a good one, everyone.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you again for working with the committee in rescheduling this in the open and honest way that you've done that. And thank you to Commissioner Rogers as well. I'm sure that there'll be a lot of more congratulations this afternoon. But Minister, your time before this committee has finished, so thank you very much for your time. The rest of us will return after lunch break at 2 p.m. for further questioning.
Thank you. Thanks, Erin. Thank you.
Welcome back to the afternoon session for budget estimates, and we'll begin with questions from the opposition. Honourable Scott Barrett.
You. Commissioner Rogers, I want to start with you, if that's okay, and return to the farm firefighting vehicle situation. Early on in my readings on this, I learned how there's often problems about people turning up to fire grounds not adequately dressed or prepared to fight fires if they're not in official units. In my head, formalising that mosquito fleet would give an opportunity for you to reach out to those people and help lift the standard of people coming to the fire. I just wonder if you'd care to comment on that a little further.
Yeah, certainly. I think historically we had a lot of farm fire units. RFS tried to centralise that, and I think in some ways we made some mistakes. We tried to overly formalise it and push people into a particular model that didn't suit a lot of farmers. So this is the first stage of us trying to now re-engage with farmers, and we've been doing that obviously with the Farm Association, and trying to get at least that level of coverage for registration. We've also sort of agreed on standard channels that when brigades come to turn to a particular UHF channel so they can communicate with farmers. So with a view to try and get as as synergy as much as we can without pushing too far that farmers then feel that we're going too far. There's a level of bureaucracy that farmers don't like, and so we have to be very conscious not to push that onto them. So we're doing it, I guess, sort of baby steps to try and make sure that we keep them engaged.
Would it be fair to say that without a formal recognition of this mosquito fleet, they are attending fires anyhow in unregistered vehicles?
Absolutely.
With limited to no control?
Yeah, absolutely they are. And they always have. And people have always, the very genesis of the RFS was farmers getting together and fighting fires and down in Berrigan. And that's the genesis of the RFS. So people have always done that and they'll continue doing it. So that's why I guess we've got to try and make sure that we value add to that. And we've issued some guidelines to our firefighters to say that when you arrive, try and engage with farmers, find out what they think is important, because we go into this protect the house. Sometimes to them, the farmer, the house is not necessarily the key thing at that particular time. It might be the crop, it might be a machinery shed, whatever it is, to try and engage with farmers so that we can make sure we're working with them to try and achieve what they want to do. So, as I say, that's sort of the aim, but I think there's a fair way for us to go, and we need to do that in a measured way.
Were you involved formally in this trial enough to have numbers of how many people were involved and any outcomes from it?
I don't know the actual numbers. I could take it on notice, but it would be obviously with transport. But I know that I do know people used it, but I'm not quite sure how many exactly used it. But I think that there was indication that there wasn't enough numbers, hence why a second trial was engaged. So I'd take that on notice if I can.
Yeah, I think there's 219 in the first trial, and I'm not sure how many people have been engaged in this one, but I fear and suspect it'll be lower this time.
Yeah,
having already been through that one trial.
And I think some of the issues have been about that insurance side of it and how that sits, and I think there's no sort of neat answer to it in some ways. So I think that there's a little bit more work to do, but I think certainly that we're very supportive of having farmers having a level of coverage for doing that, because they're going to help their neighbours anyway, and so we need to recognise that, and we need to try and work to make sure that the vehicles that are travelling on the road are as safe as they can be, but recognising that often they're not road vehicles, they are things dedicated for that purpose. So I think we've got to continue to do that, but support that continuing. And I believe that it needs to continue, and obviously over time then formalise it.
Thank you. Mr. Lanyon, can I come to you in regard, I suspect it's you, in relation, coming back to that issue of who owns the land that we buy back in these buyback schemes? Have we managed to pin that down?
Yes, Mr. Barrow, we have made inquiries. The land is owned by the RA on behalf of the state once it's bought back.
So do they then have a budget to manage this land?
We do. So ongoing maintenance at the moment, certainly for those that we bought back in the Northern Rivers and as we'll do in the Central West, we have a budget within the RHP for which we engage Public Works to maintain the land.
Does that include pest and weed control?
It's certainly, it's all maintenance, so mowing, those types of things that are required to keep the land appropriately maintained.
Is it going to be clear to other residents in the area that if there's an issue with that block, here's who you phone? And the examples I'm thinking about are people dumping asbestos on that block or an old washing machine or a fridge.
Yeah, we certainly have communicated to make it very clear what happens with that land when it's bought back by the RA. We're happy to communicate. We would like, and councils certainly know, and councils are normally the first port of call. If something like that happens, they'll refer it to us and we'll take action straight away. So we work very closely with the councils. The councils are aware. And as we go forward, we will work with the councils to decide what an appropriate land use is for that land that's bought back.
I guess that was going to be my next question, is how does someone go about, if a community does decide that would actually be a good spot for a walking track or some other low risk enterprise down that way, what would be the process for them to get their hands on that land?
The process will be that we'll work closely with councils to work out what the best land use is in accordance with the needs of the community. So I suggest it will vary depending on the area where we have bought back land.
Are you able to shed more light on the discussion we had about opening up more land around in the Central West, particularly Eugowra and Molong, to develop more blocks out there and assistance that might be available for the council?
I'm certainly aware that there has been a request for that to occur. There is not a resilient lands program for the Central West, so that does not exist. We've worked closely with other agencies, including the Rural Assistance Authority, to see whether there may be grant programs that can assist councils. One of the challenges with that, it's not as simple as just finding land. There is then a cost for infrastructure, so it's really them working as to how that can possibly be funded and then work through a process with councils for that.
And is that what the Resilient Lands program was in the Northern Rivers? Is that what that assisted?
Correct. It's about making flood-free land available for people to build on.
And assisting with the development of that land?
Depending on the nature of it. So depending on what is required, whether it's to purchase land that we develop, there are some places that we are developing up there, but primarily it will be to purchase land or to assist councils to understand what infrastructure is required in the first instance. As you can imagine, sewer, water, those types of things can be quite complex, and if it's a council that already has, I suppose, almost a limit to their water and sewer, we need to understand what an upgrade may look like to actually manage that infrastructure.
Can you talk me through the process? So once you've bought a block of land with a house on it, what's the process from that point?
Once we've purchased land and a home, it really depends on the nature of it. So it may well be that the home has structural damage, can't be sustained there. It may be dilapidated in such an extent that it can't be there. It may be built on a slab, it's never able to be moved, and it may just be in an area of high risk. So it's on a case-by-case basis. The Resilient Homes program has a range of arms to actually move forward with homes. So relocation and gifting is one of the options there for the homeowners. Once they settle on their land, they can make a decision within 12 months whether they wish to relocate the home. We've also had an EOI process where we've put a number of houses to make them available for people to purchase, and then there are a number of homes that have been demolished.
Do you know how many homes in the Northern Rivers were eligible for buybacks?
We have prioritised approximately 1,340 homes for buybacks.
When you say prioritise, in my head there's a line on a map, and if you're below that height.
So we work very closely with council and flood experts to understand which areas were of the highest risk, both for current but for future flooding. With those flood experts, there were then areas designated as those that were considered of the highest risk, and they were the areas prioritised for buyback.
And out of that 1,340 homes, how many are you estimating will be bought back?
That's very difficult to estimate. We've already, as I said, made offers for 880 homes. We've prioritised that there is the ability to purchase back 1,340. It is a voluntary program, so we work very closely with homeowners to understand what they want to do.
Okay. And if there's already been a transaction of homes, like if I bought a home in that area, one of the houses in that area, I'm not eligible for the buybacks?
Sorry, just repeat that.
If I personally bought a house in that area since the floods, am I still eligible for the buybacks?
If you've bought a house since the floods in one of those affected areas, no, you're not eligible for a buyback.
And has that happened on many occasions, do we know? We got the numbers around that?
Can I take that on notice and we'll come back to you? There certainly would be some figures where people have made application and we've been able to say they weren't eligible.
Right, great, thank you. You want to go?
Yeah, sorry. Mr. Head, if I direct questions to you and then you can... Okay, so I'll start on youth justice. So what is the department's latest cost estimate for youth detention per child per day in New South Wales?
That's DCJ matter,
Okay.
so I'll hand to my colleagues on the left.
Thank you, and I will refer that, if I may, to Mr O'Reilly.
$2,800 a day.
2,800? Okay. And I asked the Minister to take on notice, but I might ask you as well, has the department undertaken any economic modelling on the opportunity cost of, say, increased incarceration expenditure, and maybe for an example, what would be the impact of redirecting this funding to early intervention programs in the community? So that's a question on notice.
Would you like me to answer it?
Oh, you can answer it now if you like.
Yeah. So it's not possible to undertake that kind of modelling in such a way that we would divert the funding in detention to diversion. Detention is a statutory service we must provide under the law, and it comes at a cost, and we can't reduce the cost of that because that would reduce safety and quality. So that has to be funded to meet the demand.
Yep.
The modelling that we do regularly is on the cost of diversion and the benefits of diversion, and we continually try to find more ways to increase diversion effort across the state. We do that, community does that as well. There's a lot of community-led diversion efforts as well, and between us and those groups, and diversion from the Police Youth Command, from education, from health, that all adds up to a aggregate diversion effort. The unit cost of that effort is well known, well documented in the research, and we are always keen to do more of that.
Okay. So what has been the financial impact of the government's changes to bail laws on the youth justice system?
The youth justice system has capacity currently, but it is, so we're around 90% capacity full at the moment, and the changes to bail laws in the last year have coincided with an increase, and it's not entirely clear that increase is entirely attributable to the change in the bail laws. Those particular bail laws, Section 22C, what we have seen is a change in bail decision-making behaviour from police and courts generally. And we've also seen an increase in offending and an increase in violence in offending. So all those things add up to more kids in detention. And at the moment, we are managing that within our current capacity. And the cost impact is specific to location. So we may need to, for example, increase staffing or increase use of overtime on occasion if there's a sudden influx. But we haven't increased the bed capacity. We haven't invested any capital, for example, in youth justice centres to manage a demand increase at this stage.
So you're managing that within the budget, so you haven't had to increase the budget?
We're managing it within the budget currently.
Yep, okay. And so you're managing that within the existing resources. Has there been an impact on overcrowding, service provision, or staff workloads? And you did mention overtime there, but...
Yeah, sure. Not overcrowding. My policy and our policy is that children have a separate room with separate bathroom, and that's a really important child safety principle. We're not compromising on that. We haven't had to. So overcrowding in the strictest sense has not occurred at this stage. But there are pressures in terms of placement. It's really important in detention that we are very careful with every single placement, because there are associations and conflicts that we have to manage to keep the place safe and harmonious and make sure kids get access to programs. We also have in detention on a regular basis incidents, refusals to comply with direction, violence, conflict, and when we are closer to our capacity, there is a greater risk of that and a greater incidence of that. And so that has been something the teams have been managing.
So you've been sort of managing that. And
Yeah.
what is the current, say, staff to detainee ratio in each of the 6 youth justice centres?
Yeah.
And how does that compare with, say, best practice?
In our 6 centres, the standard ratio is up to 15 children for 3 staff. That is the standard ratio. However, in some of our units where we have high-risk programs, the ratio is 4 staff to 6 children. And in our enhanced support unit on the Central Coast, which is a therapeutic model, it is 4 to 6 as well. But
Yeah.
generally it's 3 to up to 15.
Up to 15.
And it's not always 15 because it depends on
Where you
the
are.
volume
Yeah.
in that
Yeah.
location at the
Yeah.
time. And there is no agreed national standard around best practice in terms of ratios, but for children there is a very strong consensus that the ratio needs to be very different to what it is for adults.
To adults, okay. And currently, how many youth justice staff are, say, on leave due to workers' compensation? And has that had any impact on the operational safety, say, within the last 12 months?
I can come back to you with the exact number of the people currently on workers' compensation leave. We have that data back at base camp, but not here today. I don't think that impacts the operational performance or day-to-day safety, because our recruitment model for the centres is very intentional. We have a supply of trainees coming in all the time, getting training, getting exposed. So there's always a pool of staff we draw on to fill those shifts, and there would have to be several hundred people off on workers' comp in order for that to have that kind of an impact, and that is not the case. It is a small number. It is a very significant number for those people, of course, but it's not having an impact on the filling of shifts on a day-to-day basis.
And you mentioned before about, say, critical incidents or incidences and things like that, and in terms of increase in children in... have you received any, say, internal risk assessments warning that, say, current youth justice conditions, maybe with increased violence and staff shortages, could lead to unrest?
People have that view. There are people with that opinion, absolutely. It's a very well-trained and skilled and very committed workforce in the centres, and a lot of people are very experienced, and they've experienced incidents and violence before. For some people that comes with trauma, and it can lead to a sense of strong or hypervigilance for some people.
Mm-hmm.
But that is really useful information for us as well in terms of assessing risk. So we listen to everybody.
Yep.
We have a really solid system of workplace health and safety committees in each of the centres, and we have really important compliance requirements under the WHS legislation. Those committees are made up of frontline staff, teachers, nurses, youth officers, who work on a regular basis to identify risks in the centre, flag them with management, and then they're tracked until they are resolved. That's a standard risk management approach in a place like that. Mm-hmm. And our Director of Custodial Services leads more systemic safety and security reviews on a regular basis. We have a separate centralised security team of very experienced officers who focus purely on safety and security. They attend all the centres on a regular basis and do checks and provide coaching. And so there is a constant, I would call it a continual risk assessment. It's not the place where you would set and forget risk assessment. It's ongoing, and it's not ever going to prevent incidents completely, but it certainly reduces them, and it enables us to deal with them quickly and prevent the escalation of them in most cases.
Can I just, if I may, ask you, your first question was about numbers, I thought, of workers' comp claims. Workers' compensation claims, was it?
No, it wasn't. Oh, sorry.
Your very first question in that bracket.
Oh, how many?
Staff off on workers' comp.
Yeah.
Right.
How many are currently on leave?
I have the current claims. I do not have the staff numbers. Okay.
Oh, okay. Sorry. And sorry, what is the current number of high-risk units operating in New South Wales? 2. And one. And how many children are in those units?
They have a capacity of 6 each, so it would be up to 6 in each one.
In how frequently are, say, lockdowns or unit transfers or behavioural management strategies being used?
I don't understand what unit transfers mean, sorry.
Is like when children are moved from one centre to another centre.
Oh, okay. Children are moved from centre to centre for a whole heap of reasons. Sometimes it's to attend court in a particular location or be closer to family, and sometimes it is due to their classification. Not all of our centres are suitable for high risk classification. Really only Cobham and Frank Baxter are suitable for that classification. And if a young person in one of our regional centres classification changes, they will need to be moved to and that happens regularly. That's part of the risk assessment and management.
And are there sorry, my time's up.
Sorry, Dr. Amanda Conn.
Thank you. I'll start with Commissioner Rogers. Good afternoon. It was recently publicised that in 2022, Dougal Saunders travelled when he was then the Minister in an RFS jet from Dubbo to the Hunter. Since that came to light, have protocols changed around ministerial use of RFS assets?
I certainly did review. The Minister asked me to review them, and I guess what we did was just reinforce the fact that if those things could only be used if there wasn't any operational need, and in relation to that, there wasn't at that time any operational need, but also to ensure that I guess that there's an appropriateness about it, and particularly I guess the point is that there's a difference between going to do an event versus some other activity type thing that may not be part of that event, and so from my point of view, we have just ensured that people understand that they're there for firefighting purposes. At times they will do transport, but it's to be around a bona fide government activity.
And in that review, did you come across other instances of ministerial use for non-emergency purposes?
I don't believe so, and indeed we did furnish all the manifests of all the flights in relation to the Standing Order 52, so that was all submitted. So they're all we've submitted every manifest we have. I think back it was back 4 years or something like that we've done. So so that's all, we've submitted all that, and I don't believe there was any other instances like that.
Okay, so I just wanted to clarify, because you said at times there will be use if there's no operational need. So to clarify, to your knowledge, other than this one incident with Dougal Saunders, ministerial use has always been within their capacity as Emergency Services Minister in an emergency?
All for, so there's been times when, sometimes we will use aircraft where it's easier and cheaper for our own people to move them by our own aircraft, particularly from different parts of the state. There's been times where a group of people have been going to, like a funeral, for example, in a very, difficult to get to spot, and we've used aircraft, and the Minister has accompanied me. But there's been no, from my knowledge, there is no other instance where someone has used an aircraft that isn't part of an official ministerial type event or an operational event. Now, that's not just for fire, that would be also to support flood operations as well. Sometimes we'll fly SES people, and obviously government ministers may go to incidents and they may use those things, but it's all to do with official, official events type thing.
Thank you. Has the RFS denied non-essential overnight travel for employees, for staff members, because of budgetary constraints?
Sorry, is it non-essential, did you say?
Yeah, has overnight travel for employees that they would otherwise be entitled to claim under the award, is that being denied because of budget constraints?
No, overnight travel, not that I'm aware of. I'm happy to take that on notice, though. I can't say I know every instance, so I might take that on notice if I can.
Okay, thank you. are there any former employees that have been re-engaged as contractors or consultants by the RFS?
Former employees that have been engaged in contractors?
As contractors or consultants?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't think we have anybody that's a consultant or a contractor. No, I don't believe so, but I'll take it on notice just to be thorough.
Thank you very much. I wanted to come back to this issue of numbers of active volunteers, which we've discussed at estimates several times. I understand that numbers cited have come from, for example, how many pages have been issued. I'm interested in what level of oversight you have at a state level of how many volunteers are on the books that have actually, for example, attended a job or attended training in the last year.
Well, I guess the way we work brigades is very much about how what people are decided as members and active members of brigades are decided by those brigades. Because what is an active member in, say, a more urbanised area is a very different thing than what an active member is in Burke. So it's very hard to have a one-size-fits-all. And I know that there's organisations that keep trying to paint this into a particular thing, but the point is that we let brigades decide who is active and who is on their books, and we report the numbers that they give us. So they report who is on the books, who's trained, and whether someone turns out in every year or every week or in 2 years. I don't think it makes them less of a value of a person. Like, they're still a valuable asset to that community. So from my point of view, I would still keep them on the books if that's what the brigade is saying.
To be clear, I don't think anybody's trying to argue that volunteers aren't a valuable asset in any capacity. I suppose even in my own experience as an SES volunteer, I know that there are particular qualifications that require regular updates to remain qualified to fulfil particular roles. So I'm interested in what level of oversight you've got at a state level that active volunteers have met appropriate requirements for their level of training.
For the training, so there's 45,000 trained firefighters, but there's also then people that do catering and all those other sort of associated activity as well. But again, there's varying levels of activity that those people have. But I guess I'm not quite sure what the end is of trying to dig down to the point of if someone's turned out in a particular time. I'm not quite sure the utility of that.
I'm just trying to understand the numbers at a statewide level and how useful those are in terms of understanding the workforce that you've got.
I mean, we report the numbers, and I know that some people say that we keep dead people on books and all sorts of things that different people say. I'm not saying you're saying this, but I guess the fact that we had in 2019-20 76,000 people on the books, and we at the end of 2023-24 we had 70,000 people on the books, I think shows the fact that when people say that they're no longer members, we take them off the register and we rectify the register. But again, it's it's something that we deliberately leave brigades to make these rules, because they all have different rules on who's active and who's not. Some require people.
That 70-odd thousand figure, I understand, has been cited previously, but you're also quoted in the Sydney Morning Herald saying 40,000. So this is what I'm genuinely trying to understand, is who is being counted in this figure.
It depends on what the question is that's being asked. So we've got 70,000 on the books. Of that, 45,000 are trained firefighters.
Yeah.
Now, there's other people that do other operational tasks. So I guess it depends on the question on what's being asked.
And so of those 40,000 who are trained, can I clarify, are you saying that all of those 40,000 are people who are deemed active at a local level by the brigade, or does that 40,000 include people who at some point in the past did firefighter training but may not have maintained that?
They may, well, I guess it depends on how active the brigade is in the books. And I'm not trying to be evasive here. I'm just simply saying that there's almost 2,000 brigades. They all have their own rules of who, who's active and who's not. So it's very hard for me to give you like a one-size-fits-all answer to it. So I'm not trying to deliberately be evasive. I'm just being honest with you that those rules are made by the brigades. Now, that might be someone that did training 3 years ago and they know in a big fire that they can call them out, but they don't turn out every week. It could be that circumstance. It could be someone that turns out and comes to training every week. There's some brigades that have rules to say if you don't turn up to training every fortnight, you won't be active anymore. So I'm just sort of saying...
But you don't require brigades to submit that to you? You don't have any understanding of how
we
many
get
people those different rules apply to?
We ask them to submit at their annual general meeting any updates to people that are no longer active, that are that have left the brigade, so we ask people to update.
But do they tell you how they're defining active? You're saying it's different in every brigade. I'm hearing that.
No.
But you don't have an understanding of how that's being applied in different areas.
Well, I guess I'll give you some examples. I understand it's been applied in a lot of different ways around the state.
I'm out of time.
Thank you. I've got some questions I think are probably best directed to Mr. O'Reilly or Mr. Tidwell, potentially. We've been told in previous estimates that it costs around $2,700 per day to keep a young person incarcerated in New South Wales. Are you able to provide a bit of a breakdown of this figure around the major costs contributing to that figure of $2,700?
We would, I think, need to take that on notice, but the most of that cost would be employee-related expense by far.
Okay.
But we could take that on notice.
Thank you.
The only thing I would add, if it's okay, is that includes all corporate overheads, all costs, including services delivered by DCJ Central Corporate Service. It's the whole cost structure.
Right, thank you. And I guess, that sort of flows on to my next question, which might relate in some way to that, is just trying to get an understanding of why it's such a higher figure than the cost of keeping an adult incarcerated in New South Wales, which is less than $500 a day. I'm just wondering why there is this dramatic difference in cost.
We have economies of scale, so a 10,000 plus prison system as opposed to a youth justice centres with a total population as of today of 236. So clearly the economies of scale are very different. The needs are also different, and the staff to young inmate interface is different to that of the adult system.
No, that's great. Thank you. And I understand that most children at youth justice centres spend around 14 hours a day confined in their cells. I just wanted to get an understanding of what efforts are being made to ensure that the time spent in their cells can be used by children to access essential services that will support their rehabilitation, such as counselling. Is there any sort of work being done to make sure that they're able to do that?
It's important to note 14 hours a day includes sleeping time, which is 9 hours or so. So it's a number that's used quite frequently, and it's a little misleading because people are locked in their cells while they're asleep for their own safety. That's a really important consideration. So that means there are 10 or 11 hours a day not in the cell, and that includes going to school. It includes working with psychologists, Aboriginal practice officers for cultural connection work. It includes trade courses. It includes family visits. For some young people who are at a particular stage of their behaviour in detention, they can have outings, they can go and work, they can go and do training outside the centre for approved leave. And then there's rec time. I mean, kids in detention have access to sport, television, computer games, socialising. We have chaplains in all the centre for children who want to access religious services and meals. So it's a pretty normal day.
And with the 5 hours that's not sleeping time, are they able to access services like counselling or any other services that's specifically to do with their rehabilitation?
Yeah, so that's in the evening, that time. And so the rehabilitation work generally happens through the day. That's when we have our clinical staff in the centres. And in the evening, access to people outside the centre is usually family, so phone calls to family, for instance, or video calls to family in the evening. And for some young people, there will be activities in the evening as well. So that number of hours might vary if there's a particular event in the evening or an activity. But we don't provide therapeutic services through the night when they are in their room, generally, no. They have access to television and they can come out and make phone calls.
And can I ask as well, what extent do children and youth justice centres currently have access to those external counselling services? I know you mentioned there is that counselling happens in the evening before going to cells. Is that something that every child in a youth justice centre has access to on a regular basis?
Yeah, all kids in detention have access to psychologists. We have psychologists all across the state. We have around 46, I think, psychologists on our staff. They also have access to justice health services, which includes psychiatrists. Not every child in detention needs to access a psychiatrist, of course, but those who do can get as much access as they need. And then there are caseworkers who work in the centres as well, and they do a mix of some criminogenic intervention to try and address the root causes of offending, which is slightly different to the work of the psychologists. And they also work with family connection and setting them up for the future in terms of exit planning. So all those things happen in the centre. Every child has a caseworker, every child has a psychologist, and those who need a psychiatrist get access.
Thank you. And are you currently looking at ways that tablet technology could be used to allow children to video conference with an external counsellor or access mental health support when they are in their cells? I understand you're saying that 9 of those 14 hours are sleep time, but I assume that there would be certain children that would need access during those hours. Is that something that's being looked into at all?
We are very keen to implement, and we talked about this at budget estimates a number of times, we're very keen to implement technology in cells, access to the internet, tablets, that allows people to access education, family, a whole range of services when they want to. We are on board with that suggestion. We want to do it, but it's extremely expensive, and it's far more expensive than was initially thought. And so we are looking for opportunities to fund that and get it started in some of the centres, but we don't yet have a funding source.
Thank you. And will if it is introduced, would that include access to counsellors through the tablets?
Perhaps. And I'm not being difficult. It's just that in the evenings, it's difficult to access therapeutic services in the community in the evenings for anybody. They're just not operating after business hours generally. If there's an acute psychiatric or psychological need, we will take a medical approach, and our nurses on staff will call an ambulance or bring somebody in if that's an urgent need. But there wouldn't be scheduled therapy sessions or counselling sessions in the evening because that's not when they're operating. And the benefit of having that technology is that the service can be tailored to the child, to whatever mix of services they need to access.
Thank you. I might move quickly to Commissioner Rogers. And thank you for your time some months ago when we met with Wires. I'm wondering if I could get an update. We talked a lot about coordination between emergency services and animal rescue organisations. I was wondering if I could get an update on the work in this space to improve that coordination within the RFS and also with other emergency services agencies and animals.
Certainly, just one sec if you could. Since we met, we have there has been some work done about we had the presentation that was given to the coordinating committee. There's been some work with National Parks and Wildlife, and so October 2024, the Wires presented to the coordinating committee. And National Parks are taking the lead as far as the wildlife management, which I understand Wires are comfortable with. And basically there's a technical advisor role for wildlife that is now being established in incident management teams to make sure that we keep across the welfare of animals. Also pleasingly, there's continuing more people, there's another 100 odd RFS people that have done that training, so we're keeping that training going to try and push out that as much as we possibly can. So I think once this gets put into place, in some examples and in a fire season, I think the idea then is to look at then the broader State Emergency Management Committee, a presentation of how that could be handled in other emergencies. But I think the idea is to try and just test it and get, iron out any issues we have, and then make sure there's a package that can go to the SEMC that can be considered in all emergencies, which was obviously what Wires were looking for.
And is there a timeline or a rough idea of sort of a timeline around when that would happen?
I imagine that the next fire season will get an opportunity to test this out and make sure it works, and then following that fire season, then I would think that a report would be able to go to the SEMC along with a presentation on what the best care for animals is moving forward, and a model that then could be considered by, to be used in, for example, SES or any other hazard that may be relevant.
Okay, thank you. Throwing back to the opposition.
Thank you. I'll stay with you, Commissioner Rogers, just quickly, but then I will come to Mr. Lanyon and Ms. Leck probably for some mitigation questions next if we want to set up for that. But Commissioner Rogers, I understand often or time to time you'll sell old RFS vehicles and they'll end up on farm as firefighting vehicles themselves or carting water. For those vehicles that are pre the end of using PFAS chemicals, are we confident that they are not contaminated still?
The vehicles
would they have been
themselves?
cleaned out or sterilised, for want of a better term, before they were offloaded?
They certainly would be washed out, but the foam is not added to like the tank water as such. The foam comes out after the tank water, so it's not something that so they go through a proportioner system or a foam induction system. So it's not added in the main tank. It's added after that. So obviously, once all that's done and any water that goes through the pump, it's pretty well gone.
Yeah, you say that. That's very obvious. And then I think about it. And thanks for putting that to ease for us. Back to the land buybacks question. 1,340 homes within that zone in the Northern Rivers. 830, 840, say for maths, contracts have been offered. That means there's 500 still in there. Is there a deadline for when those offers need to be taken up or offers need to be made?
The program is funded through till 2027. Obviously, it's one of those ones we try to give homeowners options, and we certainly work with homeowners. So as more funding has come online, I think the Minister spoke this morning about the fact that originally the Resilient Homes program was funded for $700 million. There has been a further injection of $90 million both by the state and the Commonwealth. That's allowed us to have more homes to be prioritised, and we'll continue to work with homeowners that are now in areas that are identified of the highest risk. So it's an ongoing program of works.
If I can't see you, I am looking at you through the TV screen there. Now, can I get the same sort of numbers for the Central West as well? How many were within that zone and how many and where we're up to as far as offers?
It's a far smaller program. At this stage, I think we're envisaging about 20 homes, but I'll have myself corrected shortly on that, I'm sure. We've had about 190 applications so far for the Resilient Homes program. If you're comfortable, I just wanted to provide some more information on a previous question you asked me.
Sure.
Which was about providing land within the Eugowra community there.
Yep.
We've been working very closely with Homes New South Wales to help Cabonne Shire, Eugowra sits within Cabonne Shire, to make a grant application under the Regional Economic Development and Community Investment Program to develop a new housing estate at Eugowra. If that's successful, that would open up about 20 blocks of land for which those that were eligible for a buyback would get priority.
Do you know any timelines for when we might find out the success or otherwise of that funding?
We're expecting by the end of May we should know the outcome of that funding program.
Okay. There's still the CBD in Lismore, obviously. How much What steps have been made to protect the CBD of Lismore?
I know we spoke briefly this morning. If you're comfortable, if I can invite Amanda Leck up, who runs our Adaptation, Mitigation and Reconstruction Division, and she can talk through the NRRP and a range of other things.
Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Leck.
Sorry.
No, that's where we're going.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much. As Mr Lanyon said, there is a range of programs underway in the Northern Rivers under the Northern Rivers Recovery and Resilience Initiative. That program is fully funded by the Commonwealth Government through NEMA for $150 million. There are 36 projects as part of that program. There are a number of those programs specifically in Lismore. So, for example, in Lismore, we are currently working through a program of works with Lismore City Council that will upgrade a range of pumping stations, providing fibre optic cable to those pumps so that they become automatic, if you like, during the event of future floods. So many people here who would have seen the preparations in support of TC Alfred would have noted that there were still things like tractor pumps and the like being used, manual closing of floodgates and those sorts of things, and this program is designed to automate and provide greater security to the Lismore CBD in the event of a future flood.
And what sort of impact will it have? You know, we talked a lot about meterage during the flood.
Yeah, so that program in and of itself will more efficiently and effectively deal with flood water through flash flooding events and so on. It doesn't increase, the size or height of the levee bank, for example. There is another program of work underway both through New South Wales Reconstruction Authority with regard to the Northern Rivers Disaster Adaptation Plan that seeks to understand potential options to reduce risk in and around the Northern Rivers. In respect of your question, the Lismore CBD area more broadly. We are also working closely with our colleagues in the Commonwealth, with CSIRO and with NEMA, who are undertaking a very large-scale catchment flood model as part of the Northern Rivers Recovery Initiative. So that is actually looking at a large-scale flood model and effectively modelling the 2022 flood event to understand if there could be any mitigation measures put in place that would reduce the height of the flood waters in and around Lismore.
Sorry. You say that model's the 2022 event. Did that CSIRO work start, wasn't that underway prior to the floods?
Well, I can't comment prior to the floods. I wasn't working in New South Wales at that time, but I can tell you that this particular initiative, the NRRI initiative I spoke about, and the CSIRO work has really, its current project is being delivered in support of the 2022 flood event.
You mentioned earlier levee banks, and I'm not sure if you did or did not use the word water diversion, but has any work been done on that front?
So that's what this model seeks to understand. As you would appreciate, water through floodplains, it is incredibly complex. And so, for example, within the RA, we're doing a lot of work in the Hawkesbury Nepean Valley, and there are some perverse outcomes with regard to where the placement of levee banks and the like might occur. So what you don't want to do is impact other communities downstream of those mitigation efforts. So it's really important that the flood model understands at a catchment scale what the impacts will be in terms of mitigation impacts for some communities, but making sure that other communities do not experience greater levels of flood impact.
You mentioned those 36 programs. Are we able to see a list of those programs and where they're up to?
Yeah, I believe they're freely available on the RA website. I can tell you that I was actually in the Northern Rivers yesterday and had the opportunity to view 6 of those projects, some of which are now complete. So, for example, during TC Alfred, the Dorothy Street pump was able to clear 1,000 litres of water per minute and was able to mitigate flood impacts for 120 homes and, importantly, a sporting field, so the community could get back into their community immediately. So some of those programs are underway, 14 are now complete.
We can provide that on notice, Mr Barrett, that's no problem whatsoever. There's also a program called the Drainage Reset Program, which is a $5 million program which is designed to actually allow water to move from cane farmers' land, and what we found during the most recent flooding event with Tropical Cyclone Alfred was the level of impact for those farms that had been able to avail themselves of that program. There was significantly less impact. So all of those mitigation works that Ms Leck has spoken about showed a tangible benefit in the most recent example.
That $5 million for that drainage program?
Correct.
When was that? When did that kick off?
Post the 22 floods,
So
I could give you that detail.
Yeah, it's been underway for about 12 months, and we're actually looking at opportunities to extend that program given its success.
When we have infrastructure issues, for want of a better term, such as the bridge at Canoundra, that is clearly going to increase the levels of flood in a different area, the railway bridge at Canoundra, where,
I'm not familiar specifically
for example,
with
if there's
that
a bridge across a river that is, causing a bottleneck, causing floods, who is the lead authority to remove that bridge to mitigate flood effects? Is it Heritage? Is it RA? Is it Water? Who has the reins on that?
There would be a range of bodies would need to become involved, no doubt the council, but also the asset owner, whoever owns that asset, because there may well be an impact on transport or some other service. The RA itself would certainly be having a look at, and as part of the disaster adaptation plan that now the joint organisation and in the Central West are looking at, that is one of the things we would look at as an option to mitigate potential flood.
Okay. A similar question then to the Central West as far as mitigation measures that have been put in place. Do you have a similar list for there that you can share?
No, look, I don't for the Central West. As I said, that NRRP was funded by the Commonwealth in response to the 2022 floods. But what I can say is that the disaster adaptation planning that Mr Lanyon spoke to, we are going to commence that work in the Central West, working closely with the joint organisation there. They've just received from funding through what's called the Disaster Ready Fund, a Commonwealth fund, which requires match funding between the state and local council, and we will be working closely with those councils to develop the disaster adaptation plan. The first step of that plan is to understand the risk and hazard in that area, so to bring together all the flood studies, all the bushfire risk management plans and the like, and to understand whether that data is up to date, and if it's not, we will seek to fill that gap, and then to work out what are the options that will deliver the best mitigation outcomes for those communities.
Mr Lanyon, can I just, obviously there was a huge emotional impact that we can never put a number on, but we talk about the Lismore or the Northern Rivers floods being the biggest disaster event. Do we have a ballpark of what the economic impact of that event?
Not overall, Mr Barrett. We wouldn't know what the potential losses to the region were by that event. In terms of infrastructure, we could certainly estimate what the likely rebuild cost was, and we could provide that as an estimate.
Yeah.
But for total financial impact, the loss of tourism in the region over a period of time, the build back, certainly the loss to small business, that would be very difficult to quantify because of the nature of it and the size.
If anything you can provide me on that would be very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go back to my other question. Has there been an increase in staffing for, say, youth justice court liaison services as a result of, say, increases in bail refusal rates?
No.
No? Okay. And are there any specialist liaison officers for, say, First Nations children or children with cognitive disabilities?
Can I just check what you mean by liaison officers? Youth justice staff in the court?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yes, we do have Aboriginal identified positions for all of our classifications, whether it's youth officers, caseworkers, and caseworkers who work in the court.
And children with cognitive disabilities?
All of our caseworkers have training in working with kids with cognitive disabilities. One of their primary functions is trying to connect kids with NDIS, one of the things they do.
Thank you. And so what specific support services are available to children in youth detention, like mental health, substance abuse, counselling? We know education is part of it, but what other programs? Yep.
So children are assessed by Justice Health when they are admitted to detention, and part of that assessment is identifying existing treatment that might be underway for something. Quite often children have been in frequently, so that they are well known, and it's a question of picking up their care plan and starting it again. For children who are new, there is a process of assessment which takes a bit longer, and then they are matched to services that are provided by Justice Health or Youth Justice, and they include drug and alcohol services, a whole range of counselling services, and where young people are convicted or have pled guilty to an offence, there is a criminogenic intervention that our caseworkers lead as well. And our psychologists will do two things. They will focus on therapeutic support, but they will also undertake a range of assessments for the court down the track to try and help work out what the best pathway is for the young person later.
Okay. And are they, aside from the criminogenic ones, are the services available for all children, say, on remand?
Yes, yep. Yes. And there are some children who are still dealing with or resolving matters for which they have been found guilty or pled guilty, and have other matters where they are not found guilty. So there can be criminogenic intervention for particular matters, but we have to stay away from the ones that are not resolved. But all children get access to school, all health services, recreation, religious supports, family contact, the full range.
Okay, thank you. And how many staff, I know you said they're all trained, but how many staff are trained specifically in counselling, rehabilitation and program delivery, as opposed to, say, security and custodial staff?
Yeah, okay. Most of our staff are youth officers because we need the volume of staff to do that supervision work. And we have, across the state, we have 185, I believe, caseworkers, and they work in our community offices and in our detention centres, and they are trained in a range of other services, including the criminogenic intervention, cognitive behavioural therapy, for example. Some of them are also trained in additional specialist programs in relation to domestic and family violence intervention, and there are some who are also trained in family therapy for children where that is appropriate and accepted by the family. That's a casework cohort. And then we have, as I said, around 46, I think, maybe it's 48, but we can check, psychologists who have the standard training and qualifications for psychologists. Okay. And then we have access to Justice Health services in all the centres as well.
And are you able to provide, say, a breakdown of, say, program funding across the 6 different centres?
We can certainly try to do that. Yeah.
Okay, so on notice.
Yeah. That'll be a complicated answer, but we'll provide it.
Okay, all right. And what are the, say, average daily out-of-room hours for children across each of the 6 centres?
Yeah, it's 10 hours a day.
Oh yeah, you said that, sorry.
Except in the high-risk units where it's a minimum of 6, but it varies from 6 to 9, but minimum is the standard.
And in, say, the last 12 months, how many children have been placed in isolation?
Isolation?
Yeah.
There are 3 categories of restricted practice. There is segregation, separation and confinement.
Yep, if we said confinement then.
Confinement, okay, I can get your confinement data, absolutely. Just bear with me. In 23-24, there were 3,696 incidents of confinement, and we'll have to come back to you to tell you how many individual children were involved in that, but it would be a smaller number, of course, because confinement can often happen multiple times. And that is, over the last 5 years, we've seen a steady reduction in confinement, so it's 29% lower than it was 5 years ago.
Oh, okay. And what is, say, the average duration of an isolation period?
I can dig that out for you if you wouldn't mind some shuffling.
Yep, sure.
Yep.
If I may, Chair, just come back to your earlier question, Ms McDonald, in respect of workers' comp. The number of staff on workers' comp in youth justice as of December 2024 was 142. 72 of those were not at work, and 70 were on restricted duties or returning to work.
Average confinement time in 23-24 was 5 hours and 10 minutes, which is very similar to the previous year.
Yeah, okay. Fine. You can also. Well, what was the average, say, sorry, the highest duration?
Of confinement? I'll have to look that up for you. I just need that index back, please.
Yeah. Yeah.
This could take some shuffling too.
That's okay.
There are particular regulations around confinement. For example, for children under 16, it can't be longer than 12 hours, and there were none at that level. And for children over 16, it can't be more than 24 hours, and there were none at that level. So the highest would have been in between 5 hours and 12 hours for kids under 16, and between 5 and 24 for kids over 16. But we can provide more precision in that on notice.
Okay. So none in the past 12 months that were held for longer than 24 hours?
No, none that were non-compliant.
Yep, okay, cool. And can you confirm the total number of receptions, say, into youth justice centres in the last financial year?
Yes,
and then if you're able to break it down into how many were remand and how many were actually sentenced?
Okay, that will take some analysis because they don't come in sentenced. They all come in on remand, and then, then there's a process. Yeah. Pretty much, yes. So that will take a bit of time to do that analysis.
Oh, well, let's do that one on notice then.
Yeah, sure.
Yep. And what is the average time spent in remand for a young person?
Yes, I do have that data. Just bear with me. So on remand in the last financial year, the median length of stay was 16 days.
16 days.
Yes, but it's worth noting that 58% were less than 24 hours.
Less than 50.
Thank you. Ms. Sue Higginson.
Thank you. I've just got some questions, I think starting with you, Mr. Lanyon, if I could. And I apologise because some things may have been answered by the Minister, so please just, I missed a lot of this morning. But when you last gave evidence in a budget estimates hearing, there was at the time, I think, a total of 14 houses that had been relocated. Is that still an accurate figure, or have we moved?
That's still accurate, I believe, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And so is it... and so that, at this point in time, that accounts for about the 2% of the total homes that have been purchased. Is that your understanding?
I'm comfortable to take your maths. If you say 2.3%, obviously there's a range of other measures, and there's a number of houses that are in the pipeline, if I can say, to relocate. So that's really what we're focusing on, is encouraging people to take that step.
Yeah, thank you. So obviously at the moment, some pretty significant demolitions have been happening in North Lismore. And I know I really want to acknowledge Ms. Leck's explanation through various local media sources, and I know they're very much appreciated. People are feeling there's a lot of unanswered questions. But will the Reconstruction Authority release information about which houses are set for demolition to provide that kind of transparency oversight?
We have to notify the neighbours of any houses that we are looking to demolish, so we'll certainly work through that. I think when you said there's been a significant demolition process that's been underway, can I just probably correct some of that at the moment? Demolition has been a factor of the Resilient Homes program since it commenced. There have been homes being demolished through the duration. So
how many demolitions
if I can just check that, 45 demolitions I've got here at the moment.
And so was there... and in terms of the location of those 45, where are they? Whereabouts? Is there somewhere that there's a register of what's been demolished today?
There absolutely would be. I'd have to take that on notice. It wouldn't be a public record. It would be something that we would have as a record internally.
So do you think that it's possible that the RA now commits to kind of having some public registers and making that kind of information available so that
the community can start to understand more publicly about what their future and their local environment and their local town and community is going to look like and already looks like?
It'd be something I'd be happy to talk with you offline and just see what that might look like, and obviously the purpose of it. As you know, we have been very public about the program, the Resilient Homes program, the reason that it was actually put in place, and obviously resilience and adding safety to the community is the primary objective of the program. So the buybacks have happened for a particular purpose, and as you know, where we have been able to possibly relocate homes or sort of work with owners to have that happen as a process, that has been.
And I think, sorry to interrupt, but I think that I don't think, with respect, please don't don't take things as criticisms of what has happened. I really am trying to work out, as you would know, right now, the community of Lismore, the Northern Rivers, is so divided, and there are so many kind of unnecessarily heated disputes happening, and we are literally generally trying to find really, really clear, simple pathways forward. I think one of that's so clear wherever you look, the lack of free-flowing, transparent information. The website is very good, but there is so much more that could be happening so that people can have some kind of agency over what tomorrow or tonight looks like for them. So is it possible then that the other thing about the demolition program is people are very keen to learn and understand at what threshold a premise is relegated to demolition as opposed to suitable for relocation. We've obviously heard mould, lead paint, twisted beams, we've heard everything. But the reality is I think people would like to understand who's making these decisions and at what point are those decisions made. Is there some way that the RA could undertake to providing that information to the community?
I think we can certainly communicate the reasons why a home may be demolished, and I think we've been fairly clear. If the home is structurally unsound, if the home is dilapidated, if there is significant asbestos that would make it problematic to do that way, if it's on a concrete slab it won't be suitable to be relocated, or it's in an area of highest risk, it may well be that the home has to be demolished to reduce risk to the community.
So just to kind of take up some of those points, I can hear those on that surface top level, but when we dig down into those, we're talking about homes that, whilst that may be a determination for the purpose of the Reconstruction Authority or anyone else in the New South Wales Government or Cabinet, they're often explanations that don't have enough meaning for people, particularly people who were living in them last week or the week before or the month before, and they're now seeing them demolished. The loss of logic from the bureaucratic process, which may make a lot of sense to some people, is not making sense to the people on the ground in the community who are living next to these houses. Is there some way the Reconstruction Authority could commit to providing some form of transparency around the decisions that are being made, not just these high level? So when you say unsound, your version of unsound would be very different to mine. I've lived in Bridge Street, I've lived in the Northern Rivers, and I've lived in Lismore. Houses, we all have a very different concept of what is a sound home. And there are many people right now in Lismore and the Northern Rivers, and particularly North Lismore, that have a different version of what is unsound. So is there some way of trying to provide just transparency around when we tick that box and say that's unsound, or the expert does in these high risk assessments that you're undertaking, is there a way that people can see that and have some meaning and understanding?
I think there's a challenge even in your question there. When you phrase your question, you talk about the fact that people have different understandings of what that means, whether it's unsound for them, whether it's, I suppose, damaged, what that actually means. The premise of the program was to create safety and resilience.
But with respect, Mr. Lanyon, sorry to interrupt you, I've only got a few minutes, but with respect, yes, there are very different versions. All I'm asking for is, will the Reconstruction Authority commit to providing to the public what your versions have been, what the versions you've made decisions and are demolishing houses upon? People want to see this. I've heard lead paint
If lead paint is the reason we're demolishing houses, I would strongly suggest there are thousands of houses in Sydney that need demolishing. I don't think that alone, and this is what I'm saying, this is where the problems are coming, and this is why today there are people trying to stand in front of machines of houses that are getting bulldozed and demolished. And I think we owe it to people to just be a bit more honest and transparent around why each house is being demolished. Is that possible?
I think if we're fairly straightforward about this, we've worked very closely with the community. The program was designed, and as I said, where we can, we will look to relocate and reuse those houses. Sorry, can I just finish this answer? The homes have been bought back by the Reconstruction Authority on behalf of the government. The decision as to their future needs to be made by the Reconstruction Authority. I understand what you're saying, but it can't be a process of asking the community for each home. Is that acceptable for that outcome to happen?
I'm not asking for that. I'm just asking for the one-way flow of honest information so that people can start to come to terms with the home they may have once lived in, the home you bought off them that was promised would be relocated and now isn't. They want to understand, and so do the other people, the people who may have lived in there 50 years ago, 40 years ago. We're talking about homes. We're also talking about a whole community that is recovering, not just a government program. Do you think it is possible to commit to providing that level of transparency around the decisions that have been made and taken by the Reconstruction Authority and the criteria, and what that criteria actually, the threshold for reaching that criteria?
Again, if I can take this offline with you, we can have a discussion about how that may be appropriate. There will be challenges in doing that because of the nature, and as you said, it's a motive. So people have made a decision to sell their home if that's the case. There was no criteria, there was no undertaking when people have sold their homes that it would be used in any particular manner. And I think
we're just talking about common decency now. We are absolutely just, I am trying to make an appeal to the Reconstruction Authority here, just about common decency, about transparency, honesty, and the accountability is something else. That's between the community and the Reconstruction Authority. I am just asking, is it possible for people to have more understanding about the decisions that have been made? Just while my time, and we can take it offline, just one question now. Have you got a time frame on when you expect all the homes that are on your demolition list now will be demolished?
No, because we still have a number of homes that we need to do assessments on the actual status of the home, as in their structural integrity. As you know, there are a number of homes that are illegally occupied. We haven't been able to do those. So I think it would be misleading for me to say that I know exactly how many homes at this stage may be subject to a demolition.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to Commissioner Rogers. I'd like to ask some questions about the use of fire retardant. There was a recent research published by Griffith University that raised concerns about the impact of retardant on wildlife and waterways, particularly frogs and tadpoles. And the researchers raised concern there's very little known about the environmental impacts of many of the commonly used formulations, including Phosgene, I hope I've pronounced that correctly, that I understand is used by the RFS. I'm just wondering if there's any steps that are being taken to guard against these potential impacts on animals and the environment, and if that sort of information has come across to you at the table.
Certainly. So we have on 2 occasions referred the fire retardant we use to the EPA and asked them to look at it and give us their views on is it safe to use. Both occasions they've said it is an appropriate product, but they reinforce what I guess was practice always to try and avoid as best we can waterways. And I think that comes back into the points that you made about obviously aquatic type life being affected by it. And there's no doubt if you put, because it's a fertiliser, it's based on a fertiliser, so it'll change the content of water and it can promote things like algal bloom, and if you get it into waterways. So we work pretty hard to try and keep it away from waterways. Now, that's not always successful because, you know, based on what the pilot thinks the wind's doing at the time, it can change a little bit. And we've had instances where it's fallen on homes, fire trucks, on a number of things where it wasn't intended. So I guess in that sense, we can't absolutely guarantee it, but we certainly plan to keep it away from waterways just because of that specific known fact that it can adversely affect them.
Thank you. Is there ever any sort of follow-ups or audits afterwards to see if there has been an impact, like you mentioned, where it has fallen on homes and things like that? Has there ever been any audits to check if there's been any sort of falling into those waterways, and is there any action that can be taken if it has accidentally gone into those places?
I'd probably have to check. Probably one of the best sources we'd have for that would be National Parks and Wildlife, because obviously a number of fires occur in park, and so I'm happy to take that offline and see if we can find out if there's any records through national parks about that, and if so, what was the impact, and I'm happy to take that on notice if that's okay.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. I also got a question in regards to the RFS online disclosure log. It currently shows that there's no details of any GIPA applications since February 2019, yet the annual report shows that there was more than 340 applications since that time. I'm just wondering why there's that discrepancy and why the RFS hasn't necessarily updated its disclosure logs.
So this is in GIPAs, in where, sorry?
So there's the online disclosure logs of the GIPA applications, and then there's the RFS annual reports. So they're showing different things. Let me see if I can find it.
Okay. I'm not sure why there would be a discrepancy, to be honest.
I might just
we
show
regularly
you.
get GIPAs.
Let's see if I can get someone to give you just a copy of the disclosure log so that you can see what I'm talking about. Thank you. Sorry, thank you. So that just seems to be the latest disclosure log that I can find online.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know the answer, but I'm happy to have it fixed.
Yeah,
it clearly seems to be a bit behind. So
yeah,
with your indulgence, I'll have it fixed, and I'm happy to give the numbers in a return.
I think I'm assuming the numbers in the annual reports is correct.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Great, thank you. I also have a number of questions about the 2019-2020 bushfires that have come from community members and links to the backburning operations, and I'm happy for you to take any of these on notice if they're a bit detailed. You previously stated in the media that out of the more than 1,000 backburns during 2019-2020, only 4% escaped containment. I'm wondering if you're able to provide the date, location and the cause of escapes associated with those fires and each of those backburn escapes identified?
Certainly. Look, I can do that. I mean, some of those backburns would be something hops out, it escapes, brigades wrap it up, and it doesn't do anything else. So we'll just go through the records and see what we can come back.
And I'm happy for you to provide any of those details as well. If it was just a small escape that was put out immediately, that would
Certainly
be useful. Thank you. The Stockyard flat fire destroyed or damaged 40 buildings, and tragically there was a death in the Wallachia LGA. Can you confirm that none of the backburn escapes were contributed to those fires at all?
I don't believe so, but let me check to be thorough.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that. If you could take that one on notice. The Stockyard flat backburns were also conducted a day before extreme fire conditions. I'm just wondering if you know if there was any, if the approvals of those backburns contravened any backburning protocols in place at the time?
Sorry, you're asking are you saying the backburn, if it contravened what? Sorry,
So the backburn was conducted a day before extreme fire conditions.
You're talking about a hazard reduction Backburn?
It was just the stockyard flat backburn. So there was a backburn in that area that was conducted the day before there was extreme fire conditions. So I'm not actually talking about the actual fire, but just a backburn that occurred. And that, so I'm just wondering, because it was a day before extreme fire conditions, I'm just wondering if that was within the current protocols at the time.
Well, no, it wouldn't. I mean, the policies, the policy that we've had since the 2019-20 is basically where there's going to be a elevated risk. It gets looked at by a more senior officer to examine it, but it doesn't mean it doesn't occur. And often there's also a weighing up of the risk of not doing the backburn and what the fire will potentially do. So it's never quite neat because it's based on what's the best risk. And obviously, with the benefit of hindsight, you can look back and say, well, maybe we could have done X, Y, and Z. But we also have to look at look at what the person understood at that time, and that's very much how we look at those things. Is what were the facts available to them at the time. But I'm happy to have a look at it for you, just to make sure I'm being correct.
Great. No, I'd appreciate that. Thank you. And I'll throw back to Mr. O'Reilly. I just want to get an update on the response of the 2022 inspection of 6 youth justice centres report. I know that report made 51 recommendations. I'm just wondering how many of those have been implemented.
Sure.
Thank you.
I just need to check that I have the right one, because there's been a number of Inspector Custodial Services reports.
Mm-hmm.
Bear with me please for a moment. Yeah, okay. All of the recommendations were supported except for 4, which we were unable to support for operational reasons, and we've been working through them. Thank you. Yeah, so I don't have the list of recommendation by recommendation, but my recollection is that of the ones that we supported, which was all except 4, work was either completed or underway, and there was a couple that required more negotiation with other stakeholders, for example, health.
Thank
we were
you.
Working through those.
On notice, if you don't have it in front of you, are you
Yeah.
able to provide just
provide
a brief summary of what has actually been fully implemented?
Yeah, we
and
can do that
what's
for
still
each
in working?
recommendation.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Do you know how much funding's been allocated to addressing those recommendations? Has there been specific allocation of funding to allow those recommendations?
They're implemented within existing resources.
Existing resources.
Yep.
Well, I understand obviously some of the recommendations will take longer to implement. Others were really quite straightforward, such as ensuring young people are provided with new underwear or sanitary products. Are you confident that those more straightforward recommendations have now been implemented?
Yes, and our policy has always been new clothing for every child, every time. That has always been the policy. We have always had a process of spot checking the admissions in each centre to make sure there is a supply of all sizes, and we've never found an instance where there's not a supply, and we've not been able to identify why that recommendation appeared in the report. We've not been able to identify an instance where there was not new clothing provided, but somebody has formed a view that there is, and so we have increased our spot checks and still not found a case. So we are confident that the policy is the right policy, but there may have been some kind of mix-up with the laundry perhaps, I'm not sure, but yeah, our policy has always been new clothes.
Thank you. There's a short amount of time which I'll split between the opposition, so I'll start with, I think it's 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool. Where was I up to? Sorry. How many children in youth detention have been formally assessed as having a disability?
I don't have that number for you at the moment. We do periodically, every child is screened, of course, and checked. Sometimes the process of diagnosis takes a long time, and if they're with us for a day or two, we can't complete that process.
Yeah.
But every single child is assessed, and we know that the incidence of disability amongst our cohort of young people is high.
So the standardised procedures would be every child that enters is screened, and then depending on how long they're there.
Yeah,
Yep.
yes, although the screening process is not always completed if they're only there for a day.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And to say that you, what proportion of children in detention then have been identified as eligible for NDIS support or other supports?
Yeah, well, I can't tell you that because we don't determine eligibility for NDIS.
Oh, okay. Yep.
But certainly part of our role is to help young people access NDIS assessments.
Mm-hmm. And also, when you say start the screening but are unable to complete the screening, is there a follow-up mechanism in place so that screening can be completed, or once they've left?
There certainly can be. The Justice Health teams work with the local health district to pass that information on, but it's not always appropriate.
No.
There are times when a young person comes in the evening with police, and then the next morning they have a bail hearing and they're out.
Yep.
So the health screening is really a triage. Are you okay? Are there any immediate health issues we need to assess? And that's it. But where we're well into a process and there are indicators of need, we would certainly refer those to the local health district.
Mm-hmm. And I might follow on from the Honourable Emma Hurst's questions with regard to Inspector of Custodial Services. It's once every 3 years, is that right?
Yeah.
Yep. Do you think that's enough to ensure, say, proper oversight?
It's not for me to judge, but what I would say is there is a lot of oversight and it's really helpful. So the inspector does that inspection of every centre every 3 years, but the inspector and her team visit the centres much more frequently than that.
Yeah, okay.
And I encourage unannounced inspections. The Ombudsman Office also inspects the centres and attends the centres on a regular basis. We also encourage the Advocate for Children and Young People to visit the centres. We liaise with the Children's Guardian as well, who provides oversight of working with children's checks. And we have also, in the last few years, established a broad range of, or a diverse range of other oversight mechanisms, including partnering with Legal Aid and the Aboriginal Legal Service to come in and see the centre and visit kids in the centre, inspect whatever part of the centre they want to see. If one of their clients is involved in an incident, we'll share the footage and show them the footage. Mm-hmm. And we also include community members, elders or other community leaders who are appropriate, can also come in and provide oversight. And the Inspector for Custodial Services has a team of official visitors who provide visitation and individual opportunities for complaints with young people, in addition to the inspector's visits, in addition to the unannounced visits, and she then provides me with a report every few months on what those official visitors have found, how many of those complaints have been resolved on the spot with the local manager, how many need to be escalated, how many have sort of systemic or thematic opportunities for us to improve. So there are probably 5 or 6 angles of oversight. And in addition to that, we absolutely encourage anybody who has a legitimate interest in the system to visit, and certainly Minister Dibb visits the centres regularly.
Okay. Right, thank you.
Thank you. I asked a moment ago about new underwear and the sanitary products, and you gave me an explanation around the new underwear. Was it the same case with the sanitary products, or if it wasn't the same case, is that something that has been rectified?
Yes, they are provided absolutely as needed, and there is no reason why there is no policy reason why they would not be available. There is no budgetary reason why they would not be available. There may be a case where somebody was unable to access those products when they needed to, but we've not been able to identify the incident to work out what the problem is. The system is run by our staff people, and there will be days where there's mistakes made, but certainly there is no systemic issue here or budget issue that would mean we would lower the standard for provision of sanitary products or clothing or access to health services or family contact. All those things are very important rights that must be upheld no matter what the budget situation is. So there's some kind of misunderstanding there, which we haven't been able to unpack.
Thank you. And I understand the Inspector of Custodial Services is required to inspect all New South Wales Youth Justice Centres at least once every 3 years. And I believe the last inspection occurred in 2022. Does that mean we can expect the next round of inspections to occur later this year?
I believe so, yes. That's really up to Ms Rafter, but yes, I believe so.
Thank you.
Yep.
I've just got a couple of questions for Mr. Wells. Thank you. I just want to ask a couple of questions, if I may, about the Service New South Wales Business Connect, which I understand is one of the only state-funded portals providing support for small businesses in regional and rural New South Wales. I'm just wondering if this program has ongoing allocated funding, or whether you're sort of waiting to hear if there's going to be more funding in the next budget for that program to continue.
Thanks, Ms Hurst. That is part of the budget process for this year, so it's being considered.
What was that, sorry?
So that is part of the budget process this year, so will be considered then, yes.
Okay. And is there plans at the moment, or a push at least, to expand that program to be able to provide more sustainable and targeted support for regional small businesses or rural small businesses?
Look, based on the decisions of the budget process, I think what we'd like to do is look at the history of where the industries that's been applied to, where that might best fit moving forward. So, as part of any extension, we would look at the fit of the program and whether that's something that can be adjusted moving forward. But at the moment, it's still under consideration.
And has there been any assessments of the program and how effective it's been at actually supporting small businesses in regional and rural New South Wales? And if there has been assessments, can you give me a bit of detail?
Yeah, look, there has. I haven't got the detail with me, but I'm happy to provide that on notice. Those assessments were provided by Treasury or in conjunction with Treasury, and found it to be a very successful program. But I'd have to take that on notice as to the detail. I'm happy to provide that report to you, which is probably public as well.
Great, wonderful. Thank you. I think that's it for me. Did you want to throw something in the last 20 seconds?
Sure. It's not a 20-second question, but we heard a lot after the last flood, the Lismore floods, about this tell your story once scenario, and there was some work done on some development there. I wonder if someone can update me on where we're at with that.
I would probably defer Tell Your Story Once across to Mr. Wells, if that's all right, Greg.
Yeah, so that's a platform that we developed as a result of numerous disasters over the past couple of years. That was used in recovery centres, for example, where Service New South Wales staff were assisting the Reconstruction Authority to capture customers' details to just make sure we could refer people to different services as they came into those centres. So that's a platform that exists. It wasn't used specifically to onboard people into grants. That was a separate process, but it's a platform that exists within Service.
Okay, thank you. We might have to come back to that.
Thank
after
you.
Smoker.
Great. We will have an afternoon tea break until 3:45. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back to Budget Estimates. I now throw again to the opposition.
Thank you. Oh, Mr. Wells, sorry, I lost you. Can we keep telling the story once again, please? So you mentioned, though, that it wasn't also then used for the grant application process?
We weren't directly using the TISO solution to onboard people into grant applications at this point. It's an enhancement we're looking to build on. What we did use the Tell Your Story Once product for, and obviously by the name it's meant to stop customers and people coming into recovery centres having to repeat their story and re-traumatise them and so forth, and to manage consent about how we share information across agencies. So we have used the platform now, I think, since for the last year and a half or so, in Eugowra, in Wollongong, in Port Stephens, and now again recently in the North Coast. We have used that to capture some basic information that if we are making referrals to mental health services or other things like that, we can construct care plans for customers that are coming into recovery centres or in outreach events, so we can just make it a simpler process for everyone. So we have a roadmap for the product, including to integrate it with the grants product. So that's kind of where it's up to at the moment.
So is the theory then, I'll use your example there, referral to mental health support. So the mental health support workers would be able to log into something and see that person's profile?
That's the goal of where we want to get to. For the moment, the people that have access to that system are the Reconstruction Authority, Service New South Wales obviously, and parts of Communities and Justice. But the ultimate goal obviously is to use it exactly as we've said.
And how wide do you think we can spread that sharing, I guess? Because there's a number of different agencies and NGOs that play a similar role in disasters. How tight are we wanting to keep that, or who do we think we can tap into?
Yeah, look, obviously under the right conditions we could look to share that information with the customer's consent more broadly. Our focus for the moment are the government agencies that might need access to or can help customers in those scenarios.
And after an event, how do I do it? I'm guessing, so you said you use it in Eugowra. Let's say, heaven forbid, they have another event.
Yep.
Do people rock up at the service centre and say, I'm Scott Barrett, this has happened, you can plug that in, or do I need evidence, or how do we work that?
So at the moment it'd be used as a prompt to try and, it might be something you search first of all if a customer represents, or there's another event that occurs, but yeah, that's right, exactly.
Okay, fantastic. Can I ask, I think, yourself, Mr O'Reilly, about the program in Orange, the Protection and Parental Responsibilities Act, which to my understanding allows police in Orange Council, unlike in other councils, to take potential offenders, or do we call them that, back to a residence?
Children, children who are obviously young and don't appear to be in a safe place in the community. They may or may not be potential offenders, but yeah, that's a program that's operational in Orange. It expires in June this year. I believe the Attorney General is undertaking some consultation at the moment about the extension of that.
And is there a consensus that this is working, that this is a good diversionary program? Because I'm imagining picking up a 14-year-old kid and taking them to a home would be better than taking them to the police station?
Yes, I think there is some consensus. I have not consulted myself in Orange, but I have taken advice from the local DCJ team who are supportive of it. Council is supportive of it, and I believe police are supportive of it. And it is about exactly that, returning children to their home rather than to the police station. That is the intention, and it seems to be having some positive effect, but I've not seen detailed evaluation.
So you wouldn't be aware of how we've ended up that Orange is the only jurisdiction that has that?
No, I don't know.
Right. To me, it seems like a great program that we could look to expand. I'm good to hand over if you want to go, or I can keep going. You go.
No, okay. I want to ask questions, and I'll direct them to you, Mr. Head, and it's in terms of the agency financial statements there. Can you detail what specific services will be impacted by the department's $287 million reduction in total expenditure from, say, $3.04 billion, which is revised from 2023 to 24 to what it is now for 2024 to 25, 2.76 billion, and it is on page 5.5-1.
That's not something that I could just answer in the hearing.
Okay.
DCS includes both those functions that are responsible to Minister Dibb, as well as functions that are responsible to 4 other ministers. And it's an organisation of almost 13,000 people. So it has myriad programs. We would need to, I guess, give you a general sense on notice of some of those adjustments, some of which have been discussed in previous hearings.
Okay, all right. So then probably my next question, what programs are being scaled back or discontinued as a result of the 440 million reduction in grants and subsidies? Probably
So
same
the Minister
basket?
answered this morning, I'll take it on notice, but the Minister answered this morning that a number of grants initiatives which were point-in-time support programs for natural disasters, etc., of course, finished. So we would need to give you a sense of some of those initiatives on notice. I mean, any of those very detailed things, when the question is so broad, I'll need to take on notice.
Sorry. And on that, does the department do any or impact analysis, say, on how cuts to programs or when they change a program, how it affects regional communities?
I think the department is very disciplined, in my experience, in assessing what any adjustment, both enhancement or a change in the level of funding, does for the communities that access different services and programs. Of course, it's different depending on which functional area you're talking about and the nature of the program, whether it's a direct customer-facing program or it's a regulatory process, remembering that DCS houses multiple regulators, as well as service, as well as revenue, as well as Digital New South Wales.
So say customer wait time, so if I go to Service New South Wales, that is there an impact on whether wait times will be increased?
So service monitors a range of parameters around customer experience, including waiting times. Mr. Wells will be able to give you a bit more of a specific answer on that if you would like.
Okay. Mr. Wells?
Yeah, certainly. So we across our 3 main channels, in centre, over the phone and our digital channels, we do monitor that all the time, keeping a very close eye on those things. As if it's in relation to the programs that we talked about this morning, if they're one-off programs like COVID support programs, they probably wouldn't have an impact on wait times and those sorts of customer service and delivery mechanisms.
Okay, thank you. And with, say, employee-related expenses increasing by 72.9 million, what roles or areas are being prioritised for staffing in contrast to, say overall cuts? And if I go, that's on 5.2.
Again, given the breadth of the portfolio and different ministerial accountabilities, we'll need to unpack that for you and do that on notice.
Yeah, okay. All right. I might go back to youth justice then. Sorry. Yep, you jump in.
I'm not sure who is best to answer this question, but it's about the funding for our NGOs, both in the disaster recovery space and the youth justice space. And we've touched on I think Resilient Lismore, in places like Lake Jelligo, you've got Down the Track that are doing a great job as far as reducing crime and increasing engagement with school. One of the constant areas of feedback that I get is that these people are often hampered or I guess, restricted a little bit in this constant short-term funding, the reliance on short-term funding. I wonder how we can see a shift to some more longer-term secure funding so these organisations can continue to play that role. I'm not sure who's best to answer that question. It's probably across a few different spaces.
I'm happy to start if you like, Mr. Barrett, and then we can work around. Certainly in terms of disaster recovery and disaster arrangements, by very nature of it, unfortunately, the DRFA is program funded, so funding for NGOs and other agencies to provide a service is generally tied to a program. So that is the way it's resourced, that's the way we're funded, that's the way that we provide for the purpose of delivering a program. So we're very much in conversations with the Commonwealth at the moment about what disaster funding needs to look like going forward. And I think probably the way we do it at the moment we've found is inefficient, but we're finding that out more and more probably over the last 3 to 4 years because of the nature and the recurring nature of disasters as well. So I think all parts of the sector are looking at better ways to fund. We would like to give certainty to NGOs because they play such a pivotal role in supporting the community. They really are the backbone. When we're looking to deliver services to the community, the NGOs play a remarkable role at this stage, but the funding arrangements really lead to the fact that it has to be program funded.
And I guess specifically, and we'll come to the others in a second, specifically with disaster recovery though, it's so much more efficient to have an organisation already standing before an event than to try and build one up
so there are
after an event.
So there are a number of programs that we would work through with NGOs as part of the preparedness function. So we would very much work with agencies to make sure they're in the space with community long before there's a disaster, and that's our preference. Obviously, preparedness is much better than obviously doing recovery. So we are looking at how that is at this stage, but as I've indicated, a lot of that work has to be program funded by virtue of the way that the arrangements work at the moment.
In relation to DCJ, we're in the process of transitioning to 5-year contracts for our NGOs. As I've said, that's a process of transition. It's consistent with an election, a commitment of government. In terms of specific programs and some of those being subject to availability of funding, if there are specific NGOs that are at the heart of your inquiry, I'd be happy to take that on notice or for you to direct approach for me to follow that up.
What about the accountability for that funding? And I might come back to you later with some specific programs, but more broadly, how are we accounting that the funding that is going to these organisations? And I mentioned one that I think is doing a good job, but how do we measure their effectiveness?
The commissioning and the contracting arrangements are rigorous, and that is an integral part of the work that is being done as we move to 5-year funding arrangements.
Okay. Have we got any oversight or any insight, into the impact or the benefits of our other less formal assistance organisations? And I'm thinking there that the soccer club or the footy club or the bridge club or dance club. Does anyone care to comment on what positive impact they have in a community when it comes to I guess, entertaining our youth and diversion programs?
My view is they have an enormous value, and that is a consensus view. I think our commissioning models don't take it into account very effectively. What we are doing more consistently now, and particularly in youth justice, we have converted our Youth on Track programs to 5-year contracts quite recently. The Minister mentioned this morning he secured recurrent funding for those programs the first time last year. So we've done community-based procurement in each location. So we formed selection panels for that recruitment, for that procurement in the community, with community leaders and members making the decisions about who's best suited to be funded in that community. And that's good because they are aware of what the soccer club or the Rotary or whoever else, they can actually work out how you can value add. We're also encouraging more consortium bids. So for example, an Aboriginal medical centre, a service and another NGO might partner up, for example, in a community to provide more collective impact. And they bring in, I guess, direct contact with other services and investment in the community. I I think the only way to capture what you're talking about is to have a place-based approach where you can get local people who could actually tell you what those providers, those services are providing, how effective they are, their standing in the community, whether there are any risks or concerns. It's difficult and probably not possible in the centre of government to have a commissioning model that can really measure and confidently explain how effective those community groups are if we're not directly contracting them. I don't think you can have that view. Local place-based planning is probably the most effective way.
With those clubs, and you mentioned the soccer club, but it could be a dance club or a crochet club or whatever that is, are there resources out there to help them deal with some of these, and I'm trying to think of the correct terms, but the troubled youth that they might be able to help with that diversion?
There are grant programs available, but we could always use more. That is absolutely the case. We could use more.
Well, and I'm also thinking of education for these groups, whether it's the third grade captain of the cricket club that's got a 14-year-old kid that's playing cricket on a Saturday afternoon rather than running around town. Are there things that they can lean on to help educate them?
In some communities, there are NGOs who lead that sort of capacity building in the community so that the social capacity and social capital grows in a community. Some organisations, that is their role to do that. We don't necessarily fund them, and in some communities there is a lot of philanthropic funding going into towns as well to drive that capacity building in a community. But again, it's very local, very place-based, and difficult to coordinate and then account for centrally.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Commissioner Washington and Commissioner Rogers with a question you've probably both got about 500 times. So I'll put it to Commissioner Rogers because hopefully this is the last time that you have to answer this question. But I'm thinking particularly with our smaller communities, how can we closer align the training and requirements for RFS with SES so those two organisations aren't competing for the same small pool of volunteers?
I think, and whilst I'll try and get specifically your question, I think there's certainly some issues in smaller rural communities in New South Wales, and that is the reduction in population, the reduction in family farms, the change in demographics in those more rural areas of New South Wales. And I think that puts pressure on those communities, and we've seen in some instance where that does become a bit of a competition for people's time. I think there's some work that is being done at the moment in the rescue space where it's looking at potential multi-agency roles in certainly in rural parts of New South Wales, where rather than necessarily you have to join a particular organisation, you can still be in your own uniform, but you can still hop on another agency's vehicle to help them do whatever work it is they're doing. And I think there's a future for that. If this works out in this in the rescue space, then I think there's opportunity for us to consider that, particularly with RFS and SES with a volunteer nature, but even with retained fire brigades with fire rescue. I mean, often they're working on fires together, and they do so, and the training's complementary. I think that will bring with it that the necessity then to look at trying to align where we can. Certainly the basic public safety sort of modules, keeping people safe and keeping yourself safe, those sort of things, I'd be very surprised if we couldn't make them more aligned, because they are based on similar national modules. So I think there is opportunity to do better there. So I think following this, as I say, the rescue space, I think that will pave the way for more of those sort of innovative solutions, particularly as communities can't afford to lose one of those services. So if you can have community members supporting both without doubling the training, then I think that's certainly something we should be aiming for.
Did you want to add to that, Commissioner?
Thank you. If I can, I support everything that Commissioner Rogers has just indicated, including the current program about how do you better share resources, particularly in the rural communities. I think there's a range of shared benefits. We're always exercising together wherever we can. We're training together wherever we can. I'm certainly aware of a lot of our training standards now are commensurate, so if you're trained in SES you don't have to redo that in rural fire and the like, so there's a lot of those sort of interoperable integration type things that are kind of practical but simplistic but practical in that regard. We do have a state steering committee that is starting to drive those initiatives also and having that focus. And certainly from a state emergency service perspective, we have post the 2022 floods. One of the recommendations was to look at spontaneous volunteering. We've built that program now. Whilst it's a specific program to SES, we're looking at really sharing that. For me personally, as a new commissioner to the state, for me the volunteering aspects is changing. Yes, in some cases it's decreasing as we spoke this morning. In other cases it's just a changing aspect, changing with societal expectations, and having this flexible model that is from informal volunteering, like spontaneous volunteering, or the local footy club or the local cricket club, right through to highly specialised, what I would describe as the unpaid professionals of our organisation that are highly skilled, highly professionalised subject matter experts, and having that continuum where people can move up and down irrespective of the agencies. So we're working that, we'll continue to work at that, I think, and even right down to membership and interoperability. There's certainly cases where we've got a capability where we've transferred to one of the other agencies, either fire rescue or rural fire, because we've gone back to some of our core components, say in terms of flood and storm, where we might have done other accredited rescue operations. We've shared that with another agency as well.
Thank you. Dr. Amanda Conn?
Thank you. I think Ms Abigail Boyd was
Ms Abigail Boyd.
Thank you,
Of course.
Chair. Good afternoon again. Flagging that my questions are going to be CIRA related, so perhaps we'll get Ms Young back up.
I can handle anything that relates to the CIRA inquiry, and Ms Young can handle all the rest.
Okay, well this is going to be data heavy, I think, so we'll see how we go. I just wanted to circle back on the questions from earlier in relation to the suicide data, just to check if you had anything you're able to give me now.
Yeah, so it's, as everything, not straightforward. Just give me a moment. So we do have 5 reported incidents from iCare for that period of which they were required to report. And just to clarify that was up until May 2024, not January, so that was my error this morning. So those were particularly in relation to those around the transitional arrangements for the 2012 changes. So those changes were that there was a reduction in the number of weeks people could be paid weekly benefits, and there was a recognition that was a potential high risk that people have become reliant on those, and potentially that may impact their mental health. So in that space there was just 5 reported incidences of that from CIRA, and we don't have any from any other insurers. What I would also say is that we've got 59 suspected deaths by suicide since 2014, and it's based on the number of self-harm claims coming into the system and the associated date of death. So it's not been an exact science. One of the things that we're doing to deal with this is actually developing a new reporting platform so that we can capture this better, because it isn't an exact science at this point, and we're working through what do we do, and we're working with iCare on what could that look like, as well as for the other insurers.
So those questions on notice that got returned to me then from iCare, which talk about the 50 suicides in 5 years, I think from 2020 to 24, were they all people who had already made a claim and were in the system and had then suicided, or
It's more likely, and I think you'd have to ask iCare for the detail on those, and we can come back to you on notice. But from the data that I have, it's more likely that they have made a claim and then had a death resulting in suicide relating to that claim earlier. So it may not be that.
But we're talking about 50 people?
Well, there's 59, but that's the whole scheme, not just iCare.
Right, so 59 individuals who have suicided
while they are in the workers' compensation scheme. So
they may have suicided whilst they're in the scheme, or they may have suicide. The suicide may be why they are in the scheme. So
and I guess that's what I'm trying to tease
and so
out.
that's the bit that is unclear for us, and that we want to work through in terms of developing a platform and a proper reporting regime.
Yeah, that's really important, and I'm sure you're aware in 2020 there was quite a lot of talk about this.
The other,
and anecdotally we hear a lot of people coming in.
The other piece I would add to that is that our research team at the moment is just working through a scope of work. This is something that the Minister and I have discussed with some stakeholders as well, that being a big issue for thinking about how being on workers' compensation may impact on mental health, particularly with low return to work rates. So we're scoping at the moment a piece of research to understand that better. There's been previous research done, but it's quite old. So we're actually looking to go to market to do another set of research to see if we can get some more information on what are the impacts, and that would include suicide.
Okay. Can I ask you, just these latest proposed reforms to the workers' compensation system, particularly in relation to the limitations on psychological injury claims, when was CERA first involved in that that development of that piece of work?
So the Treasurer is leading that piece of work, and I think anything that comes from that is best directed to the Treasurer. Yeah. We have worked with Treasury and with our DCS colleagues to provide advice through that process.
What date did that begin?
It's hard to give you a start date, because as coming into CERA, and I think previous even to me being in CERA, we're always consistently thinking about what are the reforms that are taking place or that might need to be done. There's been significant amount of inquiries, as you know, so there's been constant conversations about what potential reforms could be.
Sure, but in terms of a reform like that, where you've got at least 3 different ministers involved, you've got the Treasurer, you've got the IR Minister, and you've got Minister Dibb, and then you've also got CERA and iCare, and potentially Safe Work. Presumably there was a working group established or something similar in relation to these reforms?
So there's a working group that's been established now. I think the bulk of that work has started late last year. I'd have to come back to you on what date.
All right, that's useful. So just in relation to that, one of the things that we asked iCare for, which is actually a bit delayed, we've got the nominal insurer liability valuation from the end of December 2023. Normally the 31 June 24, or 30 June 24 figures would have been published, and that report would have been made available, but I haven't seen it yet, so I believe that's delayed. But then there would also be the numbers from the 31st of December 2024. Even though they've not been made published, presumably they've been delivered to CERA?
So we work with them on what they might be. I think it's a matter for iCare in terms of what that would be published.
Okay, but have they delivered to you their normal insurer liability valuation as of 31 December 2024?
We've seen some draft numbers, but as I understand it, there's still work to be done on finalising some of those.
Even though it's 4 months in? Or
Not for December, but they're constantly doing that, and we're constantly having conversations around viability.
Okay, but in terms of, obviously we have a reform on foot, which is pretty reliant on a lot of those numbers in terms of justifying its validity. At what point will, I guess that is a question for iCare, but at what point are we going to see it? Presumably you have seen it so that you can make some decisions on the back of it.
Yes, we have seen it, and it's a matter for iCare to publish.
Are you able to tell us how many psychological injuries exceed the 15% WPI threshold currently? Have you got like a 2024 figure?
I don't have that data on me, no.
Are you aware that in the 2023 Workers' Compensation System statutory review done by the Law and Justice Committee, there was a recommendation to lower the WPI level for psychological injury? The recommendation was recommendation 16, I believe, that was supported in principle by the government in relation to effectively putting a consistent threshold for whole person impairment, regardless whether the injury is physical or psychological. But what's now presumably or apparently being suggested on the limited information we have is a 30% threshold for
psychological injury. Do you have any insight into why that might be? And I guess were you asked to do modelling around different levels of threshold?
So I think that's a matter for the government in its current reforms. I'm aware of the recommendation, and the government will need to consider that through its reform process.
I appreciate that, but in terms of what CIRA has been doing as part of this process, did you model different thresholds for the Treasurer?
We've done a range of work in this space to provide that advice, but in terms of specific modelling on that, no, we haven't.
Okay, thank you. When we look at the sort of the drivers of premium increase, in the last, the one that we have, the nominal insurer liability valuation as at 31 December, there was a range of things that were seen to be the drivers of the change in premium levels, and not one of them was psychological injury. There were things like inflation, which obviously was a big factor coming from 2021 onwards, higher interest rates, and then we've got here, they talk about increase in expected ultimate number of high whole person impairment claims with physical injuries, etc., etc. In terms of the 2024, keeping in mind we've not seen it, but you have, in terms of the 2024 drivers for premium increase or pressures, are you able to give us any insight into what they look like?
So the premiums are set by iCare, and they're in the premium setting process at the moment. So I think it would be premature for me to comment on that because I haven't seen them. CIRA's role in premiums is that we can either accept or reject a premium that may be set, and because they haven't given us those premiums, I think it would be hard for me to answer that at this point.
Yeah, so, sorry, am I still, yep, thank you. So I understand how the setting of the premiums works, or at least I feel I understand it on paper. But when we talk about CIRA signing off on the proposed premiums from iCare, to what extent will you take into consideration, I guess, the factors that are leading to things like inflation and other things? At what, presumably you will interrogate that data,
yes,
to ensure that whatever iCare is saying to you is correct?
Yeah, that is correct. We interrogate that data and then we get an independent actuarial analysis of that from the scheme actuaries.
All right, that's comforting. Because when I look at the figures over the last 5 or 6 years, and this is something, and I won't be tabling it because it's on your website. It's on the CIRA open data. If anyone doesn't have it and wants to see it, they can Google it. It's got the system affordability, and it talks about the affordability of insurance as a percentage of New South Wales wages for 23 to 24 was 1.5%. And then it's got a table, very handy table from 2014, showing that the premiums as a percent of wages has been stable at around that, between 1.2 and 1.5, and has actually come down in the last couple of years. There's been a lot made about premiums going up or skyrocketing in the nominal insurer, but your own data shows, doesn't it, that as a percentage of wages, it's completely stable.
So I think that there are some settings which may influence that. For example, the government putting a direction that premiums couldn't increase more than 8% over a 3-year period. So that, I think, would mean that there is potentially a stabilisation because of some of the direction that has been in place. But whether that is equal to the viability and of the nominal insurer and in the way that they set the premiums is probably a different question.
I'm glad you mentioned that 8% announcement from the IR Minister, because I'm hoping that you can, this is the bit that I struggle to understand in the premium setting. If you've got the Minister, I understand that CIRA approves what the iCare board puts to it in terms of premiums, unless the Minister steps in to sort of override, I guess, and to provide, that's under the Act, that there can be a direction given. The Minister, for the Work Health and Safety in that capacity, on the 24th of April 23, set that 8% limit for the next 3 years, which wouldn't end until the end of
June 26. So what does that mean then in terms of restricting iCare's ability to suggest premiums?
So again, I think there's some clarification there that the Minister for Industrial Relations has set that, and she has responsibility for iCare, and that is the direction that she has given. CIRA can reject a premium, but we don't actually approve a premium.
Mm-hmm.
So we interrogate it to see that it makes sense,
yeah,
so to speak, and we can reject that, or we cannot reject that. So it's not an approval process per se.
Okay, but if the Minister said it can't go above 8%, and has set that until the end of 26, then presumably iCare can't now put a 30% increase on premiums in the normal insurer for the next year.
I would say that is correct in terms of the direction, but that's again a matter for the Minister and for iCare.
Right, so the Minister would have to issue a new direction, presumably,
to change that for that period.
To change that for that period, but as things stand, there can be no large increase in premiums above 8% for the next financial year.
No.
That's right, yeah. Thank you for confirming that. So if I could then go back to the excellent report that CIRA wrote into the Treasury Managed Fund. This is the report that was published at the end of last year, but actually has April 24 on it. And curiously, on your website, it doesn't have a draft mark on it, but when you print it, it says draft on it. It's really strange.
I
presume that is the final.
That is the final
version.
report, and
Thank
I will
you.
check why that happens.
And in amongst here, I think it was very interesting just to read how much the TMF agencies are perhaps not managing their own claims in an optimal fashion. Could you talk us through some of the major recommendations out of this report? And in particular, what the government itself could be doing to reduce the rates of psychological injury?
So I think in terms of what the government itself is doing, and they have been working on a return to work strategy more broadly for whole of government, that we have been supporting them with. And really what came out of that review is a lot of work around, yes, they particularly have industries where there is a high amount of workers' compensation claims because of the nature of the industry. So emergency services and care services and those sorts of things. We've been involved in that work around the whole of government response, and we've been really working with them on what that could be. And some of that has been about some of the best practice framework that they could put in place. We're doing some work with them on a claims management review to understand where the tensions are within the claims to get a better idea of that, which is followed from the TMF review. We are developing some tailored vocational support programs, so thinking about other ways that we can get people back into the workforce. And then we're doing some work with iCare specifically on focusing on their supervision over the next 12 months. So from a CIRA point of view, we're really working through what are the things that we can do to help them in terms of that piece of work. So one of the things that we are doing in terms of that iCare supervision is both for the nominal insurer and for the TMF, is being quite strategic about how we do that over the next 12 months and quite clear about the things that we're going to look at and what that means. So the work that's being done in the whole of government strategy, which is a matter for the government and in terms of how they do that piece of work, will continue, and we'll continue to support that.
Can I ask you, in terms of the, sorry, I've just accidentally forgotten my question I was about to ask you. Sorry, it's been one of those days. The levels of, I asked the police about this as well, but the levels of psychological injury claims, now I know what I was going to ask you. People have told me that they can have problems within the claims management within TMF, where their claim they feel is being mishandled or is being has created an extra level of stress for them or a traumatisation, or that they feel that they could have more easily been returned to work, but because of the claims process they weren't. If they then make a complaint about that to CIRA, does CIRA have limited ability to actually do anything about it versus if they were in the nominal insurer. Is that correct?
So there isn't a difference in terms of what we would have to do about that, but if for an individual matter, we would be suggesting that they make that complaint to the IRO, because CIRA works more on systemic issues, whereas the IRO works on individual matters. So if they can make the complaint to the IRO, then they can be supported through that complaint process. If there is a systemic issue with that, we will then look at that more broadly.
Okay. The changes that you talked about that appear in this report that have been recommended, presumably they'll take some time to filter through. Would you view it as premature to make changes to the scheme in terms of what you can and can't claim for in the context of your excellent recommendations not having yet been implemented?
Well, I think that the TMF is one part of a bigger system. So I think when we look at what's been recommended in that, it's all really about best practice and what can be done better. And they do, they represent 8% of workers covered by working compensation instruments, which is actually quite small in the scheme of things. So I think there's some thinking for us systemically, what does that mean and what does that look like?
But yet 48%, isn't it, of psychological claims? So
yes, of psychological claims, yes.
Yeah, so 8% basically within the public sector of the scheme as a whole, and yet 48% of the scheme liabilities for psychological injury. So it's not really fair to say that it's psychological injuries within the small businesses or private sector that is contributing to a great degree to psychological injuries in the scheme as a whole, correct?
Can I ask you to just clarify the question?
Yeah, no, it was said in a very convoluted way. It's been, some people have been saying about this proposed reform that it's somehow going to, that it's about people working in small businesses or in the business sector, and saying that there are too many psychological claims there, and we need to, there's been some suggestions made that it's, sort of young people or something, sort of, taking the mickey. But when you look at the TMF report that CIRA's written, it's very clear that 48% of psychological injuries are actually within the public sector, and that's a disproportionate burden for just 8% of the employees. So would you view perhaps that focus on the nominal insurer when it comes to psychological injury as being misplaced?
I think it's a matter for the government to consider in whatever reform they might want to take on and whatever that might look like. I do think that 48% is still half of the system, so there's still the other half of the system that sits in that space. So the matters for psychological injury are equally not doing so great for the private sector. So the reform should consider all of those things in however that might come about.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the opposition. The Honourable Aileen McDonald.
Thank you. I might follow on from my colleague Mr. Barrett with regard to community-based programs. So what proportion of the youth justice budget is allocated to funding community-based programs for at-risk youth?
I can give you the figures and we can calculate the proportion. The budget is around $300 million a year, and we invest around around $70 million a year in community in NGO funded services.
Million to community. And on notice, would you be able to provide a list of the community organisations receiving the government funding, and what percentage of those are Aboriginal-led organisations? You do that on notice.
Right. We can give you. I can give you a list of the programs and the amount, but to give you a list of the individual providers, that is a very long list, which will take more time. So should we take it on notice?
Yeah. That's why I said take it on notice. Yeah,
it's a long list.
And and just on evaluations, or do you require third-party evaluations, or not? That's not compulsory as part of the funding.
Certainly, there's ongoing
contract monitoring, which is done between our staff and the provider, and in some cases there might be a local governance group which might include community members who assist with monitoring.
Yep.
Program evaluation itself is led by the department, and it might be led by an internal department evaluation team, or it might be contracted to a university, and in previous years contracted to consultants, but these days much more likely to be the department and university.
I've seen, say, the University of New England do like a report on Backtrack, and
we don't fund Backtrack, but yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, but I was trying to say those kind of things. So how do you measure, like, when you're doing these monitoring, how do you measure the effectiveness? Is it the recidivism?
It depends on the program, but some of our diversion programs are targeting young people who are in contact with the police or at risk of being in contact with the police. So a straight recidivism measurement is not helpful, because recidivism is measured by contact with the courts or justice system and then repeated contact. So we measure things like participation, we measure attendance and access to education and employment, and we work with the young people and their families to identify other measures that will demonstrate an improvement and a return on the investment. We're trying to reduce expenditure on the tertiary end of the system, and we're trying to reduce expenditure in other systems like education and health, so a reduction in a need for those other services are other important measures.
And does the department publish the findings at all?
Yes,
Yep.
yes.
Okay.
All department evaluations
Yeah.
are published.
And are you able to say, like, again on notice, what programs have been effective at reducing youth reoffending?
Yes, we'll give that to you on notice.
Yep.
There are a lot of complex assumptions in that answer.
Yeah.
For example, effectiveness can be difficult to measure if it's a small sample size, and young offenders is a small sample size,
Yes.
particularly if it's place-based. So it's difficult to get a meaningful effect size in a randomised controlled trial, for example, when you only have a couple hundred people. And secondly, the long history of year-to-year funding has a significant impact on service delivery and effectiveness because of staff instability. So they are really important considerations when you review our answer on notice about effectiveness.
Okay. And is there a formal mechanism existing between, say, youth justice, police, corrections, housing, Aboriginal affairs and family violence agencies?
We have formal MOUs with most of those agencies for various purposes. MOUs are specific to particular functions or activities, but most of those, yes, we do have MOUs.
And is there like a whole of government cabinet committee dedicated to youth justice reform?
Can't really talk about cabinet, and I'm not being in it, but
sorry.
there are certainly interagency meetings that occur on a regular basis in relation to making sure that we sort of de-silo the response, if that makes sense, have a more joined up approach, and sometimes that's coordinated by the central government agencies.
Yeah. And does the department advise the Premier, the Attorney General or the Police Minister on youth justice issues at all?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Does the department or do they advise the Premier, the Attorney General or the Police Minister on youth justice issues? I'd understand you providing briefings to the Minister, but
yes. From time to time we do provide briefings to the Premier or the Attorney General or other ministers as required, yes we do.
Okay. And I just turned to the People Matter survey, and I understand like it's across, so I've tried to drill down as much as I can.
Okay.
So what has the department done in response to, say, 36% of staff who feel burned out by their work, particularly in high-stress environments such as youth justice centres?
Yeah, burnout is a relatively new measure in the PMES, and so we are still trying to interpret it, but certainly on face value it's an indication that people need more support in their job. So it depends on the job and the location and the support needs. So one of the things we do is make sure that we undertake our own surveys in addition to the PMES to make sure that we understand what is happening for people, because PMES being a sector-wide survey
doesn't really give us a lot of detail, but we can drill down on, for example, psychological wellbeing in a much more targeted way if we do our own surveys. We task our directors and managers with inquiring with their local staff on matters that are causing stress or burnout. And the kind of themes we uncover are increases in workload, increases in the complexity of clients that we are working with and the risk that comes with that. And there are also tensions in workforces as well in relation to racism, sometimes allegations of harassment and bullying. So we take a very proactive approach to addressing those issues, but they are complex issues with a deep history that take a long time to resolve.
I've got several other questions. I'll just ask, say 54% of staff are satisfied with current practices. Has any targeted support been put in place for frontline staff?
Yes, we provide a lot of support for frontline staff. There is a standard employee assistance program, of course, but some people don't use that service. So we definitely have wellbeing activities in all of our work locations. We have a peer support program where staff are identified as peer supports for their colleagues. And we work closely with particularly vulnerable staffing groups in the organisation to provide very specific supports. For example, we have a lot of Aboriginal consultation structures in the organisation because Aboriginal staff in particular experience significant racism at work and in the community and in relation to the overlap between being at work and being in their community. So supports for those people are very intense and with some success, I think, but it's clear that it remains an issue for those staff.
If I can just supplement that to say that in response to the 2024 results, we have developed a 3-year plan which as of this month is being implemented. So we're not looking at a single year, we're looking at 3 years. And the key organisation-wide areas that we're focusing on are supporting employee wellbeing and addressing burnout, which is highly relevant to DCJ given the service systems and the nature of the work we do. As Mr O'Reilly has said, eliminating racism in DCJ, which is a particular challenge for the agency. And thirdly and importantly, improving how change is managed across the organisation.
So just on that, how many staff have completed training related to cultural safety or First Nations engagement?
I'd be happy to take that on notice.
Yeah, sure, please. Mr Lanyon, I'd like to give the opportunity, I guess, to talk about what our learnings have been in relation to damage assessments after an event, particularly for small businesses. I could come to you with stories of people that have told me they didn't go through with grants and that sort of thing because of the administrative burden that came with it. Acknowledging that, these are anecdotes, the issue remains this can be a clunky process. I wonder what we've done or what we are doing to improve this process.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Quite a lot, and I'd say probably there has been the chance to exercise our recovery arrangements on a considerable number of occasions, unfortunately, over the past 12 months. In terms of damage assessments, initially we worked very closely with the SES, and if I just talk about flood impacts at the moment, obviously different with bushfires, but it's really about working very closely with combat agencies to get a real initial assessment of what impacts there may be. We're actually developing a data analytics system within the RA so that we get a better picture of where impacts may have occurred with small business. We've spoken a fair bit today about disaster funding arrangements, the Commonwealth guidelines and how they work with the state. Small businesses and other businesses in terms of those that are impacted by a disaster are largely unable to get any benefit unless there is a direct impact to the business itself. So it's impacted by floodwater, it's impacted by fire. If it's for a loss of trade, that doesn't fit the traditional arrangements within those disaster funding arrangements. We are looking and we are working with the Commonwealth in terms of small business packages that actually provide some support, particularly when circumstances arise. As we've seen recently with Tropical Cyclone Alfred, there were a number of small businesses that had to be evacuated, so areas were subject to a formal evacuation order by the SES. So therefore there was food spoilage or there was a loss of business resultant from that. We also know that a number of businesses were without power for several days, so there was again food spoilage, that type of loss. it's about working to understand those, then working within the guidelines to put submissions before government to provide support for small businesses. One of the challenges as well is really getting an understanding right across the community about the purpose of disaster funding arrangements. And unfortunately, it's not a compensation scheme. So it's really about saying, how do we best provide support? Because we understand times are tough for small business, but to do that within funding arrangements. And I think it's really that businesses that are directly impacted obviously fall within it. The standard suite of offerings within funding arrangements are more for loans and those types of things. It's really how do we provide a grant that can support as well. But again, it's got to be within guidelines. So we work closely with businesses. In terms of Alfred's probably a really good example to give. We've had a regional recovery committee, we've had functional areas, and we've had parts of that recovery committee that have focused on business and small business to really get an understanding of what the impacts are. Similarly with primary producers, we very much work closely with them and work with DPIRD to get a better understanding of impact so that we can at least identify what support may be required, provide support in the first instance, and then look with government whether there's any other support that can be provided.
You mentioned the primary producers there, and at the moment, from my understanding, is we still don't have Category C funding for the primary producers affected up there, but they have been asked to fill out a survey. Surely there's a better process we can come up with than asking people that have just been through this event to fill out a survey to demonstrate that they've been affected.
I think that's one form. When I said before about developing data analytics, it's so that we can actually assist that process as well. To actually make an application for a C or a D requires a letter from the Premier to the Prime Minister seeking assistance. The Commonwealth do require a level of evidence from the state as to what the actual impacts are when they're considering a package. The survey is but one way. It has historically been the main way that we have done it, but we're actually more proactively going out speaking to, I can tell you from Tropical Cyclone Alfred, the recovery coordinator has personally met with farming associations and those types of things to get a better picture. So we are really working to speed up the process, get a better idea of impact and what sort of tailored support can be provided.
I know Ms Higginson's asked about the buybacks and the demolition of houses, and mine's got a very different motive. So to save conflating them, I'll ask specifically for the Central West.
Yep.
What kind of time frame are we expecting from when an offer's been accepted on a buyback home until that home is demolished?
I can refer this to Ms Leck for a question as she runs the program, but what I can say, it will vary. It will vary depending on the availability of contractors to do that, whether any other permit is required to work that through, whether there may be contaminated materials in a home. That will definitely determine how long it will take for that to occur. If you'd like further details, absolutely can provide that either on notice, or I can ask Ms Leck to come forward and talk about that process. She would have a better understanding of the timetable.
Can I say on notice, pending how quickly we get through this next question of mine, but
Sure.
You said you were working with Cabonne Council on trying to sort of look for different grant funding to expand the areas they could build homes, which I'm sure they appreciate. By the same token, do you think there's any logs that you could suggest Parks Council can look in to have their water pipes fixed from Lake Endeavour?
We have been working closely with those, obviously with the previous ministers I had within this portfolio and Minister Saffin, who's there now. So we're absolutely working on that. We understand it, the traditional way that we would look to get that fixed, and we've spoken before about the disaster funding arrangements, and because they're a rateable asset, they're not. So we are looking at alternatives with the government.
So how close are we getting then to see, moving away from that specific issue, how close are we getting to seeing maybe a change of the disaster funding arrangements that might incorporate some of these critical infrastructure?
There's just been a review at a Commonwealth level called the Colvin Review. The Colvin Review suggests a number of changes to the way that Commonwealth funding is positioned. We spoke before about obviously adaptation, mitigation, resilience, some of that front end funding, and he very much puts a view onto that. But he goes away from some of the categories of funding we have at the moment, and he recommends things like short, medium and long term, which obviously as a recovery agency is very suitable for us because that's the way recovery occurs. Unfortunately, there's a federal election at the moment which will pause some of that work with development, but the states have already, and certainly from New South Wales, I've written to my counterpart at NEMA to say the state wants to be very much involved in what the recommendation of that review looks like as part of a model going forward, because we understand the importance of it to the state and to our people.
That could still be some time before we see.
I'd say it will be, absolutely.
Commissioner Wassing, we've talked earlier about the Paroo and the water coming down through Western New South Wales. Do we have enough monitoring stations along those river courses that can adequately tell us what's going on?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I'll give you a real-time example in terms of what we're actually doing about the scenario currently in the West. We actually are working with New South Wales Water Authority to actually put in some 2 new stations, and in fact some manual stations as well, which will be manually read by both by local community members as well as SES members too. So we've got a good monitoring system across what's a very complex river system, as I described earlier this morning. The current floodgate system, we don't own the floodgate system. It's owned by different water authorities at the state level, in some cases local council, in some cases the federal government. We continue to work with all of those levels in terms of where there might be particular needs in terms of gauge monitoring. And the river system, particularly in the west, as I indicated, it's not your typical river system. The Paroo itself doesn't actually even directly run. It runs through a series of lakes, as I'm sure you are well aware. Yes, we've got current gauge systems. It's one element of our flood intelligence system in terms of monitoring the progress of floodwaters. An important one, but only one of those inputs.
And this might close us out, Commissioner Rogers. I've handed you that paper out of the annual report, and this is just to tickle a little bit of fun more than anything else. But the difference in the budget versus the reality, the $1.1 million of the sale of goods and services, that was offset by the special project. So I just wonder if you can talk more on why we saw that disparity between the budget and the reality, and also the special projects income.
Sure. And thank you for providing the copy of this, and thank you for a budget-related question. It's quite a rarity sometimes, but thank you. I believe that was the sale of helicopter, and the market just changed when we sold the helicopter from what we forecast it was worth at that time, and by the time we actually sold it, the market had changed and fluctuations in dollar and all of those things. So that was the income side of it. I believe that was the expenditure side of it. I think the income, I will check that I'm right on this, but I believe it would have been probably related to work we did in California with our 737. We sent it to California for a few months, and that generates some income back to the agency, which is what I believe you're seeing there.
Okay, and in my final bit of time, how many Starlink satellites do you think we'll have on trucks by the start of the next fire season? And can we give a broader timeline for the rollout of the remaining 4,000?
Look, it is, as I said before, it's a 3-year program, but I'll certainly come if I can get that for you on notice, if I can, because I just don't know that off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you, and congratulations on your time with the RFS.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Amanda Conn. Oh, sorry, Ms. Sue Higginson.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd love to just go back to some of the Reconstruction Authority questions. Can you provide the number of houses that you currently have on the list? And it may be Ms. Lake, I'm not sure, but the number of homes in Lismore that you currently have or on the list for demolition?
Yes, I can put that on notice, yes.
Thank you. And could you also explain where... So we understand that the houses that have been demolished this week are being, there is a claim that the materials in those homes are being recycled. Can you explain just a little bit about what that means? I understand that the trucks are currently depositing materials over the border in Queensland. What can you explain is happening?
I'd love to give you a very fulsome answer for that. If I can invite Ms. Leck back.
Sure.
I know that she is very much engaged in the recycling program.
Thank you, Ms. Lake.
Thank you, Ms. Higginson. So there are a range of materials that come from those homes. So there are obviously timber, metal, concrete, bricks, a whole range of things. So the recycling contractor has a range of different recycling streams, if you like, for those different products. For example, the hygienists do an assessment of the homes. Those particular products that are not able to go into recycling streams, so timber products, for example, with lead paint and or asbestos products are removed from that recycling stream before the recycling commences. So before the homes are even demolished, the asbestos is removed by qualified contractors and disposed of in those appropriate methods. Asbestos is wrapped and it's appropriately dealt with. With regard to the timber that remains, the timber that does not have, for example, that lead paint on it, those beams and the like that are of sufficient size and practicality are recycled. We're using a range of local recycling facilities for that, and if you don't mind, I'll just consult my notes about where some of those actual timber beams and the like have gone. So, and you would be familiar with these sorts of locations just, in the region. So some of them have gone through the Lismore City Council waste recycling facility, for example, Northern Rivers Waste, the asbestos contaminated materials and construction waste, obviously, as I described earlier, goes through appropriate places. Some of the brick and concrete products, as I understand it, do go to a recycling facility in Queensland. You described over the border, but we can come back to you with specific details, if you like, of that. Those products are crushed and used for things like road base and the like. And then, of course, some of the other metal materials go to other waste transfer facilities. So, for example, some of the disposal of timber and green waste and salvage has gone to Rocky Point Mulching, Northern Rivers Waste, Stapleton Resource Recovery, Stotts Creek Resource Recovery and Go Grow Ballina. So I'm assuming you're familiar with some of those locations.
So can I just ask then, so in the last few days, most of the trucks that have been filled with the materials that are the houses, including everything, have all just gone over the border to a premise. Have you been to their premise?
No, I haven't been to their premise.
No, I've seen it and people have seen it and I don't necessarily think what you are suggesting is happening. Can I ask you to really have a look at what's actually happening?
We certainly will, but we have discussed with our contractors who have some requirements under their contract around recycling.
So when something leaves the state, what control do you have over it when it's in Queensland?
Well, we have control over the contract with the contractor to meet those recycling targets that we have met. We have asked them to meet.
And so when it goes over the state border, the only accountability you have is that they've breached a contract if they don't do what they've told you they're doing.
Well, we are actively monitoring the contract and we have received advice as recently as this morning about those recycling facilities that I've described and where that material is going.
I called the number on the place yesterday and the guy there said, he told me a few things and said, most facilities in the region can't accept the materials that we have and they'll be going, and I said, what, Ipswich, where everything goes from our region? And he went, well, somewhere over the border, yeah.
Well,
so
I'm not sure who you spoke with, Ms Higginson.
I spoke to the number that you call on the website of the guy whose trucks are removing all the materials. So anyway, I think there is a lot of concern about what you think may be happening, what is in fact happening, and it doesn't take much to question what is happening and get some really suspicious kind of next steps. So I think it would be good.
So we are in contractual arrangements. I'm more than happy to take that on notice and then we can come back to you.
Thank you. Yeah. And so one of the things that people are asking me about is why are these homes literally just being demolished with big machines? Why are people not able to go in and do what proper home recyclers do? They go in and they get the windows and they get the doors and they salvage the parts of the premise. Why is everything going so fast all of a sudden? Why is there this haste to have vacant possession of all the homes
and to then start demolishing all the homes? Where is the time pressure coming from?
So I think that's probably a couple of different questions, and I did answer one of those before, which is there has been a rolling program of demolitions. This is not something new. This is not something that has changed in the short period of time. There have been demolitions that have gone through. We have continued to work through the process, so that there has been no change to the program as such. Demolitions have continued to occur. Sorry, what was the second part of your question?
I was just asking about the obsession with vacant possession and the haste to demolish, particularly North Lismore at this point.
So can I just say vacant possession has never been a haste. We have bought homes back that are the greatest risk to the community. We've been very clear on that. That is the intent. That's the basis for the funding of the program. Upon buying those homes, we have fenced the homes and disconnected services because we don't want people living in them. If you are speaking about the occupation by illegal occupants, we've had that discussion on a number of occasions.
Can I just ask why has there not been, or has there been any consideration, rather than destroying some of these homes, and I accept that there may be a difference between what you say is an unsound and what somebody else, or that threshold, that criteria, why has there been no consideration of actually removing these homes to a higher location and just keeping those homes as stock until the land come online through the Resilient Lands program? Because we have often talked about that has been the problem of the program. The lands didn't come on in time for the homes to be relocated. What have you considered just maintaining these homes in a safe location in a paddock somewhere like they do in Queensland for the resale of these homes?
No, that's never been part of the scheme design. And to be honest, in terms of this is the largest scheme of its time that's been undertaken.
Exactly.
The practicalities of trying to remove homes and put them into a location for safekeeping to be used later on.
Do you not think that would be sensible in a housing crisis?
I think it's largely impractical by very nature of the size of the program.
What part's impractical?
Finding a location that would do it, having the funding within a program to do it, and being able to make that happen at the moment.
But have we considered what that would cost or what that would look like, or whether there is available land? I'm sure we could find some available land to hold some homes for a period of time.
So the funding for the program is designed and is approved in conjunction between the state and the Commonwealth.
But the original plan was that there would be resilient lands to relocate communities, our communities, so that we could somehow maintain some cultural character, some existence together. But at the moment, the program is radically failing because the resilient lands didn't come on track, and everybody knew that any subdivision was going to take more than 3 years or 4 years or 5 years. Why was there no plan to make this actual project successful, i.e. maintaining old, beautiful homes, whether they've got a bit of lead paint or whether they've got a bent beam or whether they've got some twisted foundations, but maintaining that stock for a later time?
So I certainly understand your point of view, and I know we've had this discussion before. The principal aim for the scheme, the reason that the scheme was funded, was to give people the opportunity to move from the floodplain to safer places. That is the principal aim of the scheme. That has been the object of the scheme, continues to be, and I think, as I said earlier on, the fact that there are already 640 households that are no longer on that floodplain meant in the most recent tropical cyclone Alfred, those people did not need to be moved and they're in a safer place.
It also means we've got a ghost town and a massive homelessness problem. I just wanted to ask about the river, but I'll put it on notice. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Mandicon.
My question is to all of the commissioners. I understand that emergency vehicles are used for non-emergency purposes on a regular basis for things like fundraising and community events and education programs. My specific question is about the use of sirens, and I understand that there was a particular concern over the summer in Bundanoon with people who are quite traumatised and triggered by emergency vehicle sirens because of their experience of the fires. They made a complaint to Fire and Rescue about this, and I understand it was the decision of that local emergency management committee that in future Christmas parades and that type of activity, the vehicle will be used but not the siren specifically. Is there a guiding policy framework for the use of sirens outside of emergencies?
Not a specific explicit policy on that. It really comes down to the judgment of the officer in charge of the vehicle. Obviously, as a result of that event, there's been sensitivities raised from within the community. That's quite reasonable and understandable, and we're adjusting accordingly. So we are able to now provide further guidance to staff about that.
Okay, so is that only at a local level in this LEMC, or has this prompted some kind of broader discussion?
I've not heard it come up from any other locations, so at this stage it's just related to that part of the Southern Highlands.
Okay. Would you consider the need for a broader policy framework for this without needing traumatised individuals to have to make a complaint?
Yes, we're happy to take that, and something that we'll give consideration to.
Okay, thank you very much. In October last year, I understand that the chair of the State Rescue Board issued a memorandum to all of the emergency operations controllers reminding them of their reporting requirements for when rescue units are online or offline. Can you explain why that was necessary?
Well, that was a decision from the chair of the State Rescue Board, or a direction from the chair of the State Rescue Board, and so I think it's probably more appropriate for him to explain the rationale for his direction. But certainly from an agency perspective, and we'd all agree it is expected and best practice to be advising the rescue coordinators when units aren't available, and so we're more than happy to comply with that, to make sure that the rescue coordinator always knows what units may be unavailable for any particular reason.
Okay. And can any of your agencies report any change since that memorandum was needed?
Talk for Fire and Rescue first. No change from us, because that was already practice being in place.
Same with RFS. We were routinely advising if we had issues with rescue. We would advise straight away. We also advise the rescue coordinator our helicopter locations daily where they're online, so it was very much what we were already doing.
I can confirm the same, Doctor, in terms of having checked myself personally in terms of the internal assurance mechanisms, everything from being offline operationally for a short period of time right through to longer periods of offline, in terms of those notifications have been and the sharing of that information has been occurring.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll come back to Commissioner Rogers on a separate issue. My question is about the planning decision when assessments on, for example, a subdivision in fire-prone land require input from the RFS. Given that we're having increasing severity and frequency of bushfires, do you feel that those current planning settings are sufficient, that your advice is being taken appropriately by planning authorities?
So currently, if it's just a straight subdivision that comes to us, then they're required to comply with our conditions, and that they can't proceed without a bushfire safety authority that's issued by the RFS. If it's a state significant development, then we provide advice to planning. But I've got to say, planning have worked very well with us as far as trying to make sure that they obviously do those bushfire safety things, because we only have to go back to 2019 and 20. We lost 2,500 homes. So I think the fact that we've had good planning controls in this state is something that's pretty important, and obviously something that since they were introduced in 2003, and I recall by the then Minister Davis, and I think they were very much groundbreaking in Australia. So I think they're good and serve us well, but of course planning and planning for bushfire protection is undergoing a review right now to ensure that it looks at changing fire behaviour, weather patterns, fire seasons, whether we're looking at the model fires are the right ones we're looking at still. So those sort of documents are a living document, and that's why they're important. They're contained in legislation. They're called up in legislation. So and that document has been actively worked on at the moment. So hopefully that will keep pace with what the climate throws at us. But it's absolutely something that we very much focus on.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that is something that's regularly reviewed. Is there an expected time frame for the review that's currently happening?
I believe it would be out in early 2026.
Okay. Thank you very much. I might come back to the Reconstruction Authority. Sorry, it's Friday afternoon, it's a real grab bag of questions. The modular housing program was discussed briefly this morning. Can you please update what the actual expenditure on that program has been to date?
I'd have to take that on notice, Dr. Kane. I don't have that in front of me.
Okay. My second question, I'm not sure if this will be for you or for Mr. Tidball, but with regard to evacuation centres in the Northern Rivers during ex-tropical cyclone Alfred, I understand that there were a couple of evacuation centres that were had delayed arrival of things like essential supplies and staff, and the local community did really admirably to step up and plug those gaps. What work are you doing to audit or review that and continue improving?
Yeah, we always review the work we do. Can I say we stood up from memory 25 centres at very short notice from the Thursday night through the Friday. We had a number of centres stood up over 24 hours. On the Saturday, I took a couple of calls in relation to shortages of supplies. From memory, in one of those cases, the supplies, there was an issue around communication of the availability of those supplies, but very happy to take that away. There is clearly, there are learnings with every event. They're all different. As I say, the speed of Alfred and the number of centres was a very significant undertaking. I might say there's also on this occasion has been a lot of more positive feedback about the speed with which we move. But on the question of supplies, as with all things, I think specific inputs about the locations. I've responded to two. We may be talking about the same centres. We may be talking differently. So if I could have the specifics, happy to take that away.
That's all right. My understanding from reporting is that the Mayor of Byron Shire and Byron Shire Council expedited the opening of the Ocean Shores Centre because of delays in arrival of essential supplies.
Depends what the supplies are. So I heard stories about milk. I heard stories about particular types. It depends what the supplies were. Very happy to go as granular as I'm able to, but I would need the specifics if you're able to provide them.
That's all right. Given that I've only got 1 minute left, I might provide that as a supplementary question in writing. And I'll just come back to Commissioner Rogers, please. Last estimates, we discussed the monitoring of bullying within the RFS, and I understand you had a new system, and you were on the record previously saying you didn't think there was a problem with bullying but a problem with accountability. Could you give us an update on how that's going?
Certainly. Let me just find the right page. So that system kicked off in 15th of July 2024, and since then we have, as at 28th of March, we've received 223 workplace complaints through that process. And I think that's actually, I mean, whilst I don't like complaints, I think it's a good sign that there's more complaints, because it makes it that people feel a level of confidence in reporting through it. So I would expect that there'd be a level of, a surge, and through those, they've come through different ways. A formal complaint form, a third-party hotline that we've set up where people can ring a different, an outside agency to report it. And I guess that, we've been working through those complaints. But so the new system's there, it's working. We're actually carrying out a review. We started a review now just to look back and say, is there any lessons over that 12 months that we need to look at to make sure that the system is working the way we want it to? So that work's underway currently.
Thank you. And look, I appreciate your commentary that complaints does mean that people feel comfortable making reports, which is a good thing. Are you satisfied that those complaints are being responded to appropriately?
Well, I guess that's part of what we want to do a review for, to make sure that, you know, we've set notional timeframes for these things, and I think we want to see that they're being responded to, and then going back to the people that complained to check, do you believe you had a satisfactory outcome?
Okay. And is that review process internal? Is it something that's being provided to the Minister or the public? Where does it go?
As in the process of it?
The review that you're conducting at the moment.
The reporting of it?
Yeah.
I think we've done a report to the Minister on where we're at with it. I'll check that. I'll check that to be sure, though.
Okay, thank you. While I've still got you, Commissioner Rogers, can you update us on the status of the Black Hawk helicopters that were acquired in 2018?
They were allocated, but we didn't receive them until last year. So they were held by Defence until last year, and they're both work's been done. I think most of the mechanical work's been done. They're being painted. We're expecting the first one to be, I guess, launched next month, subject to CASA approvals.
Okay, so when you say launch next month, they'll be able to be operationally in use next month?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I also had questions about the Chinook.
Mm-hmm.
Are you able to advise how much operational use that's had and impacts of downtime for mechanical issues?
For mechanical issues, I'd have to take that on notice. I mean, it's busy quite a lot. I mean, it's up in Queensland at the moment, helping Queensland ship supplies into areas. It's carrying fuel into areas. So, I mean, it's been pretty busy. But I'm happy to give you on notice if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you. Happy with an answer on that on notice. And in my last minute with you, Commissioner Rogers, before we let you retire, there was a discussion this morning with the Minister about the impact of the overlapping fire seasons. We've been historically extremely reliant on the US for equipment and also personnel, given the impacts of climate change, and I suppose also that the US is probably a less reliable partner than we've had in our experience. What work's being done to be more independent in our response?
Well, I guess from a New South Wales point of view, I'm pretty happy that New South Wales is the only government that's invested in making sure that those larger assets that we bring in, we have some in this country and indeed in this state, and that for the large air tanker and the Chinook, having them here all the time gives us that capability right wherever fires happen. The federal government, in conjunction with states and territories, is also looking at I guess, what the future is for aerial firefighting with those larger helicopters and large air tankers, and that work's currently being completed in conjunction with states and territories. So I guess that will give a roadmap forward for the nation as far as, you know, what does that look like for the next 10 years. So that work's currently underway.
Thank you. I'm out of time.
Thank you. Opposition.
Thank you. Ms. Leck, can I ask you to come forward, because I'll come to you. Oh, sorry. Come to you in a moment. But Commissioner Rogers, sorry, I thought you'd finish with me, but I've got annoying ones for you now. How exposed is the RFS to fluctuations in fuel prices?
Fuel prices?
Diesel in particular.
Oh, look, it's absolutely. We are absolutely exposed to it. It's something that we're at the mercy of whatever gets charged. I mean, we have accounts with obviously major fuel supplies, and then council ones for the brigades themselves. So we very much, I think like all the emergency services, we have accounts with different places, but that doesn't mean you don't pay different prices depending on the fluctuations at the bowser.
And does that mean each RFS vehicle now has a fuel card?
RFS vehicles either have a fuel card or they have an arrangement with the council where they centre it, because they might well be close to a council depot and that's where they regularly fuel up. So I guess I can't give you an absolute guarantee that every single vehicle has one, but they have arrangements for fuel.
Could I ask you to take on notice for me, please, the usage of fuel over the last each of the last 5 years, and the bill for fuel over the last 5 years? Broken down to a region that you think is appropriate.
We will do our best, but given that the vehicles are still currently vested in councils, we may not have all the data, but we will see. We'll see what we can do, but I don't think we'd probably have a global figure, but I'm not sure that we'll have it broken down.
Mr. Lanyon, given the particular events up in the northern rivers of late, and I saw the mountains of mattresses and those sorts of things, for instance, how would we describe the capacity of our waste management facilities at the moment?
It varies. So for specific events, we've had to make separate arrangements, say with the EPA, to set up give temporary approvals for waste stations. I know back in 22, we had one of those at Coracai and elsewhere to support councils. It does vary by region as to what arrangements are in place, but we do have the capacity, as I said, to work to actually provide space as a temporary arrangement, and then we would look to ship waste.
Okay. And just finally, Ms. Lake, thanks for being there when I asked you to come up. What has been done in terms of sort of mitigation or even monitoring to make the people of Eugowra feel safer should they have another event similar to they had 2 years ago?
Look, thanks for the question. In terms of sort of a more formal approach to disaster mitigation, as I explained earlier, we will be starting work on the disaster adaptation plan with the local council. But my understanding from being in Eugowra and meeting with the Progress Association is that the community itself has already taken a number of measures to become more prepared for the next emergency. So we know that the best preparedness occurs at local scale. It occurs with local arrangements in place, supported through our emergency services colleagues and the like. So the RFS and the SES regularly, conduct sort of awareness and preparedness campaigns. I can't speak specifically about Eugowra in that instance, but certainly the local Progress Association has indicated that they have taken active steps to enhance their preparedness in advance of more, if you like, formal mitigation investments, which the disaster adaptation plan will bring to that community.
Thank you. We now go to questions from the government, if there's any questions.
All would, Chair, unless any of you have anything to elaborate on or clarify.
If there's any questions taken on notice that people have further information
I've got one, Chair. Sure. Just to clarify about the canines. So we've never had a in-service dog die on duty or while it's in service, so I'll clarify that one with you. And in relation to the 2 new vehicles, they're due at the end of May to come into service then.
Thank you. And that includes injuries, I'm assuming, or is that still on notice?
The injuries, yeah, I'll take that on notice. Only very minor ones that I've been aware of.
Okay, yeah, if you could give those details. Thank you. In that case, we've come to the end of today, so thank you to all the government officers for your attendance today. The Secretariat will be in contact with any questions that were taken on notice, and if there's any supplementary questions from the committee as well. And thank you again for your time, and thank you again to Commissioner Rogers for all of your work. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.